The battlefield became quiet and peaceful. Fires burned everywhere and swords and spears lay abandoned by their owners. Blood-stained knights' helmets lay on the ground. The flames continued to burn. Even the poor horses lying on the ground awaited their demise. The animals' eyes were filled with emptiness. The ferocious monsters rejoiced as all their enemies were defeated. A loud cry signaled victory. The leader of the monsters approached the frightened warriors who remained alive to show his superiority. Despite their uncontrollable fear, the people did not lower their swords and continued to fight for freedom. The monsters cold-bloodedly attacked a small group of knights. The people knew that they were doomed. The bloodied knights continued to fight to their last breath, despite the numerical superiority of their opponents. The brave warriors looked the huge monsters straight in the eye. This tragic event went down in history as the cavalry standoff. The lives of ordinary people changed forever. The knights preserved the memory of the great warriors who were destroyed by the monsters. About 30 years have passed since then. Now all the power of the mighty empire is in the hands of a charming beauty named Yahello Rose. Almost everyone connected to the throne guessed that the empress had literally gone mad. The guards brought a mysterious man in a hooded cloak to the palace. Dark clouds shrouded his existence. The man could not stand up and remained on his knees. The poor man's clothes were covered in blood. The great empire of Kyle had prospered for the last 5 centuries, but one day, the vassal states were accused of treason and betrayal. In the end, the vile traitors were executed by order of the powerful empress. A few loyal subjects managed to survive. These were the ones who managed to please Yahello Rose with their sweet words. The empress sat surrounded by her loyal guards and simply smiled when another traitor was brought to the palace. The man in the dark robe did not raise his head. With bloodied hands, he tried to loosen the grip of his shackles. Leaning even further forward, the mysterious man groaned in pain. It was clear that he had been severely beaten the day before. Finally, the man gathered his last strength to raise his head and look into the eyes of the great empress. Yahello Rose continued to watch the traitor's torment with a smile. The loyal knight guard stood nearby, holding his sword with his right hand. The man in the dark robe watched the knights surrounding the poor man without rising from his knees. The empress named this man. Yuma was accused of forcing Malanzark to commit treason. She wanted to know if Yuma would admit his guilt. Yuma did not deny it and agreed with the charges. His eyes did not even flinch, even though a cruel execution awaited him soon. Yuma bent down lower as he felt excruciating pain again. However, he decided to ask the empress why her voice was trembling so much. Yahello Rose's pupils dilated almost to their limit because she did not expect to hear such a question from a traitor. Yuma continued to behave boldly, saying that he was just an ordinary eunuch. He really did not have an honorary title and surname like the rich aristocrats. The guy lowered his head again and looked at the floor. Suddenly, Yuma decided to ask the empress another question. Only one of Yuma's eyes was visible from under his dark hood. The brave guy asked Yahello Rose if she felt fear when she looked at him. Yahello Rose's loyal squire came to her defense. The knight drew his sword to strike the traitor, but the empress managed to stop him in time. The self-centered empress realized that Yuma would not beg for mercy and would not say another word, so she ordered her subjects to behead the traitor. Yuma understood that he did not have long to live and lowered his gaze to the floor again. Yuma saw no chance of salvation, so an idea popped into his head to try his luck. Yuma suddenly pulled a strange blue object out of his right sleeve. It turned out that this object was the fruit of rebirth, which literally allowed one to return to the past. Yuma remembered his mentor who had given him the fruit. The teacher said that as soon as anyone ate the fruit, they would die instantly. At the time, Yuma did not understand why his mentor had given him the fruit of rebirth. No one knew how many years ago the magic fruit could transport you. Yuma looked again at Yahello Rose, who possessed incredible beauty. He did not understand how she could have changed so much for the worse. Yuma continued to think about the reason for the changes in the empress's character, but the answer never came to him. Yuma nevertheless decided to take a bold step and put the magical fruit of rebirth into his mouth. In Yuma's memory, Yahello Rose had always been a smiling girl with a wonderful sense of humor. The guy did not understand what had caused such intense fear in her. Lowering his head, Yuma suddenly began to moan loudly, feeling a terrible pain in his stomach. The boy's heartbeat quickened several times. It became difficult to breathe, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Feeling that these were the last seconds of his life, Yuma turned to the powerful empress, addressing her as Your Majesty. Yuma wished for Yahello Rose to remain in good health forever, and never forget their youthful years when they were considered true friends. Poor Yuma's eyes reddened and widened from the unbearable pain. He realized that he was leaving this unjust world. The young man's head began to spin, so it was not surprising that he soon vomited red liquid onto the clean floor of the palace. Yahello Rose was very frightened because she did not really want Yuma to die at that moment. She even wanted to run up to the poor guy to save him. Yuma's eyes filled with tears and gradually began to close. Before losing his life, he decided to say that he would return to this world someday. The Empress screamed loudly and tried to break through to her friend's lifeless body, but the guard could not allow such a situation. Yuma plunged into a dark abyss where absolute darkness reigned. Only a small bright spot could be seen at the end of the eerie corridor. Suddenly the darkness dissolved and Yuma clearly saw the sun and bright green trees. The boy's eyes opened slightly. This meant that Yuma had indeed magically traveled back in time and remained alive. Yuma's surprised eyes widened again as he breathed again and smelled the scent of nature. The boy was lying on the grass in an unfamiliar place. He was wearing a purple sleeveless t-shirt, light-colored pants, and warm boots. Yuma decided to look around and figure out where he was. The boy wanted to understand how many years ago the magical fruit of rebirth had transported him. A few meters away, Yuma saw a mysterious structure made of sticks on which freshly caught fish were drying. Yuma was very happy because he began to remember this amazing place on the shore of the warm sea. This place was called Peril. It was Yuma's homeland, where he had once spent his happy and unforgettable childhood. To the right of the boy stood a small trough filled to the brim with water. Yuma quickly ran to the trough to look at his reflection in the crystal-clear water. Holding the trough with both hands, Yuma noticed the sun's glare shining brightly in the reflection of the water. As soon as he glanced at his own reflection in the water, Yuma realized that he had truly been reborn. This meant that the fruit had saved him from certain death. The happy young man only had to figure out what year it was now, and he soon realized that the fruit of rebirth had transported him 40 years back in time. Yuma instantly remembered what had happened 40 years ago and bowed his head. The young man's mood noticeably deteriorated. Yuma saw Mr. Hack lying in the shade of a tree with his eyes closed. The boy even remembered what had happened yesterday, on the eve of his transfer. Yuma turned to Mr. Hack and told him that Malin had once again behaved inappropriately. Yuma told Mr. Hack that this time Malin had brutally beaten Cage, the owner of the fish shop. Mr. Haka became angry and was about to punish Malin, but Yuma informed him that Cage had spoken ill of him, which was why Malin had taught him a lesson. Despite Yuma's words, Mr. Haka got up to find Malin. The man asked where the culprit was now. Yuma did not cover for his best friend Malin and said that he was probably sleeping on the beach. Yuma and Mr. Haka headed to the beach to find Malin, who had no idea that punishment awaited him. After a while, Yuma and Mr. Haka saw Malin lying on the sand with his eyes closed. Yuma thought to himself that he hadn't seen his friend Malin in a long time, but suddenly Mr. Haka grabbed the poor guy by the ear. Frightened, Malin cringed in pain. Sweat appeared on the poor boy's forehead. Of course, Malin couldn't stand such pain, so he shouted loudly that it hurt. Mr. Haka had no intention of letting go of Malin's ear and continued to tell the boy that he had warned him long ago not to fight with the locals. Yuma remembered that Mr. Haka was a noble man who was not afraid to take an orphan under his wing. Yuma felt uncontrollable joy and happiness, so he turned his gaze to the sea to admire its wondrous beauty. Yuma watched the beautiful seagulls and was also glad that he was no longer a eunuch and had not lost his dignity. But now was not the time for rejoicing, because Yuma understood that everything he held dear would soon be destroyed. Yuma picked up the mirror, which suddenly shattered into small pieces. They showed fragments of a future in which many people would die. In the shards of the mirror, the boy saw brave and courageous knights fighting terrible monsters. Yuma did not want to allow the glorious knights of the Kyle Empire to die on the battlefield. Everything had to be different. To carry out his plan, the noble Yuma was ready to take the highest position. Instead of shards, feathers flew, reflecting fragments of a possible future. Yuma saw the villagers who were grateful for their rescue. Yuma watched his friend Malin, who was clutching a sharp sword in his powerful hands. Yuma also did not forget about Hale Rose, for whom he actually had strong emotions and feelings. Yuma grabbed the falling feather tightly and swore that he was ready to do anything to protect everyone who was so dear to him. First and foremost, Yuma planned to protect his dignity and never become a eunuch. However, the poor guy remembered well the day when he unexpectedly lost his dignity, which changed his life forever. An evil and mysterious knight named Mero turned Yuma into a eunuch. In the area, this warrior was known as Immortal Mero. Mero's immortality lay in the fact that he understood perfectly well how to talk and behave with respected and wealthy people. Before Yuma's upcoming rebirth, Mero decided to return to his hometown on the warm sea coast. Mero closely watched Yuma and Malin's sword training, feeling like a so-called boss. He offered to teach the boys something. The cunning man said that if the boys won, he would write letters of recommendation to the orders of knights. The boys, of course, agreed. Yuma and Malin were happy, anticipating a fight with a real knight. This did not mean that the boys were afraid to engage in combat with him. Their expectations were not met, as Mero was actually much worse with a sword than he was with his nasty, sharp tongue. Mero left the battlefield with bruises and abrasions, promising to keep his word and write a recommendation to the Order of Knights. The boys had no idea that Mero would betray them. It was after Mero's report that Yuma became a eunuch. Malone was assigned the role of apprentice to the treacherous knight. Yuma became a eunuch and could have gained the favor of Gila Rose, power, and money. But the guy didn't need any of that. He felt like a cripple. Yuma had to put up with the contempt of the rich aristocrats who laughed at the poor guy behind his back. Even among commoners, Yuma constantly wore a dark hooded cloak hiding his face. Yuma gritted his teeth and promised himself that he would never allow such a situation to happen again. This time, he would do everything to protect himself. Knight Mero was supposed to arrive in the village tomorrow morning, so Yuma had to carefully prepare for his arrival. First of all, Yuma had to figure out how to prevent Mero and Malin from meeting. Otherwise, history would repeat itself. While Yuma was thinking, Malin suddenly ran up to him and told him that a mysterious knight would be arriving in the village tomorrow. An excited Malin was sure that if he trained hard, he could become the knight's apprentice. Yuma tried to dissuade his friend, saying that there was no need to distract the knight, as he had clearly come to rest. But Malin was convinced that such opportunities literally did not fall from the sky. Malin suddenly punched Yuma in the stomach. Yuma didn't think twice and responded to the blow by saying that Mr. Haka's lessons were enough for him. Malin grabbed his friend with both hands and threw him over his hip, saying that Mr. Haka taught them practically nothing. Yuma had no choice but to agree with his loyal friend. Yuma was determined to show Malin who was really in charge. Therefore, his friend needed to listen to his advice. After knocking Malin to the ground, Yuma stepped on him and said that from now on, he would decide what they would do in the future. A happy Yuma was sure that he had succeeded and fulfilled the first point of his plan. Yuma threw his friend to the ground near a huge green tree. Knight Mero reflected that he had managed to win because he was ready to give his life. It was his duty as a true knight. Malin listened to the great knight's story with loving eyes and longed to become his faithful disciple. The arrogant knight simply laughed at the naive boy Malin and told him that the owner of the fish shop, Cage, had greatly praised the local youth. Mero knew that the boys had been training with swords for a long time, so he asked them to show him their skills. A delighted Malin immediately agreed to the knight's proposal and said that the upcoming duel would be an honor for him. Yuma was frightened because last time Malin had easily defeated Mero, after which Yuma became a eunuch. He had to watch the battle. Malin grabbed his sword with both hands, ready to show what he was capable of in battle. Brave and courageous, Malin stood waiting for a dizzying duel with the great knight and was determined to win. Unexpectedly, Yuma approached Malin from behind and begged him to deliberately give in and lose to the knight Mero. The naive Malin said that he was not capable of defeating the great knight and would therefore simply give it his all. Yuma asked him once again to lose. Malin just smiled and said that his friend Yuma was greatly overestimating his abilities. With a confident stride, Malin headed for a training duel with Knight Mero. He was literally on fire. Offended, Yuma didn't know what to do and simply called Malin an idiot. Malin grabbed his sword with both hands and took up a fighting stance. Meanwhile, Knight Mero smiled and took his sword with just one hand. Mr. Haka joined Yuma to watch the legendary duel between Malin and Knight Mero. Knight Mero looked confidently at his opponent and asked him to attack first to see what he had learned. Malin raised his sword above his head with wide eyes and thought that he needed to give it his all. Malin struck his opponent's weapon with incredible force. The sword of the great Knight Mero suddenly found itself in the air, flying in an unknown direction. Soon, the sword of the Knight Mero ended up in the ground behind the mighty warrior. Surprised, Malin just stood in front of his opponent and literally did not know what to do next. Yuma, standing behind Mr. Hack, suddenly began to smile. It was as if he already knew what would happen next. Knight Mero's face contorted with anger. The man felt uncontrollable rage and fury. Yuma turned to Malin and said that he had no right to attack the great knight by distracting him with his loud cries. Yuma continued to humiliate his friend by calling him a coward. Malin was not worthy of training with a knight. Yuma was very upset that Knight Mero might not believe in his acting abilities. Mero urged Yuma not to speak negatively about his friend anymore. After all, cowardice could also be part of a strategy. Yuma was happy because Knight Mero clearly believed his statement. This meant that Mero was a foolish person. Mero claimed that cowardice and dirty tricks could one day save their lives. As a token of gratitude, the man was ready to show his true strength. Yuma smiled insolently because he did not believe that the knight was capable of showing true masculine quality. Mero suddenly picked up his sword and shouted loudly. Everyone around him was frightened by the strange behavior of the clumsy man. Malin was confused and did not know how to react to the situation. Mr. Haka was sure that if Mero were not an aristocrat, he would have long since been lying in a ditch with a sharp blade between his ribs. A strange bright blue aura suddenly lit up on the blade of Mero's sword. The brave Knight Mero shouted that the people around him were actually witnessing the true aura of his great sword. Yuma couldn't help himself and began to applaud the skill of the Knight Mero, calling this action an amazing phenomenon. Mr. Haka approached the knight to thank him for his time. The man decided to treat Mero to a beer after such an amazing warm-up. Mero did not refuse the invitation and called Mr. Haka a good teacher. Yuma and Malin watched as Mr. Haka and Knight Mero headed to the nearest bar. As soon as the men disappeared over the horizon, Yuma and his faithful friend Malin grabbed their stomachs because they were having so much fun. Yuma picked up the sword that the great knight Mero had wielded the day before to repeat his actions. Yuma was sure that to show the true aura of the blade, it didn't take more than 5 minutes, as the knight Mero had done. Malin agreed with Yuma's statement and lay down on the ground to rest and sleep once again. Yuma lay down next to his friend and said that Mr. Haka had actually taken Mero away so as not to put him in an awkward position. A happy Yuma raised his hand to touch the bright sun. The guy was sure that he had succeeded. Yuma was sure that the wheel of time had finally been set in motion and that history had changed for the better forever. Clenching his fist, Yuma swore that he would now destroy everyone who had ruined his life. Knight Mero sat at a table in the bar and drank delicious beer. The drink was really excellent. Suddenly, Mero said that he was clearly missing something. Mr. Haka did not understand what the mysterious knight was talking about. A charming girl who worked as a waitress at the bar approached the table. She was carrying the fish that Mr. Haka had ordered the day before. The self-confident knight showed himself to be a true gentleman by thanking the frightened waitress. Yuma and Malin were returning home after their so-called training and planned to stop by the bar as well. Suddenly, the friends stopped. Yuma suddenly sensed something was wrong and was sure that something was amiss. Yuma and his friend were walking through the city after training, thinking that they would have to meet the arrogant knight who was overweight again. Suddenly, they stopped. Yuma sensed that something was wrong when he heard familiar voices coming from a nearby window. In the bar window, the guy saw Mero take the hand of a pretty girl who worked there as a waitress. Mero did not let go of the frightened girl's hand from his slippery paws and invited her to sit down at the table, calling her a lovely beauty. The well-fed knight asked the waitress how old she was, resting her hand on his huge cheek. The girl was in no hurry to respond and claimed that she had too much work to do, but Mero insisted that there was no one else in the bar but them. Yuma and his friend cringed with displeasure, as they clearly felt sorry for leaving the poor waitress alone with the nasty knight. Mero continued to pester the waitress, calling her an orphan of war. In the man's opinion, the girl should have been used to this kind of thing. Mero understood perfectly well why Cage was using the beautiful girl. The owner of the fish shop was a lecherous old man. Mr. Haka claimed that there was a hierarchical system in the empire. If he acted thoughtlessly, everyone around him would be in danger. Mr. Haka suddenly turned to a charming girl named Maria and asked her for forgiveness. Maria stood motionless. Suddenly, crystal-clear tears appeared in the beautiful young lady's eyes. The waitress Maria's tears slowly fell to the floor, splashing in different directions. Suddenly, a sharp blade stuck into the wooden floor of the bar. It was Malin's sword. Knight Mero and the girl Maria were greatly frightened by the loud sound and turned to see who had entered the door. Yuma and Malin became very angry and turned to Mr. Hack, who was calmly watching Mero mock the frightened girl. Mero showed no fear and spoke to Mr. Haka, claiming that his son Malin clearly did not understand something. The brave Malin approached the table and continued to ask why Mero was touching and harassing Maria. Knight Mero did not let go of Maria, who clearly wanted to escape from his slippery grasp. Mero began to call Malin worthless and called on Mr. Hack to punish his heir, who was interfering in matters that were none of his business. The brave Malin approached the knight to strike him, saying that Mero was the only one in the room who deserved punishment. Mr. Haka tried to stop Malin, but his son continued to insist that someone had to intervene in the situation. Yuma grabbed his friend by the shoulder to tell him that the great knight Mero should not be killed. The situation could get out of control. The cunning Mero was sure that the boy would not have the courage to strike him, since Malin had recently refused to fight him. Mero continued to stare into the eyes of his opponents without showing any fear. Yuma decided to demonstrate his sword skills and showed Mero that he could reveal the true aura of his blade. Frightened, Mero couldn't believe what was happening and declared that Yuma would be beheaded if he dared to attack the great and talented knight. Yuma had no intention of backing down and declared that it was still unknown which of them would end up without a head. Mr. Haka couldn't let Yuma attack the great knight Mero and shouted loudly to stop the young man. Mr. Haka drew his sword to knock the sharp blade out of Yuma's hands. Yuma prepared to deliver the strongest blow. His gaze said that Mero would soon truly learn what power was. Knight Mero felt a terrible and powerful blow and fell to the floor, writhing in unimaginable pain. Knight Mero's body lay on the ground. The poor man was barely moving, which meant that Yuma had clearly used all his strength. Yuma laughed arrogantly at Knight Mero, who was practically crying from the pain. Yuma also told him that he had disabled the blade's aura before striking. Mr. Hack's face broke out in a sweat as he realized the horror of the situation. Yuma confirmed that he had dared to take a brave but desperate action by striking the great and famous Knight Mero. Yuma understood perfectly well that he would soon have to face the dire consequences of his rash action. Yuma called the waitress Maria and told her to go to the Lord immediately. Yuma persuaded the frightened girl to tell the owner of the fish shop that Knight Mero had harassed her. Cage had to intervene. Mero continued to sit on the ground. The pain had almost gone. and now the man was thinking about how to take revenge on his offender. Yuma stood over Knight Marrow and was not going to let him go just like that, as he clearly had not finished his conversation with him yet. Knight Marrow's face was covered with bruises and abrasions. The man claimed that Yuma would now lose his life for attacking an aristocrat. The frightened Knight Marrow said he would find the guard and tell him about the situation. Malin and Mr. Haka looked into the man's eyes. Yuma smirked because he realized that he had not struck a real knight, but a cowardly man who was afraid of being beaten again. Yuma crouched down so that the knight could hear him clearly, and said that the guards would be very surprised when they found out that a commoner had beaten the great knight. Yuma knew perfectly well that a commoner could never become a knight, and that the guards would probably take out their anger, accumulated over many years, on Marrow. Yuma mocked the knight, saying that now was the time when tensions between aristocrats and commoners were coming to a head. Yuma assured Marrow that talented and gifted commoners were better than trash like him, and that's why the guards wouldn't punish him. Yuma leaned over to the Knight Marrow to whisper in his ear. The guy told him to get out of the bar immediately. Marrow didn't think for a second and ran away at incredible speed so as not to get beaten up again by the brave and talented guys. Malin raised his finger to express his admiration for his comrade Yuma's actions. It was really cool. Unexpectedly, Mr. Haka approached Malin from behind and without hesitation gave his son a strong slap on the back of the head. Mr. Haka approached Yuma to tell him that he should have refrained from acting and ignored the fact that Marrow was harassing Maria. Malin was upset because he was disappointed in his own father, who was capable of ignoring the violent actions of the aristocrats. Suddenly, Yuma agreed with Mr. Haka's statement because the situation could get out of control. Maria and the boys would be in danger. Mr. Haka suggested packing their things and quickly leaving their homeland, but Yuma said he had a plan that required the boys to split up. Yuma approached the huge palace where the powerful empress lived. The building was truly awe-inspiring. Guards stood at the gate and demanded that Yuma introduce himself and state the reason for his meeting with the Empress. Mr. Haka listened attentively to Yuma, who repeated that he and Maria needed to go to the Lord urgently. Yuma raised his finger and said that the Lord must protect Mr. Haka and Maria and that they would be safe. Mr. Haka would not be able to do without the Lord's help. He did not understand how Yuma knew that the Lord belonged to a faction that protected commoners. Mr. Haka and Malin were interested in what Yuma would do now, but the young man urged them not to worry about his life. Yuma told his companions that he was going to the capital, where he knew someone who could help them. Mr. Haka took out his sharp sword to give to Yuma. Without a weapon, it would obviously be difficult for the boy. Mr. Haka held out the sword to Yuma and told the boy to take the weapon that placed a heavier burden on him. Yuma set off on an exciting but short journey and soon found himself at the gates of Hale Castle. The majestic building remained the same as in Yuma's memories. The boy had worked here for the past 40 years. Many years had passed, but Yuma was glad to see this place again. Besides, Yuma was no longer a eunuch. Yuma was sure that Empress Hyla Rose was in the castle and could help him avoid losing his life. Yuma remembered when the powerful Empress Hyla Rose showed him a unique place. Hyla Rose showed him the place where Yuma should go if he had to flee the palace because of her. Empress Hyla Rose begged Yuma to flee from everyone if difficult times came. Yuma, as an obedient eunuch, agreed with the Empress, who said that no one would ever find him in this place. With her charming hand, Hyla Rose carefully searched for something and said that it must be somewhere here. Yuma began to search carefully, running his hands over the entire wall. Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the wall, large enough for a person to crawl through. Without hesitation, Yuma crawled through the small opening in the wall and began to crawl along the path. Yuma stopped to gather his strength, as it was clearly not an easy path. Beads of sweat appeared on the young man's forehead. Yuma had dreamed so much of meeting the young empress that he simply couldn't move any further. Yuma crossed his arms and thought about how many crimes he had committed, including the attempted murder of a knight and breaking into the palace. Finally, Yuma reached the end and secretly entered the garden, where he enjoyed the majestic scents around him. Yuma knew very well that Hyla Rose loved to walk in the garden, and that he would be able to catch at least a glimpse of her. Yuma stared intently at his surroundings, but he couldn't see the charming young empress anywhere. Yuma's eyes widened several times as he suddenly heard a strange rustling behind him. Yuma literally froze in fear and surprise and couldn't utter a word. Yuma realized that a mysterious figure in a dark cloak with a sharp sword in his hands had crept up on him. The figure demanded that the young man give his name. Yuma immediately recognized the voice of Barris, the knight who accompanied the imperial family. Barris's sword was held to Yuma's neck. The knight again demanded that the mysterious stranger explain why he had entered the palace. Yuma was naturally afraid that he might lose his life and begged Barris to stop. Suddenly, another mysterious figure in a dark cloak appeared in front of Yuma. His face was indistinguishable. The figure in the hoodie suddenly dropped the hood, and Yuma could see dark, silky hair blowing in the wind. It was a pretty but stern girl with an amazing blue pendant around her neck. She again demanded that Yuma tell her his name. Yuma guessed that he was looking at the first princess, Zitsuka Rose, who was famous for her difficult personality. Yuma understood that he had committed a crime in front of the first princess and the knight. However, the boy had no idea why they were here. Yuma knelt before Zitsuka Rose and told her his name. The girl demanded to know why the young man was on the palace grounds. Yuma explained that he had come on business, but the princess just smiled, as a commoner could not have important business with aristocrat. Yuma said that 7 years ago, danger had threatened the village. The residents had been saved by an imperial mage. The young man needed to see the sorcerer again. Cerberus interrupted the conversation and demanded that they stop talking to the suspicious young man. Princess Zitsuka Rose angrily replied to the knight that she had not given him permission to speak. Barris fell to his knees to ask for forgiveness. Zitsuka Rose smiled and told the imperial knight that she was only joking and that he could get up from his knees. The princess turned to Yuma again to find out the name of the powerful magician. Yuma replied that the sorcerer was known as Adeline Woods. Zitsuka Rose was surprised at how calm and collected Yuma was. It was clear that the young man was not lying. The princess headed off in an unknown direction to relay Yuma's words. The girl demanded that he no longer stick his nose into the palace's affairs. Barris turned to Yuma and said that the princess was not the kind of person who could forgive such insolent behavior. He was lucky. Now the question arose in Yuma's mind of how to meet Adeline Woods. There was also another small, strange thing. Over the next year, Zitsuka Rose would attempt a dizzying coup d'etat. During the coup attempt, it was the imperial knight Barris who would take Zitsuka Rose's life by stabbing her in the back with his sword. Yuma assumed that at this point, Barris and Hitsuka must have a bad relationship. Yuma asked himself again why Barris and Zitsuka were together, and in such a strange place at that. Something was clearly wrong here. Yuma needed to be more careful and not stick his neck out unnecessarily. First and foremost, the boy had to deal with Maro. Yuma made his way through the city and tried to enlist the help of a merchant community called Puana. Puan was known as a moneylender and tax collector. Yuma knew that he was respected and even feared by the rich and powerful aristocrats and nobles. At first glance, it seemed that Puan's main source of income was the trade in expensive and exquisite furniture. No one guessed that Puana was importing magic stones from the great kingdom of Helga. Yuma knew that in recent years, Puana had been trying hard to find a way to make magic stones on his own. It was clear that after developing a monopoly on the production of magic stones, Puana's trading community would become the strongest. Near the gate, Yuma once again met 2 guards who asked him again why he had come there. Yuma did not show his fear and said that he had come to meet Puan. The young man asked the guards to call the master. The guards just laughed loudly and asked Yuma not to joke like that anymore, calling him a kid. Yuma drew his sharp sword to prove to the guards that he was not joking. With one swing of his blade, Yuma cut through the guards' spears, who were now clearly not laughing. Yuma promised that he would cut off the guards' long tongues if they continued to laugh at him. The young man introduced himself as an escort for the Adeline family. The guards were frightened and let Yuma into the colorful building. Here, the young man's attention was drawn to the huge red curtains. Yuma sat down at a table where a mysterious man with a mustache was already waiting for him. He introduced himself as Mr. Puan. Puan offered him some delicious, expensive tea that had been brought from the east. Yuma thought to himself that sitting in front of him was the future owner of one of the most powerful trading communities, Puan. While the man with the mustache drank tea, Yuma continued to think, calling him a great moneylender to himself. Mr. Puan smiled and enjoyed the expensive tea. The man's delight was literally boundless. Yuma grew tired of watching Puan rave about the tea and asked him to get down to business. Mr. Puan asked why Yuma had come to him uninvited. The young man replied that he wanted to make a lucrative deal with the man. Yuma said that he knew a unique way to make magic stones and that he had lied when he introduced himself as an escort for the Woods family. Mr. Puan spat out his tea. The man laughed because he knew that according to the Empire's Magic Academy, there was no way to produce stones. Yuma suggested that Puan sign a magical contract stating that if the young man broke it, he would become a test subject in the study of magic stones. Puan asked what was in it for Yuma. Parents said that he had recently attacked a knight and now needed help. Puan said that money would not help the boy escape the consequences. Yuma needed to go to the casino owned by the Fabian family. At the casino, Yuma had to find a knight obsessed with gambling named Haven Woods. In the first few seconds, Yuma noticed a table with unique knight's armor made of real gold. Haven Woods sat down opposite Mr. Puan and asked the man what he wanted from a simple knight. Puan said that he had heard rumors that a commoner had attacked Knight Marrow and nearly killed him. Haven Woods did not hide the fact that he had heard about the attack on Knight Marrow. The man even knew that the culprit was an ordinary village boy. Puan explained that the culprit's name was Yuma and that he was his nephew. According to Baron Lewis, Knight Marrow had behaved badly towards the girl. Haven Woods demanded that the story be dropped. The man promised that he would soon bring the matter up at a meeting of the elders. Woods was about to leave Puan's house, taking the golden armor with him. The man said that he would not mind meeting Mr. Puan again soon. Everything went as Yuma had said. Now the boy had to return to the business of making magic stone. Yuma felt like a real teacher and began to explain that the method of making stones was actually very simple. Yuma said that first of all, the magic stones had to be carefully ground into a natural powder. Then the stones had to be planted in the ground and watered every day with the blood of magical animals, as if they were seeds. Mr. Poan was very surprised. However, Yuma warned the naive man by telling him what would actually happen when he reached the third step. Yuma said that everything around him would start to explode. To solve this problem, Poan would need only one archmage. Mr. Poan's disappointment knew no bounds, as he understood that there were very few archmages left in the Empire. Yuma tried to calm Mr. Poan down. The guy said that she had just the person he needed in mind. Yuma knew very well that Kale Fabian had been adopted because of his exceptional talent, but now he was an outcast among high society. Yuma carefully observed the behavior of the rich and influential society. Everyone around him smiled sincerely. Kale Fabian held a glass of a drink of unknown origin in his hand and suddenly asked Mr. Poin what had happened. Mr. Poin did not hide the fact that he was actually overjoyed to meet a real powerful archmage. Poin introduced himself as a merchant. Sitting at the table, Kale Fabian said that if Mr. Poin wanted the power that was in the hands of the Fabian family, he had come in vain. The day before, Yuma had advised Mr. Poan to behave in this manner so as not to irritate Fabian. Mr. Poan loudly declared that what he really needed were people who cared only about blood ties and strong bonds. Archmage Kalian. Fabian clenched his teeth and shut his mouth. The man did not expect such insolent behavior from an ordinary merchant. Unexpectedly, Kalian Fabian could not contain his emotions and laughed out loud. Mr. Poin was not frightened by the loud sound and repeated that the only person he planned to cooperate with was Kalian Fabian. Kalian Fabian fell silent again and began to stare at the floor, making strange, mysterious sounds. Suddenly, Archmage Kalian Fabian couldn't hold back again and laughed even louder, scaring the people around him. Holding his stomach, the gray-haired old man Kalian Fabian turned to the respected Mr. Poin and called him a mentally ill person. Mr. Poin did not show his displeasure. The man clearly did not expect to hear such words from Fabian in such a majestic place. Kalian Fabian continued to drink from his glass and said that he would give Mr. Poin a chance to speak in the near future. Yuma was sure that the pieces of the puzzle would fall into place, and said that the Kingdom of Matin would be a unique place where stones would be produced. The Kingdom of Matin was the only place capable of repelling constant attacks from the powerful empire. The fact was that it was in the Kingdom of Matin that a squad of professional mercenaries called the Black Wolves had once been created long ago. Every warrior in the Black Wolves squad sincerely hated the empire and was opposed to any foreigner. Yuma understood that since the Black Wolves were opposed to the empire, it would not be easy for them to get through to find out about the production of magic stones. Mr. Poin was not sure he wanted to get involved with savages. After all, the man could lose his life and leave the soldiers to die of hunger. Meanwhile, the weather outside was incredible. The clouds seemed to float across an endless blue slope. The bright sun illuminated the peaks of giant mountains surrounded by green trees and bushes. Mr. Poan claimed that the people of the empire had come to the Kingdom of Matin voluntarily. The man mentioned his wife, whom he would never see again. Yuma tried to calm Mr. Poan down. The boy claimed that he could protect him from attack. Besides, a real archmage was walking beside them. Mr. Poan was encouraged and said that even if they did not win, they would still be able to get out of Matin alive. Yuma and Kalian Fabian laughed and said that only cowards actually run away from battle. The men were sure that they would fall as brave men. Looking at the beautiful bird, Yuma remembered that none of them had families to worry about. The three men walked on the ground covered with dry leaves. Kalian Fabian suddenly stopped and shouted that they had finally reached their destination. The men stopped near a scary building with a terrifying wolf's head on top. It was the lair of the Black Wolves. It was a strange, mysterious structure surrounded by bright green trees. The surprised trio stopped and looked around carefully. Their gaze was drawn to the huge gates. The frightened companions looked for the guards who were supposed to be guarding the main entrance to the lair of the Black Wolves. There was an eerie silence. Only the singing of small birds could be heard. Suddenly, Yuma felt the mysterious footsteps again. A sharp blade was once again at the young man's neck. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Behind Yuma stood his brave and courageous comrade Malin, who had followed the three men and wanted to join them. Yuma instantly recognized the voice of his old comrade and friend and called out his name. Malin ordered Yuma to raise his hands and turn to face him so he could look him straight in the eyes. Frightened, Yuma decided not to resist and slowly raised his hands, turning to face his opponent. Malin sheathed his sword and laughed loudly, saying that Yuma was clearly frightened by such an action on the part of his loyal comrade. A stranger standing near Callie and Fabiana turned to Malin and asked why he was being so friendly with the troublemaker. Malin replied to his partner that he just wanted to say hello to an old friend. Yuma asked the mysterious gentleman to seek help from the Lord, who would help not only them, but also the beautiful girl Maria. Yuma turned to Malin and asked him to infiltrate the lair of the Black Wolves. If they believed that he hated the Empire, he would have to pass a test. Malin hugged his old friend, saying that he was glad that Yuma was alive and well. Before Yuma's rebirth, when he was still a student of the vile Knight Marrow, he miraculously attracted the attention of Duran Zark, who then took him under his wing. Duran Zark focused his attention exclusively on talented boys who were skilled with the sword. Knight Marrow forcibly dragged poor Malin into his wealthy circle, where the boy was considered a so-called black sheep. Malin was a commoner who was lucky enough to become the adopted son of the great and powerful knight Duran Zark. The rest of Duran Zark's entourage had a strong desire to get rid of the nuisance as quickly as possible. The boy Malin, who sincerely believed in the power of true knights, was suddenly confronted with the harsh reality of an unjust world. Malin reflected that even though he was a true knight, none of those around him recognized him as an aristocrat. Lying on the ground, Malin reasoned that those born aristocrats would always get rid of ordinary commoners. Malin turned to his partner and said that all his income went to maintaining his equipment and that he had to become a mercenary after all. His partner tried to support Malin by telling him that he had worked hard to get to where he was. Malin stood opposite Yuma and soon asked him a simple question. Why had he come to the lair of the Black Wolf? Yuma did not want to lie and said that he had come here to ask the great commander Hugo for a favor. Malin quickly realized that the three men had come to rescue him from the clutches of the mercenaries. The guy ordered them to be led inside. Suddenly, the sword of the brave and courageous Malin glistened in the bright sunlight. Malin said he would let Yuma inside if the boy could defeat him in a fair fight. Yuma smiled broadly and began to pull a sharp blade from behind his back. The boy didn't believe that Malin was serious. Entering into a dizzying battle, Yuma still asked Malin if he was sure he could defeat him after just a few training sessions. The swords of the old friends clashed in a terrifying duel. Neither of the boys was going to give up. Yuma was greatly surprised at how much his comrade Malone's strength had increased. After all, Yuma's sword bent under the weight of his friend. The razor-sharp blades clashed in the air once again. A piercing sound rang out. Suddenly, Malin managed to deliver a crushing blow to his friend's head with his right foot. Another deafening crack rang out. Yuma did not lose his composure and struck back with his sword. Malin had to do a dizzying backflip to dodge his opponent's powerful blow. Malone landed on his feet and assumed a fighting stance. The young man stared into the eyes of his opponent, who was also his best friend. Yuma jumped with all his might to deliver another blow. The boy's eyes were filled with anger and rage. Malin carefully tracked the trajectory of his opponent's jump and was ready to take the dizzying blow of his sharp sword. Malin reacted lightning fast and jumped away from Yuma to the left. Again, there was a loud crack. Yuma missed and cut a huge stone in half with his sword. The fragments flew in different directions. Malin's partner was very angry because he was worried that the boys would ruin the walls of the magnificent building. Yuma and Malin continued to fight. The battle moved into the air near the high gates. Malin's partner watched intently as his former comrades fought to their last breath, silently calling them little morons. Malin was delighted when Yuma bent down to the ground during the fight. The boy jumped up again to strike the poor guy with his sword. Malin smiled when he realized that the advantage in this battle was on his side. Unexpectedly, Yuma managed to react quickly and parried Malin's blow with his blade. The boys looked at each other again. During the fight between Yuma and Malin, there was another rumble and fragments of stone flew in different directions. Kael Fabian turned to Mr. Poan and asked if the boy had come to him with a request. Poan nodded. Kael Fabian was delighted because he thought he had found a real golden egg. But for Mr. Poan, it was too much. Finally, the fight between Yuma and Malin came to its logical conclusion. Yuma's sword lay on the ground. Malin did not hide his admiration and joy. The boy brought his sharp blade to Yuma's neck to prove his victory. Happy Malin couldn't contain his emotions and demanded that Yuma admit defeat. Yuma didn't hide his disappointment. Pushing his opponent's sword away from his neck, he said that he had only given in to his friend. Malin didn't believe his friend and ordered him to stand up so he could take him to his boss. Malin dreamed of finally defeating Yuma in a fair fight. Malin continued to taunt Yuma and said that in reality, a snake was never a match for a dragon. The heroes found themselves inside a huge building and walked down a dark corridor to the boss of the Black Wolves. Suddenly, Kael Fabian turned to Mr. Poan and said that he needed to pull himself together and not show uncontrollable fear in front of the boss. Malin smiled and said that when you first meet his commander, every cell in your body literally trembles with fear. Yuma decided to joke with Malin, accusing him of needing to change his pants behind the door. Malin did not appreciate his friend's joke, refusing to respond and simply opening the dark door. In an instant, the three guys found themselves inside a huge, tall office. Yuma was happy because he had finally reached his destination. In the center of the hall, on a high throne, sat Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves. The muscular man was truly fearsome. Hugo called the uninvited guests imperial rats who had recently decided to crawl out of their dirty burrows. Hugo was known as the Orc Slayer. He was the only person who had managed to defeat an orc with the strength of a real dragon. Before the battle between the dragons and demons began, one of the members of the Black Wolves betrayed his commander and cold-bloodedly took his life. If Hugo had been alive, the consequences of the fierce battle would have been much less than they are now. The uninvited guests showed their submission and respect and knelt before the leader of the Black Wolves. Yuma was the first to start the conversation and decided to introduce himself by calling everyone present by name. Hugo did not listen to Yuma's monologue to the end and asked the guy if he was the leader of this small group. Yuma denied his leadership, calling the others simply comrades. Hugo couldn't believe that an aristocrat and a commoner could be friends. Yuma said that it wasn't about the empire, but the commander interrupted him, unwilling to accept the fact that he was being contradicted again by a commoner. The insolent Yuma declared that he had heard that lonely people almost never understood jokes. Mr. Poyne and Kale Fabian stared intently at the floor and did not raise their heads, afraid to meet the gaze of the angry Hugo. Malin, along with his partner and the other members of the Black Wolves, did not know what to do, as this was the first time they had seen anyone contradict their leader. Hugo remained silent and tried to suppress a smile. The muscular man had always loved bold and courageous people who could stand up for themselves. The leader of the Black Wolves calmed down and asked why the trio of travelers had come to him after all. Yuma asked the great leader of the Black Wolves if he had heard of Mirac. Hugo was surprised by the question but replied that all existing power here was exclusively in his hands. At the top of the so-called pyramid was the great empress, who had noble aristocrats and nobles under her command. Meanwhile, the aristocrats were forced to obey the empire and everyone associated with Her Majesty, the Empress. In turn, ordinary commoners carried out the demands and obeyed the orders of the aristocrats. The commoners were also lucky because they had slaves under their command who were clearly unlucky in life. However, even the slaves were a little lucky because each slave could have livestock, including pigs, goats, or even cows. Unfortunately, below the slaves were military deserters, whom the empire called maracas. They were the true outcasts of modern society. Yuma asked Hugo for several maracas so that he could later buy land in the territory of Matin. The fact was that he needed guards. Hugo asked Yuma if he planned to use the lowest class of people for his own financial gain. During the war, Hugo destroyed 5 kingdoms. It was because of him that an incredible number of Miraxes appeared in the world. Yuma continued to show his bravery, saying that it was better to use the Mirax than to have them sit idle. Yuma confidently asserted that the Mirax had been wasting their lives for many years. Hugo said that such self-flagellation would affect not only those who were wavering, but also those around the Mirax. Hugo said that he saw in Yuma a true warrior, defined not by the number of heads he had cut off, but by the number of lives he had saved with his words. Yuma was greatly surprised by the words of the leader of the Black Wolves and decided to thank the great mercenary leader. Hugo accepted Yuma's offer without any negotiation. This was not surprising, as he could not argue with the leader of the mercenaries. Yuma and his companions said goodbye and found themselves back in a huge, tall, dark corridor. Yuma continued to walk forward but suddenly decided to stop to catch his breath. Yuma leaned against the wall and covered his mouth with his right hand. The boy could barely stand because he was overwhelmed by uncontrollable fear. Yuma held onto a column to keep from falling to the ground. There was an unbearable buzzing in his head. Yuma admitted that the conversation with the leader of the Black Wolves was much scarier than he had imagined the day before. Yuma was sure that Malin would not be able to restrain himself when he met the powerful leader Hugo. Finally, Yuma left the building. Yuma heard strange rustling sounds again, and his sword once more clashed with the weapon of the mysterious opponent who had approached him. Malin did not want to let his old friend go so easily, so he attacked the poor but brave boy again. The guards watched the fight between Yuma and Malin closely, and did not understand what was really happening in the fishing village of Peril. Suddenly, a razor-sharp spear flew towards Yuma's face. The boy had to react quickly to save his life. Miraculously, Yuma dodged to the left and the spear flew past the frightened boy's right ear. Yuma continued to fight Malin, realizing that he was miraculously lucky to be alive. However, he was unable to avoid injury. Yuma realized that he had a wound on his right cheek from the thrown spear. The former friends stopped abruptly when they suddenly heard footsteps. The boys watched as a mysterious man approached. It was a man who had once decided on a desperate and treacherous act, betraying his leader, Hugo. The stranger approached the frightened boys and said that he knew that sooner or later he would return here again. Yuma was very surprised and did not know how to react to the appearance of this mysterious and strange man. The crazy man suggested that Yuma spar with him. Yuma could not refuse the offer because he never showed his fear. Suddenly, Yuma saw the man's face and immediately remembered the name of the mysterious stranger. His name was Cargo. Cargo took his spear from behind his back and was ready to attack the main character. Yuma stood in a fighting stance to repel the impending attack of the treacherous traitor Cargo. Cargo, with an angry face and a sharp spear in his hands, swung at the brave Yuma, who never backed down from a fair fight. Yuma managed to parry the spear strike. An original question arose in his mind. How did Cargo manage to cold-bloodedly take Hugo's life? The fierce battle between Cargo and Yuma continued. Neither opponent planned to give up. Cargo took a strange fighting stance, hiding the spear behind his back. Cargo planned to deliver the next blow unnoticed. Closing his eyes, Cargo, who now looked blind, struck Yuma's face with his spear in a flash. Yuma watched as his opponent's razor-sharp spear approached his face. He had to think of something quickly to avoid being wounded. Gritting his teeth, the brave Yuma managed to parry Cargo's dizzying blow. Cargo was not discouraged by the fact that his blow had missed its target, and once again took the spear in both hands to throw it at the poor guy. Yuma jumped out of the way of the flying spear, emphasizing his fighting skills. Cargo paused the fierce duel to say that he was impressed by the technique of the young, confident boy. Cargo smiled and looked into his opponent's eyes, waiting for his long-awaited response. Yuma was in no hurry to say anything. Gripping his sword with both hands, Yuma decided to respond to his opponent after all and said that Cargo also possessed incredible skills with a sword and spear. The thought occurred to Yuma that Cargo truly possessed dizzying power, but Hugo was in no way inferior to the traitor. When the weapons of the two rivals clashed again with a loud sound, Yuma continued to think about how he had managed to defeat the great leader of the Black Wolves. Finally, the battle was over. Yuma's friends shouted that it was time for them to leave this majestic land. Before leaving, Yuma turned to his comrade Malin to tell him that he needed to be more careful and cautious when communicating with Cargo. Malin was picking his ear with his right hand and did not understand why Yuma was against Cargo. After all, he was a good man and a good warrior. Yuma got angry and bit Malin on the head, telling him to obey him unquestioningly. In the future, he would understand why Yuma had said that. Yuma and Mr. Poan left the colorful garden located near the lair of the Black Wolves. Yuma was very concerned about Malin's future. Yuma turned to Mr. Poin and told him that he had actually made another important and responsible promise to the great Lord Hugo. Surprised, Mr. Poin asked Yuma what exactly he had promised to do for Lord Hugo, but Yuma was in no hurry to answer the question. Yuma finally decided to answer and said that Mr. Poan would soon have to find a bride for Lord Hugo. Meanwhile, the birds around them began to fly away. Yuma remembered how, before leaving the lair of the Black Wolves, Lord Hugo had asked him to find a beloved for him as soon as possible. Mr. Poin clutched his head because now he had an incredible responsibility to find a human woman for Lord Hugo. Mr. Poin explained to Yuma that communication between Lord Hugo and a human woman could end in unknown consequences. Mr. Poan continued to show his uncontrollable fear and said that Yuma did not realize what he had actually promised. Yuma tried to calm Mr. Poan by taking his left hand on his right shoulder, but Mr. Poan's face literally froze in horror. Mr. Poin said that if Yuma found a bride for Lord Hugo in the near future, he would be in the power of his strong and powerful hand. The villagers noticed a strange announcement saying that Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves, was looking for a wife. Despite the significant problems, Yuma understood perfectly well that Mr. Poin could literally get out of any situation. Mr. Poin began to lose weight almost every day, thinking that soon he would be punished by the powerful giant. Everyone around Mr. Poin and his friend Yuma waited for good news from the situation. Yuma and Mr. Poan stood by the door but were too afraid to knock or even open it. Mr. Poan picked up a book and put on his glasses to read the huge list of potential candidates. The guys began to study the list of candidates for the role of bride for Lord Hugo. It turned out that most of the girls simply dreamed of getting married for power. Yuma decided to take a break and sleep, saying that it was obvious and understandable that every girl dreamed of marrying an influential man. Yuma explained that Lord Hugo's future wife could lose her life while performing her marital duties. Aristocrats would not allow their heirs to take such risks. Mr. Poan understood that every girl on the list of brides had already literally resigned herself to the impending loss of her life for the sake of honor and a surname. Poan again decided to ask Yuma a question about the fact that growing magic stones would take a long time, about a year. Unexpectedly, Mr. Poan said that in a year his trading community would most likely go bankrupt. Mr. Poan began to recall the financial investments he had made recently. First of all, he remembered the armor he had bought for the Woods family. Later, Mr. Poan became upset when he remembered the small pile of gold he had had to give as a bribe to the Fabian family. In addition to gold, Mr. Poan had to give the Fabian family precious stones and expensive swords cast from rare metals. Mr. Poan and his trading community also had to send a bag of gold to the Black Wolves mercenaries every month. Mr. Poan's emotions overwhelmed his patience, and the man cried because he really had too many expenses lately. Yuma tried to calm his now comrade again. Nothing could be changed now. First, he had to find a new bride for Lord Hugo. Yuma said that it was urgent to find an aristocrat who would support Juan. Yuma had huge doubts in his head because he didn't understand if he would be able to get support from a respected aristocrat. Yuma and Mr. Poyne sat at the table and shouted for the new candidate for the role of bride of the leader of the Black Wolves to enter the room. A lovely, charming girl with dark hair and light blue eyes entered the room and introduced herself as Cindy Mew. The confident girl turned to Yuma and said that she agreed to become Lord Hugo's wife, but she had one important condition. Yuma was very surprised by Cindy Mew's audacity, so he decided to ask what condition the girl had come up with for Lord Hugo. Cindy Mew asked the guys to hire her as a secretary. Yuma and Mr. Poyne exchanged glances but did not rush to answer the lovely young lady. Cindy said that she had worked for a long time at the Fabian family casino, where she often had to wear short and revealing dresses. Cindy told them about Mr. Shirel, who, after drinking strong alcohol, could talk to her for hours on various important topics. In addition, Shirel told Cindy about his secret vault, and only later did the cunning man try to get rid of the unnecessary witness. Cindy Mew offered to tell everything she knew about the location of Shirel's secret vault in exchange for maximum protection. Mr. Poyne thought about how his trading community was in the spotlight because of Lord Hugo. He didn't want to get involved. Mr. Poyne tried to politely refuse the nice girl, but Yuma intervened in the conversation and said that Cindy was right for them. Mr. Poyne was surprised. He understood that Yuma had made a mistake. The boy asked the girl what kind of security there was around the secret vault. Mr. Poyne was sure that the cunning girl was lying and knew nothing about the secret vault. The man did not realize that he was wrong. Cindy Mew was far from an ordinary pub worker. It turned out that the girl was a member of a special important detachment of the Empire. In addition, this special detachment of the Empire was named after her, Cindy Mew. Cindy said that the secret vault was guarded by only 5 inexperienced swordsmen. In fact, the girl had come to study the trading community of Poyne. Mr. Poyne continued to disbelieve the cunning girl's words. The man was sure that this business was too dangerous to get involved in. Yuma wondered what would happen if he hired Cindy Mew as a secretary. How would that help them in the future? Yuma agreed to go in search of the secret vault. It was dark outside. Yuma stopped to clarify a few points. He wasn't sure that Malin and his assistant could handle 5 swordsmen. Malin smiled again and said that Yuma clearly underestimated him. The guy's assistant promised that he would protect him under any circumstances. Yuma and his companions were already at the location. The guy was confused as to why his partners had brought so many spears with them. Yuma, Cindy Malin, and his faithful assistant hid in the grass to assess the situation around them. A dizzying silence reigned. Suddenly, Malin's assistant ordered everyone to stay where they were so he could ask Cindy the exact number of guards, swordsmen. Cindy Mew replied without hesitation that there should be exactly 5 guards. The guys carefully examined the towers but did not see a single professional swordsman guarding the vault. And finally, the guys saw one of the so-called guards at the top of the tower. A sword was visible behind the stranger's back. Without much thought, Malin's assistant suddenly pulled out the first spear. Yuma knew that the muscular man would not be able to hit the target. But the man pulled the spear back like an arrow and aimed it at the enemy, who had no idea that he was about to lose his life. The glint of the sharp spear literally blinded the other members of the criminal gang. The guys opened their mouths in surprise because they had never seen spears used as arrows before. The man took careful aim and finally released his spear, which was essentially already an arrow. After hitting his target, the man turned to say that there were only 4 opponents left. Malin gave a thumbs up to show his appreciation for the amazing shot by his loyal assistant and friend. Yuma understood that Lord Hugo would never have let Malin go if he had known that he could lose his life. There was no need to worry about Malin. To climb the high tower, the boys threw a rope with a heavy anchor at the end. Malin managed to hook the anchor onto the tower wall on his first try, and now the boys could safely climb up the rope. Suddenly, the boys heard the voices of the guards, who were literally dying of boredom while on duty. The 2 swordsmen dreamed that a stunning girl would fall from the sky onto them. Then it would be their dream job. Unexpectedly for the guards, a huge spear pierced the back of one of them. The criminal covered the wounded man's mouth so he wouldn't scream. The eyes of the swordsman guarding the tower widened in terrible pain. The guard knew that these were his last moments. The second swordsman did not hear how his partner and comrade was killed and continued to talk about the girl who had to disappear. The guard complained that the missing girl now came to him in his dreams. The man turned around and was surprised to find that his partner was not there. The agitated swordsman began to call out to his loyal partner and comrade, but there was only silence in response. A mysterious stranger crept up behind the guard and had to take his life so that he would not call for help. The guard did not utter a word and fell to the ground. His light-colored boots were visible. Yuma stood over the swordsman's body, hiding his face behind a light-colored scarf. The young man could not believe that he had dealt with 2 mercenaries so easily. Malin smiled as usual, supporting Yuma. The boys had indeed managed to defeat the professional swordsman too easily. Yuma removed the light-colored scarf from his face to show his friend Malin his dazzling smile. Yuma and Malin stood facing each other and suddenly cringed at a strange, foul smell. The boys did not understand where the stench was coming from. Suddenly, a brown boot appeared from the stairs. Yuma and Malin froze in anticipation. A huge, tall man with a beard and a sword in his hands approached the boys. The guard said that there were obviously rats here. The guard's long, shiny sword quickly approached Yuma. The young man continued to stand waiting. Yuma's gaze quickly changed. His eyes literally turned red. When the swordsman saw that Yuma had unexpectedly used his ability to activate the sword's aura, he was greatly surprised, but it did not scare him. Yuma stood almost motionless and looked his formidable opponent in the eye. After a few seconds, Yuma turned to the insolent swordsman and asked him if he wanted to test the abilities of the so-called rats. The sharp swords of the two opponents clashed again in the air, making a dizzying sound of metal. Yuma raised his sword above his head, grabbing it with both hands. This gesture was meant to scare the professional swordsman. The bearded man was clearly not a coward, so he continued to attack the young lad. The swordsman tried to crush his opponent, but Yuma's reaction was lightning fast. A piercing bright light flashed around Yuma's boots, which meant that Yuma had once again activated the aura of his sharp blade. The swordsman stopped. His strength was quickly leaving him. The man decided to address Yuma, saying that rats really did possess incredible talent. The proud Yuma did not thank his so-called opponent. The young man understood perfectly well that he would have to take his life. To humiliate the man, Yuma began to smile slightly. The young man asked again if he really had excellent skills. Yuma brought his sharp blade to his face and took a fighting stance to attack his opponent, who was clearly inferior to him in strength. The guard did not have time to dodge the approaching attack, and a small abrasion formed on the man's head. Yuma continued to strike with his sword at the armor of the professional swordsman, who was already about to give up and throw away his blade. With a feint, Yuma managed to hit his target. The guard took his last breaths in life. In an instant, Yuma found himself sitting on his opponent. The young man smiled sincerely as he easily defeated the trained mercenary once again. Yuma raised his gleaming sword to his face again and said aloud that he was very disappointed with his opponent's sword skills. The swordsman continued to stand but already understood that he had to say goodbye to life. The man still held the sword in his hands. He had almost no strength left to hold such a heavy weapon. Yuma spread his legs wider than his shoulders to show his friends that his confrontation had come to its logical conclusion. Yuma once again called his dying opponent a disappointment and smiled, showing his invincibility. Cindy Malin and his assistant applauded, unable to believe that they had managed to eliminate the secret vault's guards so easily. Soon, the group found themselves in front of the gate to the secret vault. Yuma asked Cindy how to open the door and get inside. Yuma touched the gate with his hand and suggested simply breaking it down by force. The guy asked what metal the doors were made of. Malin's assistant didn't think twice and already loaded 3 spears to shoot at the gate. The man asked the rest of his companions to step back. A second later, there was a loud crash. The frightened guys covered their faces with their hands so that the fragments would not hurt them. Cindy and Yuma turned and looked with great surprise at the hole in the gate. In the opening, the guys saw a tall pile of gold. Yuma could not believe that a spear could destroy a steel gate. The 4 friends entered the secret vault and began to examine the treasures. Their amazement knew no bounds. Yuma and his companions continued to enjoy the sight of the treasure. There were indeed many precious items here. Yuma smiled slyly and thought that this amount of gold would only last him for the next 2 years. Malone and his assistant received a small, modest bag of gold. Of course, the guys were angry that the reward for the Black Wolves was too small. A carriage with a mysterious passenger inside passed under the arch. It was clear that representatives of a noble family were sitting inside. However, inside the carriage sat Yuma, who thought to himself that he had managed to solve one of the main problems. It was crystal clear to Yuma that as soon as the Poan trading community expanded, new problems and troubles would appear on the horizon. Now Yuma needed to find a worthy person who could support the Poan trading community. Yuma made the only right decision. He needed a respected and powerful aristocrat. Mr. Poan handed Yuma an envelope containing recommendations from Sir Haywan. Thanks to this letter, Yuma could move freely in the avant-garde near the Yornir plain. Yuma thanked his friend. Puan asked why Yuma was heading to the battlefield. The young man replied that he planned to convince Duran Zark to join their company. Surprised, Mr. Puan asked if Yuma had a plan. The young man was confident that he would be able to attract the aristocrat's attention with his skillful abilities. The only problem for Yuma was how to make Duran Zark a future ally. Duran Zark was considered one of the strongest and most skilled warriors during the conquest of the Empire. Duran Zark was rightly called the greatest swordsman in history. His strength was even compared to that of Lord Hugo. Duran Zark was a third-generation aristocrat who was fortunate enough to gain the trust and favor of the great empress. Meanwhile, on the plains of Yornir, Avantgarde's dizzying and unpredictable conquest was taking place. Yuma approached one of the many tents near which the emblem of the great empire fluttered in the wind. A calm old man handed Yuma some equipment and said that for the time being, he would be enlisted in the ranks of the infantry. The old man was very surprised because he thought Yuma was too young to fight on equal terms with the other great warriors. Two strange, muscular men stood near the carriage and laughed openly at Yuma. One of them invited the young man to visit his tent. Proud Yuma said nothing in response to the men's provocation and simply threw his armor at their feet. Yuma continued to think about how and where to find Dronzer and win his favor and attention. The perfect moment literally found Yuma, so he decided to respond to the insult by hitting one of the insolent men. The poor man lay on the ground. The rest of the Empire's representatives quickly gathered at the loud cries. The young man, who had received recommendations from the great Sir Haven Woods, dealt with 20 knights in a matter of seconds. A military tribunal awaited the young man. Armed guards seized Yuma to show him to Sir Dronzer. No one doubted that the poor man would soon be put to death. Dronzer read the recommendations from Haven Woods and was very upset that Yuma had already fought with his men on his first day. Yuma was truly remorseful and managed to say that he was very sorry for the inconvenience he had caused. Dronzer did not believe the young man's words of repentance. The Lord could not believe that the boy had dealt with 20 knights without weapons and without a single scratch. Sir Dronzer was angry with his guest and was about to say something, but an unexpected event forced the man to fall silent. Behind Yuma, an aura suddenly appeared, emanating from the sharp sword of the brave and courageous young man. Dronzer was impressed by the skills and abilities of the talented boy. The man noted his strong aura and praised him. Sir Dronzer began to stroke his beard and thought deeply. The Lord did not know that a commoner was capable of such mastery of the aura of a blade. Meanwhile, the knights beaten by Yuma stood in silence. The wounded men realized that the commander clearly liked the gifted boy. Dronzer turned to Yuma and said that he urgently needed to find out what kind of person he really was. The Lord ordered his henchman Centurion to strike the boy 20 times and then bring him to the Emperor's chambers after the punishment. Unexpectedly, Centurion shouted that he would not mock Yuma because the commander had shown a noticeable interest in him. However, the punishment was soon carried out. Yuma took off his sleeveless shirt, and Centurion began to whip his bare back. After the severe beating, Centurion turned to Yuma and offered him his unique pain-relieving ointment. Yuma silently turned around and was about to head to the chambers of the great Sir Dronzer. The Centurion wished him luck. The moon fully illuminated the chambers of Dronzer, who was already waiting for Yuma's arrival. They talked practically all night. A month later, Yuma received a unique battle and sword, which Lord Dronzer himself had chosen for him. Now Yuma led his own army, which was to conquer the capital of the powerful kingdom of Armad. Together with his army, which included brave knights, Yuma headed for battle near Armad Castle. The majestic Sir Dronzer arrived at the battlefield and shouted to his soldiers to prepare for the approaching confrontation. The first to enter the dizzying confrontation were the archers, who fired a crazy number of arrows with sharpened tips from their bows. The archers launched their arrows high into the sky. The knights were confident that the target would be hit. Yuma watched intently as a huge cloud of arrows flew toward Armad Castle. As the leader of the brave knights, Yuma ordered everyone to immediately activate their aura for the upcoming fierce battle. The arrows began to descend. The knights waited to see the consequences of their shot. The arrowheads hit the shields of their opponents, who had managed to form a so-called pyramid. Meanwhile, mysterious people dressed in dark robes stood on the tower near the cannons. They were ordered to prepare spells. The opponents fired cannonballs from their cannons, accompanied by a bright blue glow. Yuma had never seen anything like it before. Yuma quickly drew his sharp sword to immediately activate the aura that was supposed to reflect the approaching spells. The bright glow around Yuma only intensified. From the outside, it looked like the boy was literally shooting lightning bolts. The aura of Yuma's blade saved many lives, so the brave leader of the army ordered his subordinates to attack. Behind him, Sir Dronzer sat on his horse, admiring Yuma's talent and skill. He had not appointed the young man to a responsible position for nothing. Dronzer smiled once again and muttered that he was once again impressed by the leadership qualities of the gifted Yuma. Armad Castle literally fell. Thick smoke billowed from everywhere and people screamed in unbearable pain. After a long battle, the knights captured several people belonging to the elite ruling class. The bound prisoners knelt near the throne on which Sir Dronzer had already sat down. Sir Dronzer sat cross-legged on the prestigious throne. The great warrior thought about the future. Yuma, the newly appointed leader of his army, slowly but surely approached Dronzer. Yuma addressed the powerful knight Dronzer, saying that the man had given him a truly strong and powerful sword. Dronzer confirmed that it was indeed an excellent sword. The man suggested that Yuma keep it. Yuma began to doubt whether he was worthy of keeping such a weapon. After all, this sword even had its own name, Ascalon. Even before Yuma's rebirth, Ascalon actually belonged to Duran's first son, Dronzer. It turned out that expensive, rare, heavy Saracon steel was used to create this elite sword. This unique metal was mined near the eastern region of Saruka. It was indeed very difficult to find. There was nothing in the world that Saracon steel could not cut or break. That was what made it so unique. Almost every warrior dreamed of getting their hands on this magnificent sword, which had already taken the lives of 2 dragons. Of course, Yuma dreamed of getting such a unique weapon, but deep down, he still had some doubts. Duran Zark noticed the expression on the young warrior's face, which clearly spoke for itself. Sir Duran Zark decided to ask Yuma again if he wanted to keep Ascalon and own it for the rest of his life. However, there was one important condition. Yuma had to become the adopted son of Lord Duran Zark. Yuma smiled slightly and thought that if this were his first life on this earth, he would agree without much hesitation. Unexpectedly for Duran Zark, Yuma suddenly said that he would like to work for the Poan trading community. Duran Zark was even a little offended and crossed his arms over his stomach. The man replied that in that case Yuma would not be able to own Ascalon. Yuma tried to appease the offended lord by offering to take the boy as his apprentice. It was the best solution for both of them. Sir Duran Zark began to stroke his beard again and pondered the proposal of the bold and courageous young man. Duran Zark approached Yuma and said that it would be more profitable if he became his adopted son and successor, but the young man did not want to be adopted. Duran Zark turned away from Yuma and thought that the young man was too stubborn to repeat his offer. Yuma clearly would not agree. Lord Duran Zark smiled and thought that he could train the young man well physically, and then he would definitely change his mind. Yuma agreed without much hesitation and simply stood looking into the kind eyes of the great warrior Duran Zark. The decision was made. Duran Zark sat back on the throne and said that he would soon take Yuma as his apprentice. Suddenly, Duran Zark stood up abruptly and ordered Yuma to follow him. A new dizzying battle awaited them. Duran Zark was sure that this time Yuma would have to work hard and train with the best warriors almost every day. Duran Zark approached the door and said that the knights of Heihazeo would clearly not be weak and would not give up easily. Yuma thought seriously, as he had not recently encountered a warrior who could defeat him in a fair fight. Yuma, accompanied by Sir Duran Zark, headed for the majestic plains of Yornir. Yuma and Sir Duran Zark stopped near the gate to the Haseo military camp. Here they were met by 2 guards. One of the armed guards was very surprised by the approach of the mysterious strangers. The guards blocked the entrance to the military camp of Haseo and demanded that the guests introduce themselves and state the reason for their visit. Despite the shouts of the strict and confident guards, Yuma's heavy boots continued to approach the gates of the military camp of Haseo. Sir Duran Zark looked at the 2 guards with a menacing gaze and was surprised that the men did not recognize him. Sadi stood next to Yuma. Yuma couldn't believe that they had personally come to the military camp of their enemies, with whom they planned to fight in the future. The insolent guards clearly did not recognize the uninvited guests, and therefore asked them again why they had come. The men were sure that they had not come here for a drink. The guards continued their interrogation and asked again what could have brought the mysterious strangers to the Haseo camp. Commander Hichijo suddenly approached Duran and Yume, who was also surprised by the appearance of strangers in the midst of combat. Sir Duran Zark was surprised that the great Commander Hichijo had personally met him and Yume, so the man decided to get straight to the point. Duran Zark looked bravely at Commander Hichijo and proposed a battle between elite knights. Hichijo laughed and decided to ask the travelers why he should agree to such a foolish proposal. Duran Zark replied without hesitation that Hichijo would never be able to win against his mighty army. Regardless of whether Duran Zark himself would participate in this knightly battle, the man demanded to immediately engage in combat. Sir Duran Zark hugged Yuma and said that his new student, who possessed incredible talent, would participate in the upcoming battle. Hichijo smiled again and agreed to the warrior's proposal. There was one condition. If he won, he would take Duran's head. Duran Zark was far from a cowardly man and therefore agreed to Hichijo's important condition. The great warriors said goodbye and agreed to meet again in a week at the Haseo camp. Yuma asked Duran Zark if he had a backup plan in case Yuma lost the confrontation. Sir Duran Zark smiled again and said that he would never lose his head. Duran Zark looked intently at Yuma and said that Yuma could die in the coming week, and then the nightly battle would never take place. Yuma was greatly alarmed and did not know how to respond to the great warrior Duran Zark. After thinking for a moment, Yuma suddenly ran to his tent to look at his new gift, the sword Ascalon. With a quick movement of his hand, Yuma instantly pulled back the curtain into the tent and, already inside, stared intently at the expensive weapon. Ascalon lay in the same place where Yuma had left it the day before. None of the warriors would dare touch this weapon without permission. Taking the sword in his right hand, Yuma once again felt literally invulnerable. A thought arose in Yuma's mind in which he accused Sir Duran Zark of recklessness and godlessness. Yuma pulled back the tent curtain and hurried out with the weapon in his hands. Yuma's gaze suddenly changed dramatically, as he did not expect to see what happened next. Several spears were pointed at poor Yuma. The armed knights were clearly trying to kill him. Behind the armed knights stood Sir Duran Zark, who ordered his soldiers to attack Yuma as if they wanted to take his life. Duran Zark said that the first part of the training was learning the basics, and the second was real combat. Sir decided to move straight to the second aspect of the rules. Duran Zark also said that if Yuma was caught, he would have to run 1,000 laps around the training ground. Yuma did not understand what to do, as it was practically impossible to escape from the trap. Spears flew straight at him. Amazingly, Yuma managed to dodge the crazy number of spears flying at him and run away. Yuma instantly struck one of the armed knights in the face, and the poor man fell to the ground, showing no signs of life. Yuma grabbed the second knight with his left hand and turned to the other armed knights, promising that if they approached, he would take their lives. The armed knights standing around Yuma couldn't understand where the young man got so much strength to hold a warrior with his left hand alone. Sir Duran Zark stood behind him in the company of a mysterious stranger, and said that Yuma was able to quickly adapt to difficult situations. The strange stranger was also surprised by Yuma's skill and said that he would not know what to do in a similar situation. The stranger turned out to be Duran Zark's assistant, Randall, who was his nephew. He was sure that the knight should be killed. Duran Zark was outraged and did not believe that his own nephew was capable of killing his allies. Randall said that it was the easiest way. Yuma continued to hold the wounded knight in the air and said that if anyone took even one step, they would end up in his place. Randall smiled and looked at Duran Zark. The boy replied once again that taking a life was the easiest way for a warrior. Yuma suddenly summoned the aura of his mighty sword and struck the ground with it, causing Randall to lose his footing and fall to the ground. Duran Zark laughed and turned to his nephew, saying that he was too easy a target. Yuma found himself surrounded by armed knights again. The boy thought that they would never end. In such a negative situation, Yuma had to attack the leader of the armed forces, who would have to lay down his weapons after the attack. Yuma pointed his sharp blade at Randall, who stood opposite him, surrounded by his brave soldiers. Yuma prepared to attack Sir Duran Zark's nephew, Randall. Randall became slightly concerned and shouted that Yuma was not worthy of fighting Lord Duran Zark's nephew himself. Randall confidently stated that attacking his commander deserved the ultimate punishment, death. Armed soldiers raised their hands to support their commander, Randall. The warriors eagerly awaited the dizzying battle. Randall arrogantly turned to Yuma and asked if he knew what they called him in the neighborhood. He was indeed more than just a brilliant knight. Yuma did not wait for Randall's colorful remarks and called him a knight in diapers. Duran's nephew was greatly angered. It turned out that Randall was considered one of the most talented warriors of the Zark family. The guy used 2 sharp blades at once in battle. Yuma was not afraid because at that moment, Randall had only one sword in his hands and clearly could not show his skills. With lightning speed, Randall delivered a crushing blow to Yuma's left shoulder. The boy did not have time to react. Yuma thought that he had never encountered such strength in an opponent before. He had to come up with something as quickly as possible. Despite Yuma's numerous provocations, Randall continued to strike clearly and accurately. Yuma understood that if he made the wrong move now, he would face a terrible and painful death. Despite the potential defeat or even death, Yuma did not give up and remained in a fighting stance. Yuma was genuinely happy with this turn of events. The boy decided to use the powerful aura of the sword. Sir Duran's nephew, Zark Randall, narrowed his eyes because of the bright glow of Yuma's sharp blade. Yuma continued to think that he could now use the battle between dragons and demons as a so-called excuse. Beads of sweat formed on Randall's nose. The guy was clearly tired but continued to stare intently into his opponent's eyes. Unexpectedly for Randall, Yuma appeared behind him. The inglorious guy brought his sword to his opponent's neck and thought he would like to fight his rival. Randall was visibly upset because he did not understand how Yuma had managed to get so close to him. He lost and asked to be killed. Surprised, Yuma did not understand why Sir Randall Zark asked to be killed. Every knight is capable of losing in a fair fight. The proud Yuma reassured Sir Randall Zark and said that it was indeed an excellent, unpredictable battle. Lord Duran Zark intervened in the conversation and demanded that the training be stopped immediately. Everyone could go and rest. Sir Duran Zark called for a doctor and ordered him to take care of the fresh wounds of the talented warrior Yuma. The doctor quickly bandaged Yuma's left arm. The young man thought to himself that he could easily have lost his life if his attack had failed. Suddenly, Sir Duran Zark approached Yuma and said that Yuma would most likely have lost the fight if his nephew had had 2 swords. Duran Zark said that Yuma would be able to reach such a high level in the next 3 years of training as his student. Duran Zark again asked Yuma to become his adopted son, saying that then his skill level would increase in just 2 years. Yuma still refused. Suddenly, Yuma heard a strange rustling sound to his left, so he stopped talking to figure out where the sound was coming from. Yuma cringed from a terrible, dizzying pain in his shoulder. Naturally, the boy couldn't take it and fell down. It turned out that Yuma's negative response greatly upset Duran's arc, and the man struck his victim hard on the shoulder with a long stick. Yuma was on the ground holding his shoulder. His brain told him that the wound was indeed serious. Meanwhile, Duran's arc said that a warrior must always be on the defensive when wounded. The man asked what the boy would do next. Sir Duran's arc continued to scold Yuma, saying that he had miraculously escaped death and thought he was already safe. That was not the case. Duran's arc claimed that Yuma's subconscious actually controlled only half of his body. This was a mistake. Duran's arc said that Yuma needed to learn to control every millimeter of his body in the near future so as not to disgrace him later. Although Yuma thought to himself that the old man was clearly overestimating himself, he simply agreed and nodded. Night fell. Yuma reflected on how Sir Duran's arc had constantly shown aggression towards him and that the time had come to take revenge. 2 armed knights stood guard near the chambers where the great Sir Duran's arc spent the night. Yuma carefully approached the tent so that the armed knights would not hear his footsteps. When the knights turned the corner, Yuma, like a professional criminal, slipped into the tent where Duran's arc was resting peacefully. These were truly enormous and very comfortable quarters, inside which stood a comfortable and clearly expensive bed. The head of the great Lord Duran's arc was visible under a warm blanket. The man was fast asleep and had no idea that Yuma had broken in without invitation. With a slight movement of his hand, Yuma took out his sharp sword to scare the sleeping commander. Yuma raised the sword with outstretched arms to deliver a crushing blow in a moment. The guy was really ready to avenge his pride. Suddenly, Duran's arc approached Yuma and asked if he was really capable of taking his teacher's life. Every student must try it at least once. The talented Yuma's eyes widened to the limit. Surprised, the young man simply froze and stood rooted to the spot. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from the blow. Lord Duran's arc did not forgive his student's serious mistake. The armed guards reacted to the unperturbed cry. The knights instantly ran into the tent to save their commander's life. One of the armed knights on duty asked Lord Duran's arc how he was feeling and if he was all right. Duran's arc held Yuma, who had lost consciousness, by the scruff of his neck with his right hand. The Lord asked that the boy be taken to his chambers and allowed to sleep. The next training session was to begin in 2 hours. Yuma had to regain his strength and heal the wound on his shoulder. Duran's arc, accompanied by Yuma, was already standing on the grass. The man asked if the boy had slept well, as difficult training was about to begin. A dizzying surprise awaited Yuma. Lord Duran's arc said that for the next 6 days, the boy would eat nothing. Yuma was very frightened and once again thought that the Lord was trying to kill him. But the man said that he would not lose his life due to lack of food. Duran's arc smiled and said that if Yuma still couldn't withstand the test, then his fate was just that difficult. Yuma and Durand approached the tall grass. This is where the next task would take place. Yuma had to count every blade of grass in the area. Suddenly, Lord Duran's arc bent down to take off Yuma's shoes. The boy had to complete the test barefoot. Duran's arc continued to scare Yuma and said that he had to cover every blade of grass with his aura while his eyes were completely closed. Yuma replied that it was very difficult for him to cover his own hands with an aura, so he would clearly not be able to pass the difficult test. Yuma suggested that Lord Duran's arc try the task himself first. Of course, the man agreed without hesitation and took off his boots. Standing barefoot on the grass, Duran's arc turned to Yuma and said that he should not doubt the abilities of his brave mentor. A few seconds later, a light appeared under Lord Duran's arc's feet, which then spread to every blade of grass in the area. Yuma was so surprised that he couldn't utter a single word. The boy didn't understand how the old man managed to pass such a difficult test. In amazement, Yuma simply opened his mouth and watched intently the talent and gift of the brave and great warrior Duran's arc. The aura created by Duran's arc quickly spread across the clearing. Every blade of grass began to sprout. Lord Zark turned to his student and said that sooner or later he would be able to repeat such a magical feat. Yuma's mouth remained open in amazement. It was difficult for the boy to imagine how Duran's arc actually fought during the battle between dragons and demons. In addition, it was also difficult for Yuma to imagine how the evil demons were ultimately able to take the life of the great warrior Zark. The first day of training arrived for Yuma. The boy stood and tried to complete the task set before him. For the first time in a long time, Yuma suddenly felt a terrible hunger. He was ready to give up for a crumb of bread. On the second day, Yuma had his first successes. The blades of grass began to glow softly. The boy watched the beautiful butterflies. Hundreds of blades of grass in the area were destroyed forever because they could not withstand Yuma's dizzying aura. On the third day, Yuma watched the birds flying by closely so that he could later try to connect his mind with them. Finally, Yuma managed to merge his own mind with the beautiful world around him. A squirrel and a pigeon sat on the boy's shoulder. The fourth day of dizzying training began. The sun illuminated everything around him with its bright rays. A huge herd of bulls suddenly rushed past Yuma, but the talented young man was not afraid and did not even open his eyes. On the 5th day, the situation became seriously aggravated. Yuma's head was constantly filled with terrifying visual and auditory hallucinations. Yuma was overjoyed when the hallucinations and constant noises in his head finally disappeared completely. On the 6th day, almost all of the energy Yuma had accumulated was depleted. The situation was clearly getting out of control, and something had to be done. Yuma held on with his last ounce of strength, but suddenly, the poor guy simply lost consciousness from exhaustion. He fell onto the grass. Yuma continued to lie on the cold, icy ground, showing no signs of life. It seemed that the guy would never open his eyes again. Yuma seemed to have fallen into a black abyss from which he clearly could not escape. Here he found himself completely naked. Thoughts flashed through the frightened boy's mind. Had he lost his life again? And most importantly, too quickly. Yuma was very upset that on the eve of his death he had to simply count every blade of grass in the endless meadow. With every passing second, Yuma fell deeper and deeper into complete darkness. The young man blamed Dronzer exclusively for what was happening. Yuma understood that on the eve of his death, Lord Dronzer had forced him to perform a task that was too difficult for him to accomplish. Yuma swore to himself that if he opened his eyes, he would rid the world of the arrogant and conceited Lord Dronzer forever. Yuma thought that if he shouted Duran's name as loud as he could, the great lord would hear him and come to his aid. Unexpectedly for Yuma himself, he opened his eyes and saw the blue sky. The boy did not understand what was happening. Dronzer was sitting on the grass near Yuma, saying that he had no idea that this thing worked. Frightened, Yuma said that a few seconds ago he was in the afterlife, where he dreamed of killing his teacher and mentor. Lord Dronzer refused to listen to any more insults and replied that he would never have left his student in such a situation. Dronzer said that he had used real orc blood, which, according to local myths and legends, could revive any person. Sir Zark began to laugh loudly as he admitted that he had never believed in these tales about orc blood. The man did not know if the elixir would work. Lord Dronzer stood up to say a few wise words, but in reality, he simply began to check how Yuma was doing in the test. The fact is that Yuma managed to light up the aura around every blade of grass in the meadow, even from the afterlife. Dronzer praised his student. Surprised, Yuma still did not understand how he had managed to pass such a difficult and unbearable test. Dronzer looked at Yuma, who had managed to return from the afterlife, and told him to immediately prepare for the upcoming battle. Duran and Yuma approached the huge army. The soldiers raised their spears, at the ends of which were flags with the Empire's coat of arms. Sir Dronzer stood in front of the brave and courageous knights who were already ready to engage in a terrible confrontation with their enemies. Dronzer shouted to Commander Heichijo that a week had already passed. The man asked if he had chosen the best among his fighters. Heichijo laughed and told Dronzer to worry about his head, as Yuma would clearly lose the upcoming battle. One of the knights stepped forward to read the list of rules for the upcoming battle. No one was to interfere in the fight. The losing knight had to acknowledge his defeat and surrender. If Sir Kyle Dronzer and his army were defeated, they would be escorted to the great nation of Yahello. On the side of the mighty Sir Dronzer, the young but talented Yuma would fight. It was the first time the boy had worn such heavy armor. On the side of the nation of Yahello was the destroyer of Snowfield, the so-called immortal Tenzu, who had never known defeat in his life. Yuma closely watched the preparations of the knight Tenzu, about whom rumors and gossip spread at the speed of light. Virtually every inhabitant of the great empire knew perfectly well that 3 powerful families lived here, among which was the Zark family of swordsmen. The second family that enjoyed tremendous respect from the community was the Fabian family of magicians. No one forgot the name of the third family either. It was the Rolmondi clan of spearmen. Once upon a time, the immortal Tenzu and the spearman Xuan Rolmondi clashed over their differences. The dispute ended in a terrible duel. On that fateful day, the spearman Xuan Rolmondi returned home barely alive. Miraculously, the man managed to survive. According to rumors circulating in the area after the victory, Tenzu mocked the wounded Xuan Rolmondi. The immortal Tenzu was ready to engage in battle with his opponent and was greatly offended that an inexperienced youngster would fight him. However, Tenzu had no intention of giving in to Yume and swung his sharp axe at the young man. With a powerful blow, the immortal Tenzu plunged his sharpened axe into the ground, and soon fragments flew in all directions. The immortal Tenzu repeated that he would not give in to his young opponent and would fight with all his might. Yuma did not show in his eyes that he was actually very scared. The boy stood and simply watched his opponent. Immortal Tenzu shouted that he was about to attack, and Yuma had to quickly prepare for a dizzying attack. Yuma continued to stand still and wait for what would happen next. Immortal Tenzu hid his weapon behind his back so that his opponent could not parry the blow. His eyes sparkled like midnight lanterns. Yuma held his sword with both hands. His eyes also flashed. The immortal Tenzu jumped a decent distance to deliver his first blow, which he believed would also be his last. Yuma kept his stern gaze on his opponent and tried to figure out how to stay alive. Instantly, Yuma managed to connect the aura of his sharp blade and delivered a crushing blow to his opponent. Yuma's blow was so fast and accurate that in a matter of seconds, the guy found himself sitting on top of the immortal Tenzu. Due to the loud, piercing sound, the birds that were sitting in the trees and calmly watching the battle quickly took to the air and flew away. Sir Duran Zark, accompanied by his nephew Randall, opened his mouth in surprise as it became clear that Yuma had won. Commander Hichijo also opened his mouth at the sight. The legendary warrior did not understand how such a thing could happen in a matter of seconds. After realizing that his knight had lost his life, Commander Hichijo became very angry with Yuma. Hichijo had already drawn his sword and was heading towards Yuma, saying that his brother would never have lost a battle to such a young man. Yuma was surprised that the older brother had desecrated the noble killing of his younger relative. This was unacceptable. Commander Hichijo, in a state of rage, suddenly stopped but did not sheathe his sharp blade. Yuma turned to Hichijo and demanded that the noble knight surrender his weapon if he did not want to see the fall of the Haseo nation with his own eyes. With one stroke of his sword, the brutal confrontation was stopped. Thousands of husbands and fathers were able to return home to their beloved families and relatives. A huge tear fell from Commander Hichijo's eye. Everyone around him thought it was a happy, long-awaited ending, but not him. The news quickly spread to different corners of the powerful empire. The troops were greeted with cheers and applause. The great empress invited Sir Duran Zark to her palace to honor and thank him. At this dizzying and important moment for Sir Duran Zark, Yuma was by his side. Meanwhile, a lavish military banquet was planned to take place on the grounds of the imperial palace. Yuma, dressed in elegant clothes, watched intently as the wealthy aristocrats danced and socialized with each other. Noblemen and elegant women had fun and danced, paying no attention to the many problems in the empire. Yuma remembered with particular nostalgia that it had been a long time since he had last touched this smooth handrail with his own hands. Before Yuma's rebirth, this building was literally considered his home. Now it felt very strange to receive an invitation to a palace banquet. Yuma continued to enjoy the exquisite drinks and food. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger approached Yuma and asked the handsome young man his name. Yuma quickly turned around in surprise to see who had actually approached him. In front of Yuma stood a charming girl with green eyes and light hair. It was Yahello Rose. Ms. Yahello Rose addressed the guest of honor with a question that was important to her. Naturally, the young man eagerly awaited what the girl would ask him. Yahello Rose told Yuma that there had long been a rumor in the palace that Sir Duran Zark had given the young man real orc blood to drink. Offended, Yuma lowered his head and said that it was true. Duran Zark had done it to save his life. Yahello Rose thought for a moment and later replied that she would ask Sir Duran Zark himself about the incident. Yuma wondered why Lady Yahello Rose had asked him about orc blood. Yahello Rose found Duran Zark among the other guests of honor and shouted at him, asking why he had taken her mother's orc blood. Sir Duran Zark and Yuma approached the throne, where the powerful and cunning empress was already waiting for them. The empress asked Yuma what he wanted as a reward for his significant contribution to the victory. Yuma thought for a moment and replied that he wanted to seriously study the so-called orc blood. In order to thoroughly understand the origin of orc blood, Yuma would ask for Kale Fabian's help. Lady Yahello Rose was furious. Yahello Rose said that the blood of the orcs could buy a small country. If Yuma wanted to profit from it, she would not allow it. Yuma did not answer and just looked at the floor so as not to irritate the great Lady Yahello Rose. Yahello Rose was not going to calm down and continued the interrogation. Yahello Rose even wanted to throw a glass of drink at poor Yuma so that he would finally start answering her questions. Meanwhile, Yuma began to remember that in his past life, Yahello Rose had repeatedly helped him get out of difficult and complicated situations. Yuma truly had warm feelings for the charming Miss Yahello Rose. But poor Yuma could not forget that it was Miss Yahello Rose who was responsible for his rebirth. She had ordered his death. Yuma tried to leave his resentment in the past and began to smile strangely and mysteriously. Yahello Rose was surprised by the appearance of this eerie smile. Yuma finally asked if the blood of the orcs could help the great Kale Fabian in his crazy experiments. Yuma decided to share with Yahello Rose his childhood story when his life was hanging by a thread, but the powerful mage Kale Fabian saved him. Suddenly, a woman's anxious voice, which Yuma had known for a long time, was heard. It was Princess Zitka Rose. Princess Zitka Rose approached Yuma in the company of a beautiful girl named Adeline Woods. Zitka Rose asked her friend if this was the man who had saved her village long ago. Yuma thought to himself that the princess was mocking him. Zitka Rose was indeed mocking Yuma. She said that in his youth it was not Mr. Kane who saved him, but Lady Adeline Woods. Lady Yahello Rose asked her sister how she knew the brave and courageous knight Yuma. Zitka Rose said that Yuma had recently become the new leader of Sir Duran Zark's army. Yuma had become a rude person. Yahello Rose was mad with rage because her sister, a commoner, dared to ignore her words and questions. For the first time, Yuma felt like a small shrimp between two huge toothy sharks that couldn't share their prey. Yuma firmly decided to stop the heated argument and said that he had never renounced the words he had spoken in the past. Yuma claimed that he had been saved many times while living in different villages. Therefore, Mr. KL and Lady Adeline Woods were responsible for him being here now. It was clear from Princess Hitsuki Rose's angry face that she did not believe a single word Yuma said. Yuma began to smile and asked both princesses to share his glass with his savior, Adeline Woods. Princess Hitsuki Rose said that she would not mind drinking in the company of a veteran of numerous battles. Yuma gladly agreed and replied that it would be an honor for him to share a glass of wine with the charming princess. Yuma, Adeline Woods, and Zitsuka Rose made their way through the center of the hall, where they were escorted by noble aristocrats and dignitaries. Princess Zitsuka Rose led the team behind her and suddenly pointed to the wine barrels standing nearby. Yuma was truly perplexed, as he did not understand why he had come here at the behest of the proud Princess Zitsuka Rose. Princess Zitsuka Rose went to the balcony to make her request. The girl wanted Yuma to drink all the wine from these barrels. The main important condition was that Yuma had to finish the task while she was drinking only one glass. Meanwhile, Princess Gila Rose did not appreciate her sister's humor and joke and thought that Hitsuka had gone too far. Yuma firmly pulled the cork out of the barrel and smelled the dizzying aroma of delicious wine. Yuma grinned and did not understand how Princess Zitsuka Rose had guessed that he really loved wine and other alcoholic beverages. To show his confidence, Yuma even tapped the barrel lightly with his fist and prepared to carry out the princess's request. Princess Zitsuka Rose's eyes turned bright burgundy. The girl waited to see how Yuma would cope with the task at hand. In the blink of an eye, the barrel full of expensive wine was empty. Yuma managed to drain the barrel in just a few minutes. Princess Zitsuka Rose was so angry that she almost broke her wine glass. The girl's face turned crimson. Meanwhile, Yuma was already emptying the next barrel of wine, tilting it towards himself. Sir Randall Zark and the guard watched the amusing scene. They were sure that Zitsuka Rose had fallen into her own trap. Princess Zitsuka Rose deeply regretted her decision and, in order not to show weakness, also drained her small glass. The charming Princess Zitsuka Rose placed the empty glass on the railing. It seemed as if it would break at any moment. Zitsuka Rose loudly ordered Yuma to stop. It was not as spectacular a sight as she had imagined beforehand. Princess Zitsuka Rose asked Yuma how he would rate such an expensive drink. After all, the barrels had been standing there for several years. Yuma replied that it was a wonderful and very tasty drink. The boy was ready to open another barrel. Zitsuka Rose laughed. Yuma stood near the empty barrels right in the center of the hall and said that he really liked that there were so many spectators here. Zitsuka Rose continued to mock Yuma and told everyone standing nearby that he had managed to defeat the immortal Tenzu with a single blow. Zila Rose immediately intervened, saying that the boy had just drunk 5 barrels of wine in front of everyone. Zitsuka Rose replied that the people around them might think that Yuma had received favor from her sister. Princess Zitsuka Rose addressed an important question to her mother, the Great Empress, and asked for her opinion. The Empress was standing near Sir Duran Zark and replied to Zitsuka that she should do as she wished. Zitsuka Rose turned to her sister Hyla again and told her not to interfere in her conversation with Yuma. Hyla Rose was not going to give up and leave, and asked Zitsuka if she realized what impression she would make on the guests. Princess Zitsuka Rose thought about it. The girl was really curious about what the invited guests were thinking about her now. Unexpectedly, Princess Hyla Rose suggested taking some important action that would radically change the situation. Zitsuka Rose wanted to place bets. The princess was sure that Yuma would lose and was ready to bet a solid fortune on his opponent. Zitsuka Rose looked around for a worthy opponent for Yuma who, in case of defeat, would have to fulfill a special requirement. Princess Hyla Rose laughed at her sister's suggestion. She knew that Yuma could defeat any knight. Yuma thought for a moment and remembered that when he found out that Zitsuka Rose was planning a senseless rebellion, a tragedy had clearly occurred in her head. It was obvious that the treacherous Princess Zitsuka Rose really didn't care about anything that was happening around her. Meanwhile, night had fallen on the street. Due to the complete darkness, it was almost impossible to see people. Sir Duran Zark shouted for the battle to finally begin. Duran Zark ordered the opponents not to use their auras because he was concerned for the safety of the invited guests. Yuma stood opposite a strong knight who had agreed to engage in a fair fight with him. It was Schwan Rollman. The long-haired man stood completely calm, awaiting the upcoming confrontation. The Rolmandi family was widely known in elite circles for its skilled spearmen. However, it was Schwan Rolmandi who once lost a battle to the great and terrible immortal Tenzu. After the terrible duel, Schwan Rolmandi spent a long time healing his wounds and praying to the gods for having miraculously survived. A thought flashed through Yuma's mind that Schwan had clearly gone mad, since he knew that he had defeated the immortal Tenzu. The spearman Schwan Rolmandi approached Princess Zitsuka Rose to kiss the beautiful woman's hand. Schwan Rolmandi knelt before the princess and expressed his gratitude for being able to fight in her honor. Zitsuka laughed when she saw that Yuma was the first commoner to have the good fortune to kiss the hand of Hyla Rose. Gila Rose couldn't believe that her sister Zitska had said such things about the knight Yuma out loud. She was ashamed, but not for herself. Princess Gila Rose loudly declared for all the guests to hear that she saw nothing wrong with Yuma being a commoner. Princess Zitska Rose was both angry and surprised by her sister Gila's words. To prove her intentions, Princess Gila Rose leaned toward Yuma's head, who did not understand what was happening. Princess Gila Rose closed her eyes and gently kissed Yuma on the forehead. It was a sign of favor. Yuma was completely baffled as to how the great Princess Gila Rose dared to kiss a commoner in front of the guests. Sir Duran Zark opened his mouth in surprise. The other guests simply looked away and did not want to watch what was happening. Princess Zitska Rose was finally convinced that her sister Gila had lost her mind and was behaving inappropriately. After the kiss, Gila Rose asked Yuma to defend her honor and return as the victor. The bewildered Yuma could find no other answer than to say he understood and call Gila your highness. Before picking up his sharp sword, Yuma admitted to himself that he was beginning to feel slightly intoxicated after drinking several barrels of wine. Yuma reached out to take the sword, but his hand clearly did not obey him and began to tremble. Sir Chuan Rolmanati watched his opponent's trembling hands closely. The man smirked. Chuan Rolman stood in the middle of the hall with a long spear in his hands. The guests of honor were waiting. Yuma stood opposite his opponent. In his hands, the young man held his favorite sword, which had never failed him. Before the fight, Chuan Rolmandi admitted that on the eve of the battle with Tenzu, he was greatly exhausted by the confrontation with 500 knights. Chuan Rolmandi took the spear in his hands and told Yuma not to hope for an easy victory. Slightly intoxicated, Yuma realized why Chuan Rolman had agreed to the upcoming duel. Yuma shouted loudly that Chuan Rolman should not make excuses to him. If Tenzu were alive, he would not have allowed himself to do such a thing. Chuan Rolman replied that his young opponent was talking too much and attacked Yuma with a spear thrust. The enemy's long spear whistled past Yuma's right ear. The boy did not succumb to the provocation. Yuma watched Chuan Rolman's flying spear and continued to stand still. Knight Chounan Rolmandi launched another successful attack, striking his opponent. Yuma had to react quickly to the blow. Yuma's legs faltered slightly due to the quick jump in the air, but the young man still managed to stay on his feet. Without hesitation, Yuma responded to the aggressive attacks of his worthy opponent and struck with his sword. Surprised, Spearman Chunan Rolmandi stepped back slightly and thought that Yuma was aiming precisely at his chest and neck. Knight Chounan Rolmandi's eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. The man clearly did not expect such a response. The gifted Yuma struck again with his sharp blade. Chunan Rolman managed to parry Yuma's blow. The boy's sword met his spear in midair. Due to the crushing blow, Yuma's blade suddenly began to crack right before his eyes. For the first time, Yuma sensed defeat. Yuma did not know what to do in such a situation and began to recall the weapon that Duran Zark had once given him. Chuan Rolman also noticed the crack of his opponent's sword. The man smiled, realizing that Yuma could not win without a weapon. Despite his damaged weapon, Yuma was not going to give up and swung his sword widely. Chuan Rolman gathered his courage and lunged with his long spear straight at the frightened Yuma's head. Yuma managed to react to his opponent's sudden movement and blocked the attack with his blade. When Yuma's sword shattered into small pieces, he began to remember which of his servants had given him the fake blade. Princess Gila Rose saw her ward's weapon shatter into tiny pieces and covered her mouth with her hand. Yuma looked at his weapon with a puzzled expression, as only the hilt remained of his once sharp sword. Yuma had no choice but to simply throw away the sword handle. Chuan asked if he wanted to resume the conversation. Sir Chuan's angry Rolmandi demanded an immediate answer from Yuma and lunged at him with his spear again. Yuma dodged the insolent spear thrust and lunged at his opponent with a clenched fist. Yuma put all the energy he had accumulated throughout the day into this dizzying and devastating blow. Before Yuma's fist touched Chonan Rolmandi's face, the poor guy saw that the boy's hand was covered with an aura. After Yuma's magnificent blow, Chonan Rolmandi lost his balance and fell to the floor. Yuma stood over Chonan's body, surrounded by his magnificent aura. Yuma looked at his opponent lying on the floor and realized that he had really messed up because he couldn't cope without his aura. Chunan Rolman's face was covered in bruises and abrasions. The poor guy was writhing in agony. The honored guests watched Chuna Rolmandi lying on the floor intently, still hoping that he would get up. Yuma signaled to the invited guests that the confrontation had come to its logical conclusion. He had won. Princess Zitska Rose told her sister Gila that she had won. Yuma was so afraid for his life that he used his aura. Princess Gila Rose asked her sister in surprise what aura she was talking about, as she hadn't even noticed it. Gila Rose asked Sir Duran if he had seen the aura. The knight replied that he had only noticed the fake sword in Yuma's hands. Zitka Rose was angry because she had seen with her own eyes how Yuma had used his aura during the confrontation. Sir Duran Zark asked the guests of honor if any of them had seen his student use the aura to win. The guests simply remained silent. People thought that the blame for the negative situation lay entirely with Zitska Rose. The mad Princess Zitska Rose turned to her mother, the Great Empress, to ask another question about the aura. The Empress scolded her daughter Zitska, who clearly did not have the status to cause such a scene with a battle in the palace. Zitka Rose turned to all those present to ask them if their eyesight was okay. The proud Empress decided to put an end to this silly conversation and said that today Zitka would sleep in the servants' quarters. Princess Zitska Rose laughed loudly and asked the Empress if she thought she was a little child. Zitska Rose said that the empire's power had fallen to the bottom because her mother favored people like Dronzer. The proud Empress could not tolerate such an attitude towards herself, and so after a few seconds she slapped her daughter on the cheek. The Empress shouted that Zitska should never dare to contradict her own mother, calling her an ill-mannered child. Swordsman Reincarnates continued to lie unconscious on the floor. Yuma stood nearby and simply looked at the poor boy. Yuma thought to himself that he really just wanted to protect the honor of Princess Yahello Rose, but the situation had clearly gotten out of control. Yuma admitted to himself that he had indeed used his aura in the confrontation to save his life. There was no other way out at the time. The Empress and her daughter, Princess Zitska, seemed to hear the thoughts of the knight Yuma and looked at him with contempt. The proud Yuma finally declared loudly that he had defeated the great Swordsman Reincarnates with the help of his aura, but there was a reason. Yuma did not hide the fact that he had used his aura, but only because a terrible accident had happened to his sword and it had broken into small pieces. Yuma stopped talking and simply watched the reaction of the Empress and her daughter, Princess Zitsuki Rose. Suddenly, an imperial guard intervened and struck Yuma with a spear because he had interrupted the Empress's speech. The Empress ordered the knight to stop, as this banquet was organized in honor of the great knights, including Yuma. The Empress added that if anyone dared to spoil the dizzying celebration, she would personally punish the offender. Thus, the commoner Yuma made an incredible impression on the other rich and respected aristocrats. Sir Dronzer did not plan to tell his student Yuma that he had indeed shown courage in front of the respected guest. The weather changed dramatically and it began to rain heavily. Yuma always loved the smell of fresh air. It was literally pouring rain, and therefore it was almost impossible to see anything on the street. Meanwhile, the weather inside the huge royal palace also changed. Someone was walking down a long, dark corridor. The legs of a knight in armor appeared, rapidly approaching the tall doors. It was the powerful imperial knight, the guard Barris. The man possessed incredible calm and peacefulness. The imperial knight Barris came closer and closer to the door to finally open it. Barris entered a mysterious, huge room where a strange stranger was already waiting for him. Barris said he had come with a report. The mysterious man stood by the window and simply looked at the street where it was raining heavily. He asked Barris how things were going. Imperial Knight Barris quickly replied that everything was going according to plan. The stranger asked again about Princess Zitska Rose. Barris replied with an expressive look that Princess Zitska Rose was also behaving according to plan. The man before whom the Imperial Knight Barris knelt smiled and said that Zitska would be very upset when she saw how the situation was unfolding. It was the Emperor's husband, Grand Duke Winstling. He was glad that the promised day was approaching. Suddenly, Duke Winstling noticed a mysterious carriage passing by on the street. In fact, Yuma was sitting in the carriage, thinking that he had finally managed to win the favor of Sir Dronzer. However, Yuma did not rush to rejoice as he felt inside that something was not right. Yuma headed to the Poan trading community where he met his loyal friend, Mr. Poan. Mr. Poan greeted Yuma with shouts. The man said that the kingdom of Helga and the nation of Yahello had stopped cooperating with him for strange reasons. Mr. Poan knelt before Yuma and was practically crying because he did not understand how to proceed in the future. Yuma did not respond to Mr. Poan and simply watched his companion's dizzying hysterics. Yuma understood that this was punishment for the cold-blooded killing of the immortal Tenzu. Mr. Poan said that they had not received any money for the ships sent there. Yuma ordered everyone to quickly pack their things. A frightened Mr. Poan asked where they were going, to which Yuma replied that they were going to the Yahello nation. Yuma claimed that the Yahello nation had attacked first and now they needed to respond quickly to the situation. Yuma turned to a servant named Cog, who was to immediately find out who the Yahello were currently cooperating with. The servant Cog did not ask any questions and simply made it clear that he understood everything and that the order would be carried out as soon as possible. Mr. Poan argued that it would be a mistake to go to the Yahello nation in person, since Yuma already had a good relationship with the Empire. Yuma replied that before you can get anything, you literally have to put your life on the line and not be afraid of the consequences. Mr. Poan had never heard such an expression before. Yuma repeated that he should quickly pack his things for the journey. A horse-drawn carriage was already waiting for Yuma and Mr. Poan, who were heading to the Yahello nation for peace talks. Yuma and Mr. Poan looked out the window when the carriage stopped. They realized they had arrived at their destination. Upon exiting the expansive carriage, Yuma and Mr. Poan encountered three mysterious strangers who resembled smugglers. Yuma reminded Mr. Poan not to forget to stick to their prearranged story. According to the made-up story, Mr. Poan was considered the greatest merchant in the world, and Yuma was his right-hand man. Mr. Poan was very surprised but just nodded his head to show that he agreed with the made-up story. Frightened, Mr. Poan asked Yuma again if he was sure that the upcoming conversation would go according to plan. Yuma reassured the frightened Mr. Poan and told him to do everything the guy said. Poan agreed again. The so-called smugglers approached the approaching travelers and asked if they wanted to cross illegally to Yahello. Mr. Poan and Yuma were dressed in long dark hoodies so that their faces could not be seen. The smugglers asked them to pay. Once again, Mr. Poan was frightened when he heard the word money in the conversation. They were to go to the cargo compartment. Frightened, Mr. Poan just stood and waited for a reaction from his faithful assistant Yuma, who clearly had no intention of paying the smugglers. Without hesitation, Yuma lunged at one of the smugglers, kicking him in the head with his right foot. Surprised, Mr. Poan simply opened his mouth. The man did not know what to do, help or run away. Yuma did not stop after the first blow and continued his attack on the second smuggler. There was a loud crack from the dizzying and crushing blow. One of the smugglers lay unconscious on the ground. Yuma managed to win this confrontation with his first blow. Yuma turned to the other smugglers and said that they were lucky to have met the greatest merchant in the world, Mr. Poan. Shocked by what was happening, the smugglers let Mr. Poan and Yuma onto the ship, which was already sailing away from the shore. Yuma settled comfortably on his bed in a spacious cabin. The guy said it was much better this way. Next to Yuma stood Mr. Poan, who was once again amazed at how he managed to get the best cabin from the smugglers. After lying down and resting for a while, Yuma got up to address Mr. Poan. The man listened attentively without interrupting. Yuma wagged his finger at Mr. Poan, as he was about to tell him the most important and crucial part of the operation. Yuma claimed that rumors would soon spread on the ship that there was an important merchant on board accompanied by a great knight. Yuma knew perfectly well that in reality, the poor and commoners survived in this world by selling special information. The smugglers were heading in an unknown direction to obtain funds for the treatment of one of them. The fact was that merchants who heard such information would soon begin to take valuable items out of the empire so as not to go bankrupt. All Yuma and Poan had to do was intimidate these foolish merchants and find out who was really behind them. For this reason, Yuma said that he needed Mr. Poan to literally behave disgustingly and indignantly towards the poor. Mr. Poan began to worry and asked what Yuma meant by indignantly or disgustingly. Yuma repeated once again that Poan was a great merchant. Now they needed new names, Cornadin and Bamol. Yuma understood that they would be in trouble if someone accidentally recognized them, so the boys had to quickly change their appearance. A mysterious bell hung near the door, which soon rang out with a dizzying chime. Someone had arrived. Yuma and Mr. Poan guessed that important and wealthy people had come to see them, so they hid their faces behind scarves. Yuma hurried to open the door to the mysterious strangers, warning Mr. Yuma to behave arrogantly toward them. The doors to Mr. Poan and Yuma's cabin opened with an unpleasant, piercing creak. Standing on the threshold was a mysterious man who introduced himself as Homer, the owner of a large store. He planned to discuss important matters. Mr. Poan settled into his so-called arrogant role and asked Yuma to watch the doors, calling him by his alias, Bamol. Mr. Poan again instructed Yuma, telling him that no human soul should warm their ears near the door. Mr. Poan put on a beard and turned to his guest, Omer, saying that he had a very ugly face. He had dealt with such people before. Mr. Omer, who owned a large store, came to Poan's cabin accompanied by armed guards. Omer's guards clearly did not like Mr. Poan's insolent remarks and therefore tried to attack him. Yuma, who introduced himself as the Great Knight Bamel, instantly came to Mr. Poan's defense. With lightning speed, Yuma punched one of Mr. Omer's armed guards in the face. A small scuffle ensued as a second guard came to the aid of the wounded guard. The imposing man with a weapon in his hands rushed straight at the brave Yuma, who was already preparing to respond to the attack. Yuma did not take his eyes off his opponent, who had no idea how powerful his rival was. With a sharp movement, Yuma tripped the approaching armed guard, causing the man to crash to the floor. The armed guard quickly got up to attack again, but a blow to the face from Yuma stopped his attack. The owner of the large store, Mr. Omer, opened his mouth in surprise, as it was the first time he had seen his guards defeated so quickly. Mr. Omer watched intently as his armed guard fell to the floor unconscious. Mr. Omer was very frightened, thinking that Yuma would soon strike his pleasant face. However, Yuma was in no hurry to humiliate Mr. Omer and simply looked him straight in the eye with a stern gaze. Mr. Omer couldn't take it anymore and asked Mr. Poan and Yuma if they knew who he really was. For disrespecting himself and Mr. Poan, Yuma grabbed Mr. Omer's finger with his strong hand and was ready to break it. Yuma turned to the frightened Mr. Omer and told him to bring someone much more important than himself to their cabin. Mr. Omer cringed from the dizzying pain and replied that no one would have anything to do with scum like them. There was another loud crack. Mr. Omer paid for his unkind words and ran away from the cabin. The weather on board the ship was dizzyingly warm. The sun was shining brightly. Gradually the sun sank below the horizon, and an incredible sight could be seen: the sunset over the sea. Dark night fell. Complete darkness reigned all around. There was almost no one on deck. More crazy sounds came from Mr. Poan and Yuma's cabin. Someone was repeatedly punched in the face. The next guests who had planned to talk to the so-called great merchant carried away the wounded. The cabin door closed again and again in front of the noses of the next uninvited guests. Yuma and Mr. Poan rubbed their fists and realized that several hours had passed and none of the important rich people had come. Mr. Poin noticed that they would soon be broke because of the rent for this expensive room. However, Yuma didn't really care about money. He had a completely different plan. Once again, someone knocked on the door of their cabin. Yuma prepared to engage in a dizzying battle with the mysterious strangers. The door began to open slowly. The hand of the mysterious guest appeared. Soon, in addition to a strong hand, a pipe appeared in Mr. Poan and Yuma's cabin, emitting thick smoke with an unpleasant odor. It was an incredibly beautiful girl with dark hair who exuded arrogance and self-confidence. Yuma just glanced at the charming girl and realized that she had come at the right time, as the guys were already getting nervous. The attractive girl turned to Yuma and said that she had heard that a certain imperial descendant was acting like he owned the place. The charming girl looked into Yuma's eyes and asked him if he was the one who felt like he owned the universe. The cute but cheeky girl with the pipe asked again who was acting like they owned the world. Yuma turned to Mr. Poan and said that this girl was the one they had been waiting for several days. Mr. Poan asked how Yuma could be so sure about the charming girl. Yuma replied that she had an incredible aura. The passionate girl, accompanied by two muscular bodyguards, did indeed have a stunning aura. The girl asked what kind of deals the guests were offering here that they could afford to stage such scenes. When Mr. Poan coughed, Yuma demanded that the girl get rid of the awful smoke because his master was feeling unwell. The insolent girl was in no hurry to comply with the request and asked what would happen if she refused. Yuma quickly answered the question by pulling out his sword and cutting the smoking pipe in half. The girl was frightened because she understood perfectly well that Yuma could easily strike further and hit her charming neck. The armed guards reacted quickly and tried to attack the insolent and self-confident young man. The mistress of the armed knights stopped them and said that everything was going according to her plan. The passionate girl said it was too late, as Yuma had already managed to deliver his incredible blow, cutting her smoking pipe in half. Yuma turned his back on the charming girl, indicating that she could go to the cabin to negotiate with Mr. Poan. Meanwhile, Mr. Poan, out of fear, put his hands on his desk and tried to catch his breath before the important conversation. Mr. Poan turned to Yuma and said that for some strange reason, he literally couldn't move. The insolent girl turned to Yuma and said that he would be next. Yuma was very confused. Yuma watched as Mr. Poan lay on the table and did not move. The boy asked the girl what she had actually done. The self-centered girl asked Yuma if he wanted to show off his bravery. She knew that the poor guy couldn't move either. Yuma stood in front of the charming girl and really couldn't take a step. The stunning girl was very surprised when Yuma finally approached her and asked if she was sure about what she had said. Yuma did not show his fear and said that his body had long been immune to numerous and various poisons. Yuma picked up the smoking pipe from the floor, which he had broken with his sharp sword a few seconds ago. Yuma said that he immediately understood that the girl was not just smoking the pipe, but spreading the aroma of poisonous herbs throughout the room. Yuma asked the charming girl if it was too obvious. She was the so-called Queen of Poisons. The attractive girl's name was Natalie. She had long been a well-known figure among the elite society. Natalie was very surprised because it was the first time she had met someone who not only knew who she was, but also knew her real name. Yuma said that people tend to freeze in fear when they don't know what card their opponents will reveal in the next moment. Yuma was sincerely convinced that Natalie, who had not seen any worthy opponents until that moment, really liked the situation that had developed. Natalie smiled and decided to ask what Yuma and Mr. Poin really wanted. The thought occurred to Yuma that the situation could indeed be considered ideal. Yuma replied that he would like Natalie to ask the chief merchant, Haseo, to immediately pay off his numerous debts. Natalie smirked because now she knew for sure that Yuma was the very person who had been lucky enough to take Tenzu's life. Yuma also planned to conclude a lucrative contract to sell magic stones at 30% of their original price. In return, Yuma offered Natalie 20% of the total amount of magic stones as compensation. Natalie thought seriously and put her fingers to her luscious scarlet lips. Natalie agreed without much hesitation and finally asked what else Mr. Poin and Yuma wanted. Natalie touched the dark scarf that covered Yuma's face. The guy realized that the girl had agreed too quickly. Something was wrong. With a quick movement of her hand, Natalie removed the dark scarf that hid Yuma's true face. Natalie approached Yuma's face and said that she liked his appearance. Meanwhile, Yuma blushed deeply at the compliment. Natalie actually had a cunning plan. The girl grabbed Yuma's face and gently kissed the young, handsome man. Yuma clearly did not expect such an action from a charming girl he barely knew, and so his legs trembled. Although Yuma and Natalie's kiss was short, it made the guy feel incredible warmth in his soul. A moment later, Yuma realized that this kiss was not accidental. There was a poison of unknown origin on Natalie's lips. This powerful poison was known as deprivation of life. Natalie said she had always been looking for a man who was immune to poison. Natalie turned around and planned to leave the cabin. She said she would fulfill his demands soon, even though they seemed absurd to her. Yuma said he hadn't asked Natalie to kiss him, but the girl replied that it was her dizzying gift. Leaving Yuma and Mr. Poan's cabin, Natalie called the young man sweet and said that they would meet again soon. Yuma began to smile broadly and clearly did not believe that everything had happened as he had planned in advance. Yuma and Mr. Poan had a wonderful night in their cozy and comfortable cabin, and then the long-awaited morning came. At breakfast, Yuma said he was very happy that everything had turned out for the best. The young man felt peaceful and calm. Deep down, however, Yuma felt a certain anxiety and muttered words of doubt to himself. Mr. Poan sat down at the table where Yuma was already sitting and said nothing. It seemed that the poor man had suffered emotional trauma. At the table, Mr. Poan said that the Haseo nation really scared him. He took a breath and almost lost his life. Mr. Poan's emotions could not withstand such stress again, so he asked Yuma to finish his business quickly and return home. Yuma replied that first they needed to visit a tourist spot urgently, and only then would they return home. Mr. Poan asked again where exactly they should go in the near future. Yuma replied that it didn't matter, but it would be fun. Yuma was already prepared for an unforgettable experience as he and Mr. Poan approached the legendary Hellish Caves. It was in these legendary Hellish Caves that one could encounter both evil dragons and magical stones. Everything was different during the time of the battle between demons and dragons. Now, only weak demons appeared here due to the emergence of the demon god Sekhmia. With the appearance of Sekhmia, the human lands were filled with demonic energy. The strong demons went to the outside world. Even without Sekhmia, there were incidents when powerful demons came out and attacked innocent villagers. 2 armed guards stood at the gate to the Hellish Caves, lucky enough to perform such an important role. Mr. Poan turned to Yuma again and said that he had deceived him once more. The Hellish Caves were clearly not a tourist destination. The brave Yuma said that he was literally ready to lose his life here. Mr. Poan was not ready for the upcoming battle. Yuma once again tried to calm Mr. Poan down and said that he would be able to protect him from possible dangers. Mr. Poan believed in the honesty of his loyal friend Yuma, but doubts always lingered in his mind. Mr. Poan asked what exactly Yuma planned to do with the 2 armed guards. The brave Yuma replied that he would quickly deal with the 2 guards. Mr. Poan realized once again that he had asked a stupid question. Mr. Poan asked Yuma if he could at least once in his life resolve everything peacefully, but the young man no longer heard his friend's request. Yuma was already approaching the armed knights to clear the passage to the Hellish Caves. Mr. Poan continued to try to stop him. Yuma finally heard that Mr. Yuma was asking him some questions. However, it was too late. The guards were already lying unconscious on the ground. Mr. Poan asked again why Yuma always chose the worst and most difficult options out of all the available ones. Yuma ordered Mr. Poan to follow him closely because the caves were really dangerous. The young knight Yuma's eyes widened as he heard a strange sound. To avoid an unexpected battle that could cost Mr. Poan his life, Yuma decided to use his aura. Yuma stood still in a fighting stance. He was ready to attack the uninvited guest or even a demon. In the end, Yuma ordered Mr. Poan to wait outside, as he did not expect it to be so dangerous here. It turned out that Yuma had just killed Cello's cub, and now the guy had to engage in a dizzying battle with the parents. Despite the fact that the Cellos were demons, they had a strong maternal bond, like their distant relatives, the spiders. During the battle between demons and dragons in the very center of the empire, there were only 5 Cellos. Yuma understood that the cub's mother could ruin everything. Despite the fact that Yuma had learned how to defeat the Cellos, these creatures had killed more than 100 powerful and promising knights. In anticipation of a dizzying duel, Yuma said he needed more space. Yuma understood that he needed more open space to easily dodge the Zell's tough web. Yuma and Mr. Poan quickly ran to the exit. They had to run faster to stay alive. Suddenly, Yuma heard a strange sound again and jumped up unexpectedly, dodging Zell's attack. After successfully dodging the attack, Yuma stopped and thought that he had almost lost the most precious thing he had in his life at that moment. Meanwhile, the huge cello approached the frightened knight Yuma while he was rejoicing at his good fortune. Yuma's joy and happiness quickly ended as the boy suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The fact was that Selos's hard web had pierced Yuma's chest, and now the boy could lose his life. Yuma doubled over from the crazy pain in his chest and was already ready to lose his life. An unidentified foreign object was indeed sticking out of Yuma's chest, which clearly belonged to the mother of the deceased Selos. Naturally, Yuma couldn't stand on his feet because of the terrible injury. The poor guy just collapsed to the ground. Cell quickly pulled his tentacles and web out of his chest, forcing Yuma to get back on his feet and prepare for another attack. Yuma grabbed his chest with his left hand and tried to conserve as much energy as possible for the upcoming encounter with the mighty Chelov. To improve his maneuverability, Yuma quickly threw off his dark hooded cloak. Yuma stood in his sturdy armor, which had once been given to him by Sir Durand Zark. The young man understood that without his armor, he would have lost his life long ago. Chelov retreated, thinking that Yuma had long since lost his life and was lying unconscious on the ground. Yuma drew his sharp sword and continued to walk slowly but confidently into the unknown. Yuma stopped when he saw several strange cocoons on the ceiling. The boy realized that he had arrived at his destination. The cave was indeed frightening, as Cello's young began to gather around Yuma. A small cello cub slowly descended onto Yuma's head to attack its innocent victim. Yuma stood rooted to the spot and watched the numerous cocoons, which were clearly impossible to count. Suddenly, one of the small Zelov cubs decided to deliver a dizzying blow to Yuma's head, but the boy managed to jump out of the way as usual. Landing in another place, Yuma tried to cut through the tough web with his sword. The young man had no idea what material this thing was made of. Yuma raised his head and thought that all subsequent attacks would come exclusively from above. After a while, Yuma saw that the mother of the fast cubs had finally come to their aid. Yuma prepared to strike first. Otherwise, he might not get another chance. But Yuma couldn't take a step because his feet touched the web, and now he was stuck to the floor. Yuma realized that there were traps everywhere. The boy clearly had to try hard not to fall into them. Yuma looked into the eyes of the terrifying, disgusting monster, which was clearly going to take revenge on the uninvited guest for the death of its baby. First, Yuma had to figure out how to get this huge monster down from the ceiling. The boy swung his sword. A bright web glistened around Cell's giant tentacles, giving the monster a clear advantage. Yuma tried again to hit the huge monster with his sword, but soon realized that Cell had simply blocked his blow. Yuma was greatly surprised at how intelligent and perfectly composed the giant cello was. In any case, Yuma had hit the tentacles of the huge cello, as a strange purple liquid began to drip onto the floor. The ferocious monster continued to groan in pain. Yuma's sharp blade had wounded him. Despite his injury, Cello continued to attack, and his anger grew with every passing moment. It was too difficult for Yuma to move around in the small, dark cave, which was also full of traps. Cello attacked the poor guy again with his heavy, nasty tentacles. The guy jumped back again. Slipping on the web, Yuma performed an amazing somersault. The boy thought that the fight should be moved to another, more spacious place. Miraculously, Yuma managed to land not on the web, but simply on the floor. The boy stood up confidently but continued to fear the monster. The eyes of the huge, terrifying monster, Zell, literally glowed in the complete darkness. It was a terrifying sight. Yuma decided to try a different tactic and began striking the webs on which the cocoons hung with his sword. Nothing helped. Cell felt confident. Yuma understood that without his aura, he would not be able to cope, but using it here would be dangerous. Yuma realized that there was simply no other way out but to cover himself with his aura. Otherwise, he would lose his life. A dizzying aura formed around Yuma and his legendary blade, with which the boy began to prevail. With a precise sword strike, Yuma managed to cut the tentacles of the giant cello in half. For the first time, Yuma became very frightened when Cello began to make nightmarish sounds from the terrible pain and showed his boundless mouth. The huge monster could no longer hold itself confidently on the web in the air near the ceiling and therefore fell to the ground. Loud cries of victory rang out in Yuma's mind. The young man simply rejoiced in his talents and sword skills. When the monster found itself on the ground, Yuma realized that his opponent was defenseless at that moment and could deliver a crushing blow. Cell saw that Yuma was already in the air and ready to strike with his sword, so the monster covered its face with its tentacles. Yuma had no intention of retreating, and as he jumped, he shouted loudly and confidently, anticipating his incredibly difficult victory. Cell felt uncontrollable fear and again let out piercing sounds, opening its giant mouth. Suddenly, the eyes of the giant monster Cell changed color sharply and seemed to glow brightly. Yuma literally plunged into a crazy abyss where his whole life was represented by a chain of reflections and magical shards. First of all, Yuma saw in the shard how, because of the legendary knight Mero, he became a eunuch and considered himself a cripple and a disabled person ever since. A second later, in the next fragment, the boy saw the fire that would later destroy his village and kill his close relatives. In the reflection of the next fragment, Yuma saw several bodies lying unconscious on the ground. They were his relatives. A little later, Yuma witnessed the deaths of thousands of powerful knights who fell at the hands of demons and dragons. In addition, Yuma even watched the death of the great and immortal Tenzu. In the next moment, Yuma saw himself in his past life before rebirth, kneeling before the powerful Empress. Yuma saw how Empress Hyla Rose gave the order to her guards to take his life and felt no pity for him. The eyes of the charming Empress Hyla Rose were still filled with tears, although the girl carefully hid it. Soon after, Yuma saw how, after rebirth, Princess Hyla Rose was not ashamed and kissed him on the forehead before the battle. After an incredibly short film from the fragments of his own life, Yuma's eyes filled with bitter tears. Yuma stood and cried, not understanding how such a terrible and terrifying monster could show him the story of his life. After regaining his composure a little, Yuma tried to throw these bitter images out of his head and wave them away with his hand. Yuma said he would never have believed that a simple big spider had a real demonic eye. Yuma turned to Chelov and asked how he managed to prepare so quickly for his unpredictable attacks. Wiping the last tear from his face, Yuma admitted that this giant and terrifying Chelov really scared him. Yuma stood with his sword in his hands and simply waited to see what would happen next. However, during the fierce confrontation between demons and dragons, and even after it ended, Yuma swore that he would never lose a battle. Chelov took advantage of the situation and tried to knock the sword out of the boy's hands with his large tentacles. Yuma did not expect such a perfect attack from the nightmarish spider and unexpectedly fell to the ground, dropping his sharp blade. Using the power of his aura, Yuma quickly picked up his sword and jumped into the air again to deliver a crushing blow. The cunning and nimble Cello tried again to stop Yuma by blocking himself with several tentacles. Yuma failed to hit the target immediately and landed on the ground, waiting for his next jump. Yuma realized that he had to make a quick decision and struck Cello with his sword. A blue liquid flowed from the enraged monster. Cello again emitted loud, piercing sounds similar to human screams. The giant spider did not give up. Yuma realized that another powerful attack was coming, which he would have to quickly dodge. Yuma tried to take a step to the side but saw that his legs were completely entangled in the cursed web. The situation was spiraling out of control as small offspring of the vicious Cello suddenly began to run towards Yuma. Yuma only had time to shout that he couldn't stand the pain when suddenly a red liquid began to flow from his mouth. Yuma understood in his mind that he could not lose to some scary but ordinary spider. Yuma began to recall the lessons of the legendary teacher Sir Duran Zark, who taught the boy how to use his enhanced aura. To carry out his plan, Yuma needed to concentrate hard and gather his energy into a single point. Yuma tried with all his might to use his already legendary glow, and unexpectedly, he succeeded. The cave shone with an aura. Yuma said that he could release his own energy for a final and decisive blow to his opponent. Yuma tensed with all his might and directed a beam with maximum energy straight into Cell's huge mouth. There was a dizzying sound and a crash. It became clear that Cello had simply shattered into thousands of tiny fragments. The cave literally shook. There had never been such a crazy incident here before. Huge, sharp fragments began to fall from the top where the small Cello cocoons hung. Yuma stared intently at the spreading blue liquid. That was all that remained of the giant, vile spider. Yuma rejoiced in his dizzying victory and began to shake the blue liquid off himself, preferring to wear only clean armor. To defeat the huge Selov, Yuma literally had to put all his energy into a crushing blow. Yuma was left without strength and simply fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Lying on the cold ground, Yuma said that next time he would have to come here only with a team of knights. Yuma told himself that he didn't even have the strength to get up. If another monster attacked right now, he would surely lose his life. Yuma reasoned that he could be killed by the hand of a vicious, ferocious orc. It would be a very sad end for a knight. Suddenly, Yuma felt a strange but warm breath on his lips. The young man was very frightened. It seemed to Yuma that he had been kissed by another terrible, vicious monster. A yellow liquid ran down his lips. Opening his eyes, Yuma screamed. The young man was already saying goodbye to his beloved relatives and thought he had swallowed a deadly poison. Yuma tried to wipe the deadly poison from his lips. He did not understand what this nasty stuff was. The frightened Yuma's eyes widened to the limit. The guy kept wiping his own mouth, thinking he would be saved. Suddenly, a familiar female voice sounded. It was Natalie, who said that it was actually an expensive medicine. Natalie claimed that she had just saved Yuma's life and now he was indebted to her. Yuma was very surprised to see the charming queen of poison, Natalie, here in the hellish caves. The boy wondered how she got here. Natalie said that Mr. Poan was crying loudly in front of the main hall of the trading community. Natalie claimed that Yuma would have died if she and Mr. Poan had not come to the cave. Natalie claimed that Yuma would have lost his life if she and Mr. Poan had not come to the cave. Mr. Poan hugged his friend Yuma tightly. The boys stared intently at the Queen of Poisons, Natalie. Natalie claimed that Yuma definitely had power, but would not live long if he threw himself into certain death. Exhausted, Yuma agreed with Natalie in his mind. The girl was indeed right. Yuma remembered that if this situation had happened before his rebirth, everything would have been different. The image of the deceitful and vile knight Mero came to Yuma's mind, and there would have been no point in that. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, did not hear what Yuma said, and asked him what he was muttering under his breath. Yuma picked up a piece of the giant spider's tentacle from the ground and wanted to see what it looked like. Yuma held the giant cell's tentacle in his hands and said that it could fetch a huge fortune. Yuma leaned over the remains of the giant spider and said that they should check the cave more often. It was a huge fortune. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, lowered her eyes and said that she was planning to leave the hellish cave. Before leaving, the charming girl Natalie found a strange yellow piece of material of unknown origin. Natalie held an orange bag in her hands and couldn't figure out what it was. Yuma smiled and said it was a bag of acid. It was a gift to the girl for saving him. Natalie, the Queen of Poisons, smiled and said she would use the bag of acid as a drink. Yuma and Mr. Poin were left alone. Yuma said it was time to go, but first they had to collect all the remains of the so-called cell. Yuma and Mr. Poin headed for the port to finally board the ship home. A mysterious stranger standing at the ship's entrance was directing his poor assistants. This stranger was already familiar to Yuma because he was involved in smuggling. Suddenly, two strange but confident figures appeared in front of the smuggler. It was Yuma and Mr. Poin. The frightened smuggler said that he was no longer involved in illegal activities and apologized to Yuma and Mr. Poin. The former smuggler put his hand on his heart and sincerely apologized to Yuma and Mr. Poin for all his sins. Meanwhile, the two mysterious strangers talked about how they had miraculously managed to get on board the ship, which was about to sail. Yuma and Mr. Poin stared intently at the former smuggler. Their gaze made it clear that they were in charge here. The smuggler, with bumps on his face, asked the respected gentleman to board the departing ship. Mr. Poin and Yuma happily boarded the ship and set off on a dizzying journey across the sea. Already in their comfortable cabin, Yuma and Mr. Poin settled down on a comfortable bed. Yuma said that they had dealt with the main problem. Mr. Poin said that now they could calmly and easily conduct important business in their Poin trading community. Yuma was so surprised that he jumped out of bed and asked Mr. Poin what he meant by peacefully. Yuma said with confidence that they first needed to make sure their competitors had learned their lesson. The trading community that had begun to compete with Mr. Poin and Yuma was called the Zika community. Yuma knew very well that this trading community was under the protection of the great and powerful Rolmondi family. The manager of the Zika trading community was the illegitimate son of the Rolmondi family, named Hiza Rolmondi. Yuma stopped at the gate and told the armed guards that he wanted to meet with the manager of the Zika trading community. Yuma walked down the corridor but still did not understand why he was helping the illegitimate son. He had heard the name Zika somewhere before. The servant stopped Yuma near the tall doors. The man said that he needed to enter here. Before entering the door, Yuma noticed a girl standing nearby who worked here as a servant. The pretty girl working here as a servant turned away so as not to look Yuma in the eye. Yuma looked closely at the charming girl again but said nothing. The maid opened the door that Yuma was supposed to enter. The young man felt an incredible desire to meet the manager of the trading community. Entering the huge hall, Yuma first noticed that there were empty bottles on the floor that had once contained alcoholic beverages. Yuma made a dissatisfied face and thought to himself that the people here drink too much alcohol. Yuma stood like an aristocrat and tried not to show his fear. The young man decided to introduce himself. Mr. Zika responded to the friendly young man and said that he was very pleased to meet him. The next second, Mr. Zika decided to ask his guest why he had come here. Yuma thought to himself that it would be very difficult to negotiate with this man. He said aloud that he was here for the sake of the Haseo nation. Mr. Zeka whispered the word no very quietly and began to shake his head from side to side. Mr. Zika got up from his chair and replied to Yuma that he didn't really care why he had come to his house. Mr. Zika's face broke into a smile. The guy said they needed to drink urgently to celebrate the meeting. Mr. Zeka picked up a bottle of alcohol but suddenly announced that he had broken all the glasses. The broken glasses did not prevent Mr. Zeka from doing what he had planned, and he began to drink straight from the bottle. In order not to offend the owner of the luxurious castle, Yuma took the bottle in his right hand, but did not plan to drink from it. At first glance, it might have seemed that Mr. Zeka was insane. Yuma did not understand why he was drinking so much. In addition, Yuma noticed Mr. Zeka's aura, which was literally impossible to control. Mr. Zeka, already slightly intoxicated, asked Yuma why he had come to his castle after all. Yuma decided to answer again in a confident voice and said that he had come to discuss a deal with the Haseo nation. Suddenly, Mr. Zeka became very upset and angrily overturned the table at which he was sitting. The man ordered Yuma to leave immediately. Yuma sat on a chair with his eyes wide open and thought to himself what would happen if he refused to comply with his demands. Mr. Zeka stood his ground. Otherwise, he promised to take Yuma's life in the most horrific way possible. Yuma smiled broadly, knowing full well that Mr. Zeka would not succeed, and said that no one had ever been able to do that. Yuma's expression changed, and he told Mr. Zeka that he did not like people who hurt girls like the maid behind the doors. Mr. Zeka became even more angry, and in a matter of seconds tried to attack Yuma for his insolence. Mr. Zeka tried to grab Yuma by the head with his left hand and shouted that he never hit women, let alone maids. Of course, Mr. Zeka missed, as Yuma quickly reacted to his attack. When Mr. Zeka fell flat on the ground, Yuma turned to him and said that he remembered everything. Meanwhile, Mr. Zeka got up and clenched his hands into fists. Yuma finally remembered where he had heard his name. Once upon a time, there lived a mysterious man who was literally possessed by the devil. According to existing legends, when this man lost limbs in battle, they grew back again and again. The locals also said that this vile man could not be killed, even if an arrow pierced his heart. The possessed man emerged victorious in dizzying battles almost every time. Countless great knights lost their lives trying to stop this ferocious, uncontrollable monster. Only now did Yuma realize that the name of this man possessed by the devil was Zeke Dean. Mr. Zeke Dean's eyes literally reddened with rage, and the man was ready to deliver a crushing blow. Broken bottles that had once contained alcoholic beverages lay scattered around Mr. Zeke Dean. Yuma stood opposite Mr. Zeke Dean and was already preparing to repel his next attack. Sweat beaded on Yuma's face. His gaze made it clear to his opponent that he would never be defeated. Clenching his fist, Yuma noticed that after several blows, Mr. Zeke Dean did not have a single scratch. Yuma understood that Mr. Zeke Dean was strong enough even when he was not possessed by the devil. Yuma thought again that if he could come to an agreement with his opponent, he would fit perfectly into his team researching magic stones. However, it was clear that Yuma would not be able to come to an agreement with Mr. Zeke Dean just like that. His opponent was ready to attack. Yuma had to come up with an original way to save his own life and not take his opponent's. Mr. Zeke Dean's first blow did not hit its target. Yuma ducked and struck him in the stomach with his right hand. Soon, Yuma struck again, this time directly in the face of his opponent, Mr. Zeke Dean. The boy wondered how to stop the fight. After a dizzying blow from Yuma, Mr. Zeke Dean found himself on the floor and soon began to insult his opponent. Mr. Zeke Dean picked up a long spear that was lying nearby so that he could easily take Yuma's life. Mr. Zeke Dean stood up and was ready to strike his first blow with his sharp long spear. Yuma clenched his teeth and was ready to dodge his opponent's attack once again. The boy thought about how to stop the fight. Yuma thought to himself that Mr. Zeke Dean was acting dishonorably by attacking an unarmed man with a spear. Mr. Zeke Dean's gaze indicated that he had no intention of backing down and would soon attack his opponent. Yuma stood in a fighting stance and was ready to meet Mr. Zeke Dean's crushing blow. Mr. Zeke Dean made an incredible lunge toward his opponent, holding his spear in front of him. Yuma reacted instantly, and the long spear miraculously missed the skilled and agile young man's face. The unpredictable battle continued. Mr. Zeke Dean struck again with his spear. Yuma miraculously managed to dodge it. No matter how much he dodged his opponent's numerous blows, he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Mr. Zeke Dean had finally hit him. Yuma discovered that after his opponent's blow, his left arm was damaged and red liquid began to ooze from it. Yuma was very surprised that he had missed such a dizzying blow from his opponent and therefore defended his face by any means necessary. Mr. Zeke Dean attacked again, but this time, Yuma was focused on his opponent's movements and was able to dodge. Once again, Mr. Zeke Dean struck with his spear and dodged to the right. Yuma thought to himself that Mr. Zeke Dean possessed incredible speed and would be very difficult to defeat in a fair fight. Yuma crouched slightly to jump into the air and perform his unique signature move. Mr. Zeke Dean held his long spear with both hands and waited for his opponent's attack. Once again, Mr. Zeke Dean tried to strike with the sharp tip of his long spear. Mr. Zeke Dean's eyes were fixed on his opponent. The guy was clearly expecting a quick victory. Mr. Zeke Dean decided to be cunning and hid the spear behind his back to deliver an unexpected blow. The sharp tip of Mr. Zeke Dean's long spear was once again approaching the face of the skilled and agile Yuma. Yuma realized that it would be very difficult for him to defeat his formidable opponent in a duel. Therefore, the guy's right hand began to emit an aura. Unexpectedly, Yuma's fist with its powerful aura met the palm of the mysterious stranger. It was clear that Yuma was very tired, so he stopped resisting and just looked into the face of the mysterious stranger. An elderly man with gray hair stood next to Mr. Zeke Dean and silently looked into Yuma's face. This mysterious stranger turned out to be a great and powerful man named Hayes Rolmondi. Mr. Hayes Rollman was the head of the family and was considered a cold-blooded aristocrat who maintained the purity of his lineage. According to legends and myths, Mr. Hayes Rollman was second in power only to Sir Duran Zark. Mr. Hayes Rolmani literally never missed an opportunity to argue with Sir Duran Zark during ministerial meetings. Mr. Hayes Rolmani turned to Yuma and said that Sir Duran Zark's student had nearly killed his illegitimate son. Yuma replied without hesitation that if he had not resisted, he himself would have lost his life long ago. Mr. Hayes Rolmondi looked furiously and angrily at Sir Zeke Dean, who simply remained silent and listened to his so-called father. Mr. Hayes Rolmondi said that at first glance Yuma was no different from the others, but in reality, he hides his strength behind a gentle nature. Mr. Hayes Rollman also noted that Yuma continued to stand his ground even in front of such a powerful man as himself. Mr. Hayes-Rollman made no secret of the fact that such talent, if it fell into the hands of his rival, Duran Zark, would be worth much more. Mr. Hayes-Rollmanzi loudly told Yuma to leave his castle and never return. However, Yuma was in no hurry to comply with Mr. Hayes-Rollmanzi's demands and said that he needed to talk to Zek Dean. Mr. Hayes-Rollman did not respond to the young man, and soon the poor fellow had no choice but to leave the castle and go out into the street. With slow but confident steps, Yuma walked along the path from the castle and thought to himself that the situation was out of control. Yuma couldn't believe that Mr. Hayes-Rollman would now be working with the real monster, Zek Dean. Yuma was sure that Hayes-Rollman had started working with Zek Dean only because he had incredible talent. It was hard for Yuma to imagine that a supporter of pure-blood heritage could work with an illegitimate heir. Yuma looked at the windows with huge red curtains hanging in them and thought to himself that there was something else going on in this situation. Meanwhile, Lord Zek Dean was lying on the floor receiving heavy blows to the head. A poor maid sat unconscious nearby. Mr. Hayes-Rollmanzi continued to kick Lord Zek Dean in the head and had no intention of sparing this monster. He could take Lord Zek Dean's life. Meanwhile, the brave Yuma was already approaching the huge gates that, at first glance, opened the gates to paradise. The guards asked him his name. The red-haired girl asked Yuma if he considered the grand and colorful Zarkov estate to be his personal bar. Naturally, Yuma replied that he had never thought so. The boy closed his eyes and asked for forgiveness. Sir Duran Zark joined the conversation between Katerina Zark and Yuma and asked the girl not to scold the frightened boy. Katerina Zark was the youngest daughter of the great Duran Zark. The insolent girl asked Yuma again why he needed to come here for alcohol. Katerina Zark turned again to her noble father, Duran Zark, and said that he should not listen to what this commoner was saying. An angry Katerina Zark left the room where her father and Yuma were sitting and finally said that there was something wrong with them. Sir Duran Zark said that if he had known that Katerina would grow up like this, he would not have had more than 3 children. Sir Duran Zark drank his delicious tea and asked Yuma to return to the conversation about elite alcohol. Sir Duran Zark finished his strong tea and asked Yuma why he wanted a 40-year-old wine from the province of Shaili. Yuma confirmed that he would not mind trying this expensive drink, as he knew that only wealthy aristocrats could afford it. Meanwhile, Yuma also took a cup of tea and said that he needed this expensive wine for a special and picky customer. Yuma again said that his high-ranking customer simply adored alcoholic beverages. Lord Zekadin sat at his table in complete solitude, as usual. His servant told him that Knight Yuma had come to see him. Yuma opened the door where Lord Zekadin was sitting and looked at him with a proud gaze, feeling his superiority. Lord Zekadin smiled and asked Yuma if he had come to organize a second round of unpredictable battle. Yuma denied that he had come to fight, as last time he had not even had time to talk about important and real matters. Lord Zekadin slammed his hand on the table and asked Yuma in an angry voice what he had come to his house for. Yuma began to smile to appease his interlocutor's anger and said that he had come to enjoy a glass of fine wine. Yuma poured a glass of 40-year-old wine from the Shali province into Lord Zika's glass. Naturally, he couldn't resist and began to drink. Lord Zekadin practically drained his own glass of wine in one gulp, which greatly surprised Yuma. Lord Zekadin grimaced and said that it was like drinking liquid fire. The young man thanked him once again for the expensive gift. Yuma was glad that the owner of such a huge castle liked his expensive gift. Already intoxicated, Zekadin offered to tell Yuma an unpredictable story as payment for his gift. Lord Zekadin began his story by saying that once upon a time there lived a charming girl who worked as a servant. She possessed incredible beauty. The attractive girl bore a striking resemblance to the goddess Sebra, but she was an ordinary peasant girl living in the village of Tezi in the hilly region. And one fine day, Mr. Hayes-Rollmanzi, who had come to the village of Tezi on some important business, found her. Lord Zekadin asked Yuma, who was listening attentively to his story, what he thought the Lord had done with this beautiful girl. Lord Zekadin continued to tell the story with tears in his eyes. He said that this girl was his mother. His maternal grandparents tried to talk to the harsh tyrant, but Hayes brazenly got rid of the witnesses. Lord Zekadin continued and said that his mother jumped off a huge cliff when the boy was only 6 years old. After that fateful day, Hayes unexpectedly noticed the boy's talent as a spear thrower. Mr. Hayes-Rollmanzi watched the talented boy's skills closely and one day decided to approach him and speak to him. Zekadin heard for the first time from his so-called father that he planned to take him with him and subsequently adopt him. Yuma was deeply moved and said that the story he had heard was indeed terrible and unjust. Lord Zekadin looked toward the door and unexpectedly called for a mysterious girl named Lisa. A lovely girl named Lisa, who worked here as a maid, entered the room. Lord Zekadin said that he had refused to adopt him every time. Lord Zekadin clearly demonstrated what the cunning Mr. Hayes-Rollmanzi had done to his people. The girl was covered in bruises. The modest maid Lisa tried to intervene in the conversation, saying that it was all in the past, but Lord Zekadine slammed his fist on the table and glared angrily at the frightened beauty. Lord Zekadine yelled loudly at Lisa, saying that she had no right to tell him to agree to the adoption. Yuma continued to watch as Lord Zekadine accused the innocent girl Lisa of sharing Rolmondi's bed. Lord Zekadine replied to Yuma that such a situation could not be taken lightly. Yuma's patience ran out. The brave young man decided to stand up for the frightened maid, so he grabbed Zekadine by the collar. With a slight movement of his hand, Yuma knocked Lord Zekadine to the floor and was about to strike the insolent aristocrat. Lord Zekadine screamed loudly when he hit the floor hard with his face. The maid became even more frightened. Yuma restrained himself and simply told Lord Zekadine to stop acting like a madman. He was not making the best impression. Suddenly, Lord Zekadine muttered something under his breath and soon shouted that he could hear strange voices in his head. Yuma clearly did not hear what Lord Zekadine said, so he asked the guy to repeat himself. Lord Zekadine did not get up from the floor and replied once again that he heard strange voices in his head that were constantly telling him something. It turned out that the voices in Lord Zekadine's head constantly demanded that the poor man destroy everything around him and take the life of anyone without hesitation. Yuma became very wary, as he understood that Lord Zekadine was hearing the real voice of a demon in his head. Yuma stood up and declared that when a person heard the voice of a demon, they had only 3 days left before the demon completely took control. Lord Zekadine had a lot of demonic energy in him, and if everything remained as it was, everything would repeat itself until Yuma's rebirth. Yuma couldn't allow the situation to take a catastrophic turn, but a new question arose in his mind. Yuma didn't understand why the great Mr. Hayes Rolmondi was so obsessed with Lord Zekadine. People like Zekadine, who were literally mutilated by demonic energy, were useless to Hayes Rollman. The answers to the questions in Yuma's head never came. Despite numerous problems, Yuma understood that he had to help Lord Zekadine no matter what. Meanwhile, a strange man was approaching the estate where Cage, the owner of the fish shop, lived. A servant knocked on the door of the room where Cindy, a former waitress, lived and handed the charming girl a mysterious letter. Cindy turned around in surprise and asked who the letter was from. The servant replied that the message was written by Yuma. Cindy was clearly surprised, as she had not communicated with her loyal friend Yuma for a long time, who had once saved her from the Night Marrow. The letter said that Cindy must protect a maid named Liz from a treacherous trading community called Zika. Yuma also said in the letter that he needed to organize an expedition of mercenaries to explore the hellish caves. In addition, Yuma asked Mr. Poyne to continue searching for brides for Hugo by any means necessary. Meanwhile, Yuma, accompanied by Lord Zekadine, was traveling along the Egon mountain range. Lord Zekadine told Yuma that he would only be a burden if he kept losing his temper. Yuma boldly replied to Lord Zekadine that he should not worry about it and continue to follow in his footsteps. Yuma turned and smiled, saying that he would hit him until he calmed down. Lord Zekadine realized that Yuma was not joking, so he simply remained silent and continued to walk forward with confident steps. Lord Zekadine took Yuma's words seriously, and he felt somehow calmer. Yuma also noted the Lord's hairstyle, which suited him very well. Lord Zekadine and Yuma approached a huge palace with the head of a black wolf visible at its top. Lord Zekadine was impressed by the scale of the dizzying structure and said that he had heard various stories about wolves a long time ago. Lord Zekadine looked up again to assess the heads of the black wolves. Before entering the lair of the black wolves, Lord Zekadine asked Yuma how they could stay alive if they were connected to the Empire. Yuma tried to calm the distraught Lord Zekadine, who clearly did not want to engage in an unpredictable battle with the mercenaries. The leader of the Black Wolves and their immediate commander Hugo sat on his iron throne as usual. Hugo stared intently at the floor, but as soon as he heard footsteps, he looked at the guests with a special gaze. The man called Yuma a charlatan. Yuma hastened to say that he had never been a charlatan, and that they were still looking for a worthy bride for Hugo. Lord Zekadine was greatly surprised because Yuma did not show his fear in front of the legendary warrior Hugo. Where did his calmness come from? Lord Zekadine truly considered the huge, muscular warrior Hugo to be a real monster. Lord Zekadine was sure that when talking to such a monster, one must kneel and pray to the gods. Suddenly, Lord Zekadine's head was filled with nightmarish voices urging him to run away immediately. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Wolves stared intently and very carefully at Lord Zekadine, who clearly could not contain his fear. Suddenly, Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves, stood up and addressed Lord Zekadine, saying that he recognized him. Lord Zekadine knelt and simply stared at the floor. Hugo approached him and ordered him to raise his head. Lord Zekadine's fear instantly intensified several times over. The poor guy didn't know what to do. From uncontrollable fear, Lord Zekadine's eyes began to fill with light, indicating that demonic energy had awakened. Hugo, commander of the Black Wolves, continued to look at the cowardly guy and even thought for a moment. Lord Zekadine tried with incredible effort to restrain the demonic energy, but with every second it became more painful for him. Lord Zekadine got up from his knees and literally began to turn into a vicious, ferocious monster. Lord Zekadine's teeth became long and fang-like, and a green fireball flew out. The commander of the Black Wolves, Hugo, seemed to pay no attention to the situation and simply snapped his right hand against Lord Zekadine's forehead. Before striking, Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves, said that this was clearly a neglected case. Yuma couldn't believe what he was seeing and was very surprised. He thought that Lord Zekadine would never open his eyes again. Lord Zekadine hit his head on the ground at lightning speed and began to scream loudly from the terrible and unbearable pain. The commander of the Black Wolves, Hugo, turned to Yuma and asked where he got this trash. Yuma replied that he found it in the capital of the empire. Lord Zekadine was seriously injured, and his subordinates came to him, not understanding how anyone could show aggression towards their commander. Yuma watched as the Black Wolves commander's subordinates carried away the wounded lord. Hugo asked where these monsters came from. Yuma turned to the commander of the Black Wolves, Hugo, and asked if he had noticed that Lord Zekadine was possessed by a demon. The commander of the Black Wolves, Hugo, was surprised and asked what demon he was referring to specifically. After thinking for a moment, the commander of the Black Wolves, Hugo, replied that he had seen something similar in other people. Yuma asked Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves, if he could rid Zekadine's innocent soul of this powerful demon. Hugo, the leader of the Black Wolves, asked if this was a request. Yuma replied that it was simply a wish. Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves, called Yuma a charlatan and said that only a deceitful person would respond in such a way. Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves, turned to Yuma again and said that he urgently needed to find the Witch of the Golden Tower as soon as possible. Surprised, Yuma asked Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves, if he thought the Witch of the Golden Tower was a children's fairy tale. According to existing legends and myths, somewhere in the ocean there was an island, the so-called refuge of ancient artifacts. This island was called Inzvikan. It was here that the famous Golden Tower was located. The local residents in the area seriously believed that a powerful and cunning witch with incredible strength lived in this tower. Many states, including the mighty empire, sent an incredible number of ships to explore this Golden Tower of Inzvikan. However, after numerous expeditions, those who returned said that Inzvikan was just an abandoned island in a deserted ocean. Yuma, accompanied by Lord Zekadine and his faithful friend Malin, was already standing on the pier to find a ship. Zekadine turned to Malin and asked if he would stay with them until the end of the trip. The guy replied that his commander had forced him to come. As soon as Lord Zekadine heard Malin's answer, he simply agreed and nodded his head, confirming that he had no objection to such cheerful company. Meanwhile, Malin asked Lord Zekadine how he was feeling after his dizzying injury, the blow from the commander of the Black Wolves. Zekadine replied that his head had become much clearer, even after drinking a strong alcoholic beverage. Lord Zekadine decided to ask Yuma again about the powerful and cunning witch of the Golden Tower, Inzvikan. He thought it was just a legend. Yuma smiled and said that the commander of the Black Wolves, Hugo, was not lying, so he said they would see how the situation developed in the future. Meanwhile, Yuma, accompanied by Lord Zekadine and Malin, was already approaching the mysterious old man standing near the pier. The strange bearded old man replied that his ships never go to Inzvikan because it is an abandoned island and it is very far away. Standing next to the old man was a cunning assistant who said that it would take about a week to sail to Inzvikan. Yuma and his assistants went to another stranger to ask him about Inzvikan. The man replied that it was a deserted island. Yuma began to worry greatly because no one agreed to sail to Inzvikan. Would they have to build a boat themselves? Suddenly, a silent old man who had been watching them all this time addressed the sad company. Yuma and his loyal companions jumped in surprise. The boys clearly did not expect to hear a stranger's voice behind them. The bearded old man decided to ask Yuma where exactly they were headed. Yuma boldly replied that they were looking for a way to quickly get to the legendary island of Inzvikan. The bearded old man told them to get on the boat. He was ready to fulfill their request. The trio of loyal and devoted friends asked if the old man really agreed to their proposal, and began to rejoice. The silent old man simply nodded and pointed to his ship, indicating that they should board it. However, Yuma and his faithful companions looked at the old man's vessel and realized that they would not get very far in that rusty tub. Yuma and his loyal assistants had no choice but to agree. The main characters set off on an exciting journey. Throughout the day, Yuma and his companions had to sail towards dizzying adventures. Night fell. At night, the main characters tried to sleep, but the calm ocean suddenly decided to form a strong storm. Yuma, Malin, and Lord Zekadine lay and looked at the sky. Everyone claimed that they felt very sick. Even Yuma, who thought he was never prone to seasickness, was broken. Everything changed dramatically when the main characters suddenly saw a mysterious and enigmatic ship approaching their vessel. Soon, Yuma managed to see that a real pirate flag was visible at the top of the sails of the approaching ship. It was obvious that the treacherous pirates were going to try to board Yuma's ship, so they rammed it from the side. The trio of cunning and arrogant pirates turned to the main characters and demanded that they immediately hand over everything they had. Malin was the first to respond to the pirates' demands, saying that their boat was about to fall apart anyway, and there was no need to sink it. Suddenly, Yuma noticed that the captain of their ship was fidgeting and doing something. The main characters asked him what he was doing. The poor old man began to take out the remains of bread, a rope, and his broken sword, and was already planning to give these things to the pirates. Yuma told the old man that the pirates would kill them all anyway, to which the bearded captain replied that it was fate. Yuma stopped the frightened old man and told him not to interfere in their conversation and not to worry. The pirates did not expect a rope with an anchor at the end to suddenly fly onto their ship. The pirates guessed that it was a hook. They could not believe that young people could stand up to them in battle. The brave and courageous Malin was the first to climb aboard the pirate ship. His mood was clearly negative. Malin addressed the indignant pirates, asking how they dared to intimidate the captain of their ship. Malin demanded that the frightened pirates immediately bring their captain here for an important conversation. The cunning pirates had no intention of quickly complying with Malin's demands, and asked the young man what he could do to them alone. One of the pirates loudly and clearly shouted to the others to attack Malin and kill the insolent boy. The brave Malin's expression changed dramatically, and he prepared to fend off the pirates' dizzying attack. The pirates clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and soon their cries and moans could be heard. A few minutes later, Malin returned to his boat and told the old man that he had solved the problem. The pirates' cries and moans had not yet subsided. The shipwreckers shouted for their ship to sail away immediately. Malin and Yuma watched as the pirate schooner slowly but surely disappeared over the horizon. After a while, the bearded old man decided to ask Malin how he had managed to negotiate with the bloodthirsty pirates. Malin quickly replied that he had taught the pirates a little lesson so that they would never attack small boats again. The wise old man looked silently into Malin's eyes, still unable to believe that the young man had managed to deal with a gang of robbers all by himself. The old man turned away and, without saying a word to the rest of the crew, simply threw several gold coins into the ocean. Malin was very surprised and tried to stop the foolish old man. The young man asked why he had thrown the money into the sea. The old man turned and replied that he did not need the money. After all, it would not disappear if it did not remain in his hands. Malin continued to be indignant and advised the old man to take the flags at the port and hang them on his boat. The wise old man repeated once again that if he suddenly lost his life, it was his fate, and nothing could be changed. The three main characters were astonished by the strange philosophy of life of their gifted captain. Yuma thought hard and believed the captain's words. It was indeed a strange and unpredictable situation. Yuma stared intently at the gloomy old man and still could not understand what was really happening to him. The main character's dizzying journey across the endless ocean came to its logical conclusion. The old man managed to deliver the main characters to the island of Innsvikan. The guys said goodbye to the captain and thanked him for everything he had done for them. The gloomy old man turned away from the main characters and silently returned to his old ship. When the schooner had already sailed away from the shore of Innsviken Island, the old man began to smile a little, waved his hand, and said that he was also grateful to the main characters. Malin was sad for some reason. Meanwhile, Lord Zekadino noted that the elderly man had incredible endurance for his age. Yuma asked everyone to set off. Passing by tall trees, he admitted that this island looked different from the one in the legends. Malin stopped near one of the large trees and said that there was nothing remarkable here. Yuma warned the rest of the team to be on their guard, as no one knew what to expect from an unfamiliar place. Malin managed to catch one of the annoying flies. The guy clamped it in his fist. Yuma laughed because his faithful companion Malin had never seen the harmless spirit that lived in these places. The main characters slowly approached the old ruins of unknown origin. No one knew what they were. It was very beautiful. The main characters decided to stop to catch their breath and soon continued their dizzying journey across the island. Soon, the main characters stumbled upon a high wall and looked up. This was the Great Golden Tower. The main characters realized at the same time that they had arrived at their destination. The main characters found the entrance to the Golden Tower. It was too dark inside. Yuma asked them to take visps because they glow brightly in the dark. Good spirits will help them in the complete darkness. The three main characters stopped to look up. The vispos brightly lit their way forward. It turned out that the heroes found themselves in the center of a huge, long staircase that seemed endless. There was no other way out for the main characters, and so they gathered their strength to begin their long journey up the endless steps. Suddenly, Malin shouted to the rest of the team to quickly look at the amazing walls in the Golden Tower. The main characters noticed that mysterious symbols were painted on the walls, which were impossible to read. Suddenly, Lord Zekadine managed to decipher certain symbols that translated literally as, "In 4 days, she will give birth to a daughter." A few seconds later, Lord Zekadine began to read the next symbols. They translated as, "They will bind you with new bonds of oath." The most surprising thing for Lord Zika Din was that he could read these symbols, even though he was seeing them for the first time. Yuma decided to show off his intelligence and logic and told Lord Zika Din that the demon inside him understood this ancient language. Yuma continued to reassure everyone despite his uncontrollable fear. The guy said they needed to get to the top as quickly as possible. The trio of main characters continued their journey up the steps of the staircase in the Golden Tower, lighting their way with cheerful flashes. In addition, Yuma tried to understand what material the Golden Tower was made of by touching the walls with his right hand. The closer the main characters got to the top of the Golden Tower, the more frightened they looked. To see how long it would take to reach the top, the main characters looked down and realized that they were only halfway up the stairs. Tired of the endless steps of the Golden Tower, Humor and his companions stopped to catch their breath and gather their strength. The picture changed dramatically when the main characters saw that the staircase had suddenly ended and an unplanned dead end awaited them ahead. However, the main characters soon discovered that there was a door that would allow them to get some fresh air. The main characters were very surprised at how easily this magical door opened. Yuma, as the leader of the team, was the first to enter the door. Malin decided to ask what was behind the door. Yuma immediately replied that there was nothing special or magical outside. The guy just looked at the railing. The three main characters approached the railing to look around. The view from the top of the tower was indescribable. The main characters did not understand what to do next. After all, Hugo, the commander of the Black Wolves, had given precise instructions for this task. The situation got out of control when a mysterious voice behind the main characters asked them to let the children go. Yuma and the rest of the team were a little frightened by the mysterious, scary voice, but they still decided to let the Visp go. A few seconds later, the frightened main characters saw the Visps illuminate the large paw of an unknown animal. The trio of main characters watched the dizzying glow intently. It was a huge, ferocious monster with large eyes and giant teeth. From a distance, the monster resembled a white lion. The eyes of this white lion shrine were bright blue, which gave it an even more esoteric character. The main characters were even more frightened. The main characters paid special attention to the strange horn between the eyes of the huge evil monster. Yuma, like the rest of the team, really thought this monster looked very strong. This was the most powerful spirit of light called Kayan. Yuma knew very well that even before his rebirth, Kayan could literally destroy armies of demons with a single blow. Yuma shouted to the other heroes that they would never be able to defeat such an opponent, so he decided to try to negotiate. The cunning and treacherous Lord Kayan smiled and decided to ask again what their word misunderstanding meant. The powerful Lord Kayan claimed that the main heroes had brazenly stolen the Vispo without their consent. In the world where the respected Lord Kayan lived, such an act was not understood and was ultimately punished. Yuma tried again to talk to Lord Kayan, saying that travelers almost always used Visps for lighting. With a decisive movement, Yuma managed to grab a sharp blade so as not to show fear of the monster, just in case. Lord Kayan continued to look his opponent in the eye. It seemed that the powerful and invincible Lord Kayan was simply toying with the main characters. Yuma admitted that such games greatly annoyed him. The guy was ready to repel Kayan's attack. The main characters realized that they needed to try to strike first, but the monster simply brushed them off like flies. Lord Zeka Din also noticed that the main characters would not be able to seriously injure their powerful opponent and suggested a different tactic. Yuma still didn't understand what Lord Zeka Din was suggesting. Malin was very frightened by the approaching blue balls. These magical blue balls literally inflicted unbearable damage on the main characters. The guys screamed loudly in pain. After a few seconds, Yuma realized that these balls were actually spheres with an aura. Malin and Lord Zeka Din turned to Yuma and asked him to try throwing these spheres with an aura at Kayan. Yuma couldn't believe his eyes when several spheres with an aura flew straight at Lord Kayan. For the first time, Lord Kayan, who was invincible and the most powerful monster, was injured and damaged by a commoner named Yuma. The mighty Lord Kayan stretched out his two paws. It became clear to the main character that he was really hurt after being hit by the aura spheres. Yuma exchanged glances with Lord Zeka Din and realized that their plan had actually worked. The main characters did not rush to rejoice, as the powerful Lord Kayan began to launch serious, unpredictable attacks again. The main character understood that after each of their attacks, the monster's strength increased several times over. Yuma admitted that throwing his aura spheres required too much energy, and therefore he would use up all his strength within a few minutes. Yuma once again reasoned logically, and said that the main characters would not be able to cope with such a powerful and formidable opponent at this time. Yuma said that if they could not cope with Lord Kayan at the moment, they would have to switch to blocking and defense. A few seconds later, the heroes saw Zekdin's long spear on the floor, broken into small pieces. Yuma and Malin were very frightened for their loyal comrade Lord Zekdin and tried to protect him from Lord Kayan's attacks. Yuma remembered how he had received the legendary sword Ascalon from Sir Duran Zark and Malin had received Wilric as a gift from Hugo. Meanwhile, Lord Zekdeen doubled over in pain as his demonic energy began to rapidly escape. Yuma noticed that Lord Kyan continued to strike his friend Lord Zekadeen. However, Lord Kyan's numerous blows did little harm to Zekadeen. Yuma began to realize that Lord Zekadeen's wounds were healing spontaneously, and that he was being completely overtaken by demonic energy. If this was the case, Yuma had to come up with an original way to keep his loyal friend Lord Zekdeen alive after this battle. Otherwise, if the demon began to completely control Lord Zekdeen's body, the main characters would literally be doomed. Yuma understood that if this continued in the future, it would literally be impossible to play anymore. The main characters understood that at any moment they could lose their lives due to the clash between the demon inside Lord Zekdeen and the monster Kayan. Poor Yuma and his loyal companion and friend Malin did not know what to do, and their heads were spinning with various ideas. A dizzying, piercing crack sounded when no one expected it. Lord Kyan continued to stare at his opponents with angry eyes. Suddenly, a strange flash appeared. A mysterious female hand emerged from the bright sunlight. Malin asked his friend Yuma if he was hallucinating, or if he could see a strange, mysterious hand in the bright light. A few seconds later, a beautiful, seductive leg began to appear from the light, in addition to the mysterious hand. And in an instant, a mysterious girl with long white hair and unknown beauty appeared before the main characters. The lovely girl of indescribable beauty stood opposite the so-called demon that had emerged from Lord Zekdeen's body. The dazzling beauty slowly raised her hand and pointed it toward Lord Zekdeen's demon. The main character's attention was particularly drawn to a strange, mystical red stone on the girl's head. The stunning girl with the stone on her head clenched her hand into a fist, and it was clear that something was about to happen. Lord Zekadeen began to scream loudly and piercingly. The main characters realized that he was really in a lot of pain. Gradually, Lord Zekadeen's growling and screaming began to subside. It seemed that the demon was gradually leaving his body. Yuma saw that the demon in Lord Zekdeen's body was literally feeling sick, so he hit him on the head. Lord Zekdeen's body once again found itself on the cold ground. The girl and Lord Kayant watched silently. The girl turned to Lord Kayant and admitted that the main characters were clever, enough playing with them. The monster again claimed that the main characters had grabbed the Visps for no apparent reason and were doing terrible things to them. The girl repeated that it didn't matter whether Lord Kayant did it for protection or for fun, the unpredictable fight had to be stopped. The stunning beauty slowly approached the body of Lord Zekdeen, which was still lying on the ground. The girl stopped near Lord Zekdeen's head and simply remained silent. Meanwhile, Lord Zekdeen writhed in agony and tried to gather his strength to finally get to his feet. With surprised eyes, Lord Zekadeen finally looked at the charming girl who had saved him from the demon. Finally, the girl introduced herself and gave her name, Krishna. Welcome to the tower. Krishna continued to smile sweetly and looked into the eyes of the wounded Lord Zekadeen. Yuma decided to ask again what the name of the charming lady with the red stone on her head was. It turns out that Krishna is a dragon who led the defense of humans, cold-bloodedly taking the lives of powerful demons. Krishna's appearance on the battlefield between dragons and demons literally changed the course of important things and events. However, according to history, Krishna fought the demons until her last breath and ultimately lost her life during the battle. The locals erected a colorful monument to Krishna so that they would never forget the true hero. For a long time, citizens constantly came to the monument to say goodbye to the courageous national symbol. Yuma raised his fist to show Krishna his admiration. Yuma was really pleased to stand next to such a legendary hero as Krishna. Malin did not understand what was happening and asked Yuma what he was doing. Yuma replied that he needed to pay his respects to the blue dragon. Krishna turned to the main characters and said that they didn't need to go so far to talk to her about important matters. Krishna smiled broadly and said that she didn't have any problems like the powerful Lord Kyan. Krishna approached the main characters and looked intently into their eyes to understand the purpose of their visit. Krishna turned her attention to Lord Zekdeen and replied to the main characters that she already knew why they had climbed the Golden Tower. Krishna raised her right hand above Lord Zekdeen's head and said that he was the heir to a truly powerful dragon. Krishna confirmed what the other main characters already knew, that there was something dark inside Lord Zekdeen that he wanted to get rid of. Suddenly, a bright, dazzling glow formed in Krishna's hand. The girl said that she would show the Lord what he desired with all his heart. Lord Zekadeen began to see strange images in his mind. The first image centered around Krishna's older brother, whose name was Katuriaina. The blue dragon fell in love with a simple, ordinary man. For breaking the rules, people sent them to a dungeon, a golden tower. And after some time, the fruit of their dizzying, uncontrollable love was their wonderful newborn daughter. This unfortunate baby was named Pitsinkarta. When she grew up, she decided to escape from this dark and scary place. On her way, Pitsinkarta met a man and gave birth to a child who looked like her father. However, the man kept her child as a hostage. This treacherous man tried to use Pitsenkarta's power on his side during a cold-blooded battle. Pitsenkarta took part in fierce battles. After the end of the fighting, the people refused to return the child. The cruel people erased her memory. Due to the rules of the dragons, Pitsenkarta could not remain in the world of dragons and therefore went to Earth to the demons. Years passed, and their child gave birth to the next generation, up to the generation of Zika's mother, in which dragons remained in the distant past. Krishina is sure that someone summoned Pitsenkarta to use her power again. But Pitsenkarta was no longer the same as before. She had turned into the evil of the demonic world. And so it happened that Lord Zekadin also had a small trace of the mighty dragons. Lord Zekadin literally cried because he thought that a demon lived in his body, not a dragon. Krishna continued her story and said that Lord Zekadin could no longer be called a half-dragon. Krishna said that if Lord Zekadin wanted to get rid of the so-called trace forever, then he would lose his life. Krishna repeated again and again that Lord Zekadin would now have to live with this crazy gift forever. Krishna again stretched out her right hand to the frightened Lord Zekadin. Krishna clenched her hands into fists to perform a magical act. The main characters waited to see what would happen next. Suddenly, a long, sharp spear of a magical nature appeared in Krishnu's gentle but confident hand. Krishnu said that the spear was called Sea Carriage, and that from that moment on, Lord Zekadin would be the new owner of the magical weapon. Krishna said that this unique weapon was made for her eldest child. After presenting the gift, Krishna unexpectedly approached Lord Zekadin and leaned her face against the frightened boy's head. Krishna whispered quietly that from that moment on, only Lord Zekadin could touch this unique spear. No one was allowed to touch the Sea Carriage spear with their hands, including Pitsenkarta. Suddenly, the red stone on Krishnu's head began to emit a dizzying bright light. A few seconds later, Lord Zekadin began to scream loudly for some unknown reason. Thick black smoke of unknown origin literally poured out of Lord Zekadin's mouth. Gradually, the thick black smoke began to spread around Lord Zekadin. No one understood what was happening except Krishnu. Soon, in a mystical way, the thick black smoke began to form a small sphere. Krishnu seemed to be controlling it. After a few seconds, the thick smoke that had burst out of Lord Zekadin's body turned into a small dark ball. Krishnu continued to perform some mysterious magical ritual and sent light from her hand toward the Lord. With her delicate, beautiful hand, Krishnu touched Lord Zekadin's chest. The small dark ball formed by thick smoke moved closer and closer to Lord Zekadin's chest. Krishna said that this was the only way out. Now the spear Sea Carriage would protect the Lord from this mysterious ball. Malin asked Yuma if the boat would return for them. The main characters remained silent. When no answer came, Krishna said she would create a portal for the team to travel to their homeland. Before the main characters left, Krishna thanked everyone for allowing her to talk to people after so many centuries. The main characters took turns passing through the magic portal. Someone from the team managed to thank the beautiful woman. Krishna was about to leave but suddenly turned around to look at Lord Zekadin one last time. Before leaving for his homeland, Lord Zekadin bowed to Krishna and thanked her again for everything. Krishna smiled sincerely and was genuinely glad that the main characters turned out to be noble people. Krishna said that the great time of the mighty dragons had fallen on their fragile shoulders. Krishna also said that if any of the main characters ever found themselves in trouble, they should simply call her name. The main characters watched intently as Krishna returned to her own world. Yuma touched Lord Zekadin's shoulder and said that it was time for them to leave and not think about useless things. The main characters finally returned to their native colorful lands, which they clearly missed. Already in their native lands, Yuma told Malone that their paths were diverging for now, but they would see each other again soon. Yuma, accompanied by Lord Zekadin, sat in a carriage and quickly approached their destination. Yuma turned to Lord Zekadin again and asked if he was feeling better after his dizzying encounter with Krishna. Lord Zekadin looked out the window and said that he was feeling much better, but his head was still in complete disarray. Lord Zekadin claimed that this job was clearly not suitable for him, and that Mr. Hayes Rolmondi would not be pleased. Yuma once again tried to reassure Lord Zekadin, saying that he had long had a solution to this problem. Finally, the main characters arrived at their destination, the Zika trading community. The main characters were greeted by a charming girl named Liz, who worked as a maid. She said that Mr. Hayes had sent them a letter. Yuma was especially happy to take the letter from the beautiful maid Liz. Yuma was very surprised that Mr. Hayes Rolmondi had written him a message so quickly. As they say, it came like a bolt from the blue. Yuma and Lord Zekadin walked down the tall, colorful hallway looking out the window. When they reached the right door, Yuma knocked and asked loudly and clearly if Mr. Rolmondi wanted to see him. Mr. Hayes Rollman was sitting at his desk, writing something meticulously. The man ordered Yuma to come in, sit down on a chair, and wait. Yuma hastened to obey the order of the powerful Mr. Rollman and sat down on a chair, patiently waiting for his turn. Yuma was already getting very nervous because several hours had passed since he came to Rollmandi. A thought arose in Yuma's mind. Why did Rollmandi call him if he was so busy with some important business? Suddenly, Mr. Rollmandi asked Yuma if he had ever seen his teacher, Zark, work for so long. Yuma did not lie and replied that he had never seen Sir Duran Zark sit at her desk for so long. Rollman said that he found it amusing to hear that the commander-in-chief had left the work to members of his family. Rollman immediately asked the next question. What did Yuma think? Should this happen in a proper country? To use other people because of one's power. It was difficult for Yuma to find an answer to this difficult question. Yuma decided to answer that this country was not the best, but it was the most powerful. Mr. Rollmandi shouted loudly that Yuma had probably forgotten where he was. Mr. Rollmandi stood up and approached Yuma, saying that he did not even understand these basic things. Mr. Rollman approached Yuma closely and said that he would now ask a direct question to which he wanted to hear the truth. Mr. Rollman's question was related to Lord Zekadine. The man was trying to find out what Yuma had done to him. Mr. Rollman stood near Yuma and waited patiently for an answer to his question. Yuma mentioned the name of the blue dragon Krishna, who ultimately helped Lord Zekudine cope with his magic. Mr. Rollmandi became angry and said that he would never believe that the young men had managed to find Krishna. Yuma asked Mr. Rollmandi if he had noticed that Lord Zekudine now had the spear sea carriage in his hands. It was a weapon that could only be created by someone with the true spirit of a dragon. Yuma firmly insisted that Lord Zekudine's mother was a distant relative of a powerful dragon. Yuma pointed out that Mr. Rollman had used the descendant of Pitzenkarta for his own material gain. It was a mistake. However, Zek's mother did not remember her child because people had erased the poor girl's memory. Yuma did not know what would happen to Hayes if the truth came out. Mr. Rollmandi never allowed anyone to speak to him in such a tone, so he grabbed Yuma. Rollmandi held poor Yuma by the neck and leaned the frightened young man against the wall. Mr. Rollmandi's hand squeezed Yuma's neck tighter and tighter, and he literally began to suffocate. Yuma managed to say that Lord Zekadine had managed to make a deal with Miss Krishane and that this would help him in the future. In other words, if Rollmanati used Lord Zekadine's power, he would have to flee the Empire at full speed. Mr. Rollmanati became even more angry and began to call Yuma the most uncivilized name. Yuma continued to say that nothing in the Empire could save Mr. Rollmandi from the wrath of the fiery dragon. Nevertheless, Rollmandi let Yuma go, and now he was leaving the castle. The young man clearly did not expect such a strong grip from the old man. Yuma looked at the windows where Rollmancy lived and deeply regretted that he would now be unable to use the power of Lord Zekudine. Yuma smiled boldly and brazenly and said that now Rollmancy was completely dependent on him. Finally, Yuma could return home to the trading community of Puana with peace of mind. Naturally, the wayward traveler Yuma was greeted by his loved ones and those dear to him. Yuma was already standing in front of a dizzying crowd of people that his charming friend Cindy had found for him. Yuma turned to Cindy and said that she had done a really great job and found worthy workers for their common goal. Although they were just ordinary mercenaries, they did not leave the most favorable impression. Experienced workers looked at Yuma with incredible surprise and tried to remember where they had seen his face before. The mercenaries remembered how, a long time ago, this very guy named Yuma did not chicken out and accepted the challenge from the legendary Tenzu. In some incredible way, Yuma managed to take the life of the immortal Tenzu with practically one blow. It was a young boy named Yuma who received the title of strongest from Sir Duran Zark for his outstanding feats. The mercenaries sincerely believed Hugo to be the destroyer of powerful demons and Yuma to be his secret son. There were also rumors among the mercenaries that it was Yuma who sneaked into the second princess's bedroom every night. The mercenaries looked at the talented Yuma and could not believe that they had been given such an honor to stand next to a true legend. Yuma noted that he did not like the mercenaries' looks, but he still congratulated the men on joining the Hell's Lair squad. Yuma said that from now on the mercenaries would undergo regular training every day. They would also be issued equipment. Yuma went on to say that after training, he would teach the mercenaries the rules of etiquette and how to maintain proper posture. One of the mercenaries suddenly shouted, asking if they would really go that far in their upcoming training. Yuma replied that they would receive incredibly high salaries because the Hell's Den squad would be the only one of its kind in the world. Yuma said that very soon the whole world would notice them and they must not fall flat on their faces. Shouts of glory were heard. Yuma continued to say that this was the official name of the Hell's Lair squad, which the guys would have to carry with them for a very long time. The professional mercenaries were delighted because it really sounded very powerful and pompous. The mercenaries emphasized that their new leader, Yuma, really inspired confidence in their own ability. Yuma introduced Lord Zekudine to the mercenaries and said that from now on, he would be considered their immediate captain. The mercenaries continued to listen attentively. Yuma said that it was very difficult for him to persuade Lord Zekdeen to take this position. The news of Lord Zekdeen's captaincy did not please the mercenaries very much, as they considered him to be just another noble rat. Yuma and Lord Zekdeen looked intently into the eyes of the mercenaries and noticed a certain look of disrespect. Then Yuma said that the basis for any respected mercenary was strength. Among the mercenaries, Yuma singled out a guy named Aquin and asked him to agree to a battle with Lord Zekdeen. Aquin was a swordsman from Morocco. During the battle, he would have a real sword, while Lord Zekdeen would only have a wooden stick. The swordsman from Morocco, Aquin, had no choice but to accept such a favorable offer. And so the battle began. Lord Zekdeen was greatly surprised when he saw how fast his worthy opponent was. Aquin missed slightly and struck the ground with his sharp blade. Lord Zekdeen used his aura in time and managed to instantly dodge Aquino's dizzying blow. Lord Zekdeen's aura almost completely covered his long wooden stick. The swordsman from Mirak was already preparing to deliver another powerful blow. There was a loud crunch. Aquina's sharp sword struck right in the middle of Lord Zekdeen's wooden stick. Amazingly, the wooden stick remained intact. Lord Zekdeen's aura literally saved his weapon. The mercenaries watched the fight closely and realized that Zekdeen had long since ceased to be the best warrior. Meanwhile, Lord Zekdeen began to wonder why he had agreed to take on such a responsible position. Lord Zekdeen sat at the table and held his head. The guy said that now he had no support from Hayes Rolmondi and he couldn't pay. Suddenly, Yuma entered the room and started shouting about why Lord Zekdeen was still in this miserable place. Yuma offered Lord Zekdeen to become not just a mercenary, but the captain of a real hellish den squad. Yuma promised to pay generously. Lord Zekdeen simply laughed because he found the name Hell's Den very funny. Yuma reassured Lord Zekdeen again and asked him to join his alliance. Yuma promised to treat him well. Returning from his own thoughts, Lord Zekdeen wondered why he had succumbed to the blow of this sword. The swordsman from Morocco, Aquin, was already running at Lord Zekdeen at lightning speed. The swordsman Aquin made a dizzying lunge and tried to deliver the strongest blow with his sword. Aquina's attempt failed because Lord Zekdeen instantly dodged again. Lord Zekdeen thought that he simply had no chance of losing this magnificent battle with the swordsman Aquina. Lord Zekdeen concentrated and directed several spheres of his aura straight at the swordsman Aquina's chest. Naturally, the swordsman from Morocco Aquin did not have time to dodge several spheres with the aura, and fell to the ground with a crash. The other mercenaries looked on with surprise as Lord Zekdeen emerged victorious from the incredible battle. Lord Zekdeen stood silently and simply looked at the surprised faces of the mercenaries. Yuma hurried to stop the fight and shouted that everyone had already seen what Lord Zekdeen was capable of, who was now the captain of the squad. Yuma said that the first upcoming expedition would be under his personal command. Yuma shouted at the mercenaries again and told them never to slack off during hard training. Meanwhile, a very important and serious conversation was taking place at the Zarkov estate. Yuma's voice rang out, asking Sir Duran Zark about the last dizzying battle. Yuma was really interested in how he was able to increase his aura so that it began to turn into small spheres. Yuma demonstrated what his aura was capable of and said that he could move the spheres at will and even explode them. Yuma instantly created several spheres with his aura and waited for a response from the great Sir Duran Zark. Sir Duran Zark thought that Yuma had grown up quickly before his eyes. Hayes really couldn't compare in strength to the young man. Sir Duran Zark replied that he didn't expect anything else from his student. Sir Duran Zark replied that this was the result of how well Yuma's body had adapted to his powerful aura. Duran Zark added that his power had increased because he was close to a real dragon at the time. Sir Duran Zark showed that he could also do something similar. Yuma watched his teacher's abilities with fascination. Yuma literally opened his mouth in surprise and admiration and just looked up. Duran Zark emphasized that even his aura could not compare to the power of the aura of the young and talented Yuma. Yuma did not believe his teacher's words because he saw that his aura was enormous. The boy saw a real monster in his mentor. By the way, Yuma suddenly said that he had one request for Sir Duran Zark. Yuma had already written in a letter to Duran Zark that he planned to create his own union or squad called Hell's Lair. Yuma asked Sir Duran Zark to inform the Empire about the formation of a new powerful union. The man agreed. However, even Sir Duran Zark had a request for Yuma. The man asked the boy to be simpler if he wanted to become his adopted son. Yuma promised that all the treasures they collected from monsters would be sent to the Zark estate. Sir Duran Zark actually wanted to thank his student, but told him to do as he wished. Suddenly, a mysterious voice was heard asking to join the newly formed Hell's Lair squad. Yuma was very surprised when he saw that the question was asked by Duran Zark's daughter, Katerina. The worst natural disaster imaginable was an attack by demons from Hell's Lair. Yuma said with confidence that this was precisely why they would rid the lands of Antenna of these terrible demons. Yuma continued to talk to the armed knights and said that the caves were a very dangerous place. Yuma continued to talk and keep up the knights' spirits, saying that they would be able to prove themselves to the whole world. Of course, Yuma understood that not all knights would be able to handle the task at hand. Yuma turned to Duran's daughter, Catherine Zark, and asked her if she was sure she wanted to join the hellish lair. Yuma continued to dissuade Catherine Zark from making a rash decision, but the girl repeated that all Zarks were capable of standing up for themselves. Catherine Zark put on her knight's armor and said that demons had recently been discovered on the Zark estate. Katerina Zark continued to say that someday the day would come when they would have to face these evil and cunning monsters. Yuma said that if that was all, he could provide her with the smallest details of the upcoming expedition. Katerina Zark could not refuse such a lucrative offer and agreed. The girl said that the most important thing was experience. Katerina Zark said that there must be a person in the mercenary squad who would take the first step. Yuma was very surprised by the answer from the charming daughter of Sir Duran Zark, Katerina. It seemed to Yuma that Katerina Zark was the most level-headed member of the powerful and great Zark family. And so, finally Yuma, accompanied by Katerina Zark and an armed detachment from the Hell's Lair, set off on their journey. When they reached their destination, Yuma and Katerina Zark looked around and saw that there was snow everywhere. Mysterious insects moved with great difficulty through the snow. Yuma thought that they should leave the horses here and continue on foot. Snow really did lie everywhere around the Hell's Lair detachment. There was practically no green color visible on the coniferous trees. The armed knights of the Hell's Lair detachment dismounted from their horses and walked through the blizzard toward unknown adventures. After taking his first steps forward, Yuma suddenly shouted to the other mercenaries to stop immediately. Yuma repeated loudly once more that none of the armed mercenaries should try to move. Yuma noticed a small, fluffy animal resembling a hare running up to his feet. But in reality, it was a monster with sharp fangs. The fluffy white monster was about to bite the leg of one of the knights. However, the mysterious beast did not have time to carry out its plan and was killed. That knight turned out to be the leader of the Hell's Lair squad, Yuma. The armed Hell's Lair squad stared intently at the gate to the cave, from which a bright light was visible. Yuma looked at Katerina, who had promised to take the first step. The girl stretched out her hand to pass through the entrance to the cave. Yuma and the other armed mercenaries from the Hell's Lair squad closely monitored Katerina Zark's condition. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge rock flew toward Yuma and his armed squad. Hell's Lair. The armed knights of the Hell's Lair squad were frightened by the so-called cobblestone that flew past them. Yuma and Lord Zika Din drew their weapons and ordered the rest of the squad to be on alert. Lord Zika Din, along with his magic spear, the sea carriage, took up a fighting stance, preparing to repel the enemy's attacks. The main characters stared intently at the bright glow from which a huge monster appeared. The main characters realized that they were face to face with a real powerful troll. Yuma tried to calm Lord Zika Din and said that trolls are not really as strong as they seem at first glance. However, Lord Zika Din unexpectedly explained that Yuma was wrong because the main problem was that there was a whole crowd of trolls here. Yuma, as the leader of the Hell's Lair squad, said that he would not participate in the upcoming battle and would stay on the sidelines to watch. Lord Zika Din was very surprised by this decision from the leader of the Hell's Lair and thought that this was the first time he had seen Yuma chicken out. Lord Zika Din gritted his teeth and prepared to attack the crowd of angry, fierce trolls. Taking the sea carriage spear in his hands, Lord Zika Din ran towards the trolls. Yuma remained on the sidelines and simply watched the unpredictable battle. He noted that Lord Zika Din had made an excellent strike. The crowd of powerful and ferocious trolls watched as one of their limbs fell to the floor. Yuma emphasized that he knew very well that trolls had a special ability to regenerate at lightning speed. Meanwhile, the other armed mercenaries saw one of the trolls quickly heal and decided to attack immediately. The armed knights of the Hell's Lair squad attacked one of the largest trolls as a group. The mercenaries of the Hell's Lair squad struck several blows, and one of them continued to shout for the attack to continue. The swordsman from Miraka Queen took his sword and went around the large troll from behind to deliver an invisible blow. The powerful troll let out a loud, piercing scream from the blow of the swordsman from Miraka Queen. Yuma thought that the main attacker was being assisted by ordinary mercenaries, who were also being covered by a queen and Genzel. Yuma was overjoyed because he realized that he had not wasted his money on training his mercenaries. The entrance to the cave was gradually being cleared, and now the armed squad could safely move forward. The armed squad Hell's Lair moved forward slowly but surely. Yuma and Lord Zika Din ordered the rest of the mercenaries to stop. All the other armed mercenaries looked up sharply. Yuma saw a tall tower with a mysterious blue stone at the top. This meant that they were in the deepest part. The knights of the Hell's Lair squad were very happy and even began to hug each other. The armed Hell's Lair squad, including their immediate leader Yuma, looked at the blue stone with surprise. Reaching the top of the tower, Yuma and Lord Zika Din stopped and thought that it was a very suspicious gem. The main characters thought it was a trap. Lord Zika Din said that their opponents had too low an opinion of them. As the true leader of the Hell's Lair armed group, Yuma took the suspicious gem with his right hand. Lord Zika Din and the members of the Hell's Lair team were frightened, but Yuma said that this stone could not be left here. Suddenly, there was a loud crack and a piercing sound. Naturally, all the members of the Hell's Lair team, including their leader Yuma, were on alert. Yuma and Lord Zika Din stood patiently and waited to see what would happen in the next second. Suddenly, they turned around. Behind Yuma and Lord Zek Din, a crowd of green monsters with large fangs and knightly armor was slowly approaching. Yuma's eyes widened several times, and he asked the other members of the Hell's Lair squad if they could see the approaching orcs. One of the knights behind Lord Zek Din and Yuma said that orcs were actually much weaker than trolls. However, Yuma was not quick to rejoice at the knight's words, as fighting a crowd of orcs was comparable to fighting 1,000 worthy knights. Yuma ordered everyone to prepare and regroup. The main priority was to protect Lady Katarina Zark. Katarina Zark said that there was no one in the Zark family who could not defend themselves in battle. Yuma quietly said that he trusted the skills and abilities of the talented daughter of Sir Duran Zark, Catherine. He admired her. Yuma concentrated and instantly created several spheres with his aura to attack the crowd of orcs. The bright light literally blinded the entire cave. It was unbearable for the eyes. In addition, Yuma took his sharp weapon in his hands and struck the largest monster several times. A bright light from Yuma's piercing aura shone around the crowd of green orcs. The monsters screamed in terrible pain. Yuma raised his hands, in which his legendary sword glistened, and said that this battle had come to its logical conclusion. Yuma delivered the final crushing blow, after which the crowd of orcs almost completely disappeared. Yuma's gaze changed greatly as he once again achieved a great and long-awaited victory over the monsters. None of the armed knights of the Hell's Lair squad were in a hurry to rejoice, as their comrades came to the aid of the orcs. This time, the crowd of green monsters was even larger. None of the main characters were going to run or surrender. The armed Hell's Lair squad waited to see what the crowd of angry green orcs would do. The powerful orcs looked into the eyes of the frightened people and were already preparing to launch a dizzying attack. Yuma, as the immediate leader and commander of the mercenaries, was the first to take a step towards the crowd of orcs. Naturally, Yuma's eyes were filled with incredible confidence. Yuma launched several dizzying attacks at the huge crowd of green orcs. Meanwhile, Katarina Zark and the rest of the Hell's Lair team stood behind and watched. Katarina, daughter of the powerful and great Sir Duran Zark, opened her mouth in surprise when she saw Yuma's aura. Yuma continued to deliver crushing blows to the crowd of orcs. His body was completely covered in blue liquid. Yuma truly showed how a true leader should behave. The young man practically single-handedly dealt with the monsters. Meanwhile, dark night fell on the street. An eerie silence reigned around them. It was surprising because the trees literally froze. The wind seemed to be waiting for Yuma to finish the terrifying battle. Yuma stopped to catch his breath. The young man's legs were covered in blue liquid that came from the crowd of orcs. Next to Yuma stood Lord Zeka Din, who noticed that his immediate superior was clearly tired from the battle. Lord Zeka Din, accompanied by a swordsman from Mirakaquina, simply stood in place and silently watched the events unfold. Yuma bowed his head and looked around. The remains of mutilated orcs lay on the ground. Finally, Yuma turned to the other armed members of the Hell's Lair squad and said that he was fine. Lord Zeka Din and the other knights placed their hands on their chests to show their pride in knowing such a legend. For some strange reason, Yuma laughed and said that the armed knights looked like a real joke. Unexpectedly, Yuma ordered the knights to set up tents here. They would leave tomorrow around noon. Lord Zeka Din wondered if Yuma, who had been working like a horse, would be able to withstand such a load now. Lord Zeka Din brought his powerful spear, Sea Carriage, to Yuma to give the boy strength. Yuma was surprised and asked Lord Zeka Din what he was trying to do. The boy replied that he wanted to heal his wounds. Yuma cheekily replied to Lord Zeka Din and asked him if he was Malin. Zeka did not answer. Yuma saw a small pond nearby and said that he planned to cleanse himself of the blue liquid. Before bathing, Yuma also turned to the charming Katarina Zark and said that she should also cleanse herself with water. Katarina Zark wondered how Yuma managed to defeat 470 orcs when the squad was only trying to deal with 46 monsters. Katarina Zark continued to think that only an army of about 3,000 soldiers could defeat such an army. Only Yume was capable of dealing with such a dizzying army of ferocious orcs. Meanwhile, the weather outside was incredibly colorful. The snow reflected the moonlight. Yume plunged into the warm water and began to cleanse himself of the nasty blue liquid. Yuma wanted to dive into the water head first. Small droplets slowly dripped from his hair. Yuma looked down at the water and asked Katarina Zark if she wanted to ask him the long-awaited question. Meanwhile, Duran Zark's daughter Katarina leaned her back against a tree and simply remained silent. Katarina Zark replied that she had also planned to bathe in the same place and was simply waiting for her turn. Yuma smiled and said that he was just finishing his water procedures. Katarina Zark decided to be bold and asked Yuma to sit there for a while longer. It turned out that Katarina Zark actually planned to bandage Yuma's wounds and help him regain his energy more quickly. Yuma, the leader of the Hell's Lair armed group, was taken aback, as he did not expect help from such a bold girl as Katarina. Yuma sat on an ice floe with his feet in the water while the charming girl Katarina Zark began to bandage his wounds. Katarina Zark gently took Yuma's shoulder in her tender hand and wrapped it with bandages. Yuma sat patiently and remained silent. Katarina Zark continued to help her immediate commander. Suddenly, Katarina Zark turned to Yuma and asked the young man where he got such incredible strength. Yuma replied that he himself did not understand where he got such ability. Katarina said that her father had also answered this question. Katarina Zark clarified that she did not mean training, but that Yuma pretended as if nothing had happened. Yuma unexpectedly said that in fact, almost every commoner must have strength to survive in this world. Otherwise, commoners cannot survive in an unjust world. Perseverance is the key to life. Katarina Zark was surprised once again because Yuma really did not consider himself a special person. Katarina Zark's eyes suddenly sparkled because she was experiencing strong feelings for a person for the first time. A full moon appeared in the sky, illuminating everything around the main characters. Katarina Zark denied that Yuma was an ordinary person, as she considered him a gifted knight. Yuma interrupted Katarina Zark and said that one cannot be vain after winning a terrible battle. Katarina Zark began to think to herself that this was not Yuma at all, but just another hero from a romance novel. Katarina Zark really thought that compared to him, she was just an immature child. The next moment, Katarina Zark found herself at the table surrounded by several maids who were asking her something. A week had passed since the last expedition. Katarina Zark wondered what Yuma was doing now. Katarina Zark couldn't stand it and abruptly got up from the table to go for a walk and see for herself what Yuma was doing. The offended maids shouted something after the charming girl, who was no longer listening and was simply leaving the room. Katarina Zark headed to the Puana trade community to talk to Yuma and Lord Zekadine. The invited guest was greeted with due honor. The servant said he was here, pointing to the large door. Katarina Zark continued to wonder what the life of a real traveler was like. Before going inside, Katarina Zark felt some doubt again, but she made up her mind. As soon as Katarina Zark entered the huge room, she noticed a huge number of empty bottles. Yuma, surrounded by several strange strangers, sat on the floor and shouted loudly that the alcohol was completely gone. Katarina Zark, accompanied by polite servants, was literally speechless with surprise. Yuma was delighted when a servant entered the room. The guy demanded that the servant quickly bring a new bottle of alcohol. Katarina Zark was literally angry and disappointed. The girl clearly expected to see a different picture. Katarina Zark did not try to find out why Yuma was behaving this way and simply ran out of the room at lightning speed. Before running out of the room, Katarina Zark decided to talk to the servant. She said she needed to leave the room urgently. Katarina Zark was thinking about how she had been interested in what Yuma was doing all day, and he was just drinking with his friends. Yuma managed to see Lady Katarina Zark entering the room and tried to stop her before she ran away. In his mind, Yuma simply apologized to the charming girl Katarina Zark. Yuma heard a mysterious sound and realized that someone had approached the door again. They were already here. The door to the room began to open slowly. Yuma waited impatiently. Several armed knights stood on the threshold and introduced themselves as a garrison unit. They demanded that Yuma come out. The knights claimed that they had heard rumors that Yuma was planning to organize a battle with his personal troops. Yuma thought that the aristocrats would never leave him alone. In their eyes, every mercenary was a real criminal. Yuma asked the armed knights what terrible battle they were talking about and why they saw him that way. The angry knights replied harshly that they had not come here to play games. They wanted a clear answer. Yuma replied that they were not his personal army. The young man had formed a squad called Hell's Lair, which had been approved by the Empire. Yuma said that they were just resting now because their last expedition had been very difficult. The knights stopped listening and replied that Yuma's squad had committed a terrible crime and would therefore be punished. One of the knights said that many nobles were dissatisfied. The guards promised that they could deprive all members of the squad of their limbs. Yuma simply nodded in response and realized that the nobles and aristocrats had hired this knight specifically to provoke him. Yuma placed the half-empty bottle of alcohol on the table. The cunning Yuma looked the armed knights in the eye and said that they could try to attack him. The armed knights from the garrison squad drew their swords as soon as they saw Yuma put the half-empty bottle on the table. Yuma repeated once more that the uninvited guests could try to attack him, but the consequences would be painful for them. The armed knights from the garrison unit, led by Sir Jack, were already planning to attack Yuma. However, the boy managed to stop them. One of the knights suddenly shouted that Yuma was a student of the famous and powerful Lord Duran Zark. Sir Jack declared that everything they were doing was right, so why should someone's name get in their way? Sir Jack held his sword in his right hand and pointed it at Yuma's face. The man said that the boy had asked for it. Yuma's gaze suddenly took on a confident tone. His previous intoxication suddenly disappeared. Sir Jack shouted loudly for Yuma to stand still, otherwise he would take not his limbs, but his head. Unexpectedly for the armed knights of the garrison, a bright glow formed around Yuma, which was actually his aura. Sir Jack's sharp sword collided with incredible force with the bright glow created by Yuma. When he heard a crack, Sir Jack thought he had succeeded. However, his sharp blade shattered into pieces. Sir Jack was surprised and did not understand what had happened. He just stared at the sword hilt that remained in his hands. Yuma slowly stood up, approached Sir Jack, and said that if that was all he was capable of, he could do little for the Empire. Yuma continued to talk to Sir Jack and told him that if he didn't want to rot in his position, he needed to start thinking sensibly. Meanwhile, an incredible story with an unpredictable ending was unfolding in the Imperial Palace. A loyal servant approached the Empress and said that another report had been delivered to the Imperial Palace. A commoner was undermining the power of the Empire by devaluing the laws, undermining the authority of the garrison, and threatening the knights. The harsh Empress took the report that had just been brought by the servant and clenched it in her fist. In the next moment, the angry Empress ordered her subjects to summon Yuma to the palace immediately. The message quickly reached Yuma, who soon got into a carriage and headed for the Imperial Palace. A few minutes later, Yuma, accompanied by his faithful servant, walked down the red carpet to the wise Empress. As Yuma walked accompanied by Her Majesty's servants, he thought to himself that he had returned to this familiar place. The harsh Empress was already eagerly awaiting Yuma's arrival. Yuma thought to himself that he never thought he would end up here again as a teenager. These were new and vivid sensations. Bowing before the wise Empress, Yuma suddenly heard a familiar female voice asking him why he had taken so long. Yuma noticed a mysterious stranger standing on his right whom he had seen before. This stranger was the eunuch Pornuo. The man told Yuma that he was too well dressed for someone who was going to meet the queen. Eunuch Pornuo added that if a person was a commoner, he should dress like a commoner. Eunuch Pornuo turned away from Yuma and whispered quietly that he understood where such rumors about the boy came from. Yuma narrowed his eyes and began to remember that it was this man who had tormented him both in this life and in his past life before his rebirth. Yuma remembered that it was eunuch Pornua who had given him a defective sword during the battle at the banquet. Now he dared to mock his clothing. Yuma wondered again what kind of game this vile, disgusting man was playing with him. Eunuch Pornua was very surprised when Yuma called him by name. The man did not understand where he knew him from. Eunuch Pornua shouted that Yuma had no right to call him by name without his permission. Yuma realized that there was no way to avoid a huge scandal, so he approached the eunuch to talk. Yuma told eunuch Pornua that he was taking money from newcomers. Naturally, the eunuch Pornua flew into a rage and was about to strike Yuma for his words. The man could not allow such rudeness. Yuma stopped the angry eunuch Pornua and asked him if the Empress knew about his relationship with the blonde woman from the palace. Eunuch Pornua was again stunned and could not understand how Yuma could have found out about this. Before leaving, Yuma reminded him of the wonderful trick eunuch Pornua had performed with his sword at the banquet. Yuma made it clear to eunuch Pornua that they would soon meet again and have a heart-to-heart talk. Eunuch Pornua watched Yuma leave and stood silently, wondering what would happen to him now after his conversation with the Empress. A servant of Her Imperial Majesty shouted loudly that Yuma had finally arrived. The servant opened the doors so that Yuma could enter and speak with the powerful queen. The Empress sat on her favorite iron throne and eagerly awaited the arrival of her invited guest. The Empress began the conversation and explained that the latest complaint about Yuma had become a real nuisance for her. The Empress accused Yuma of horribly breaking a magnificent knight's sword and then knocking him out 5 times. The Empress's voice sounded eerie. The woman continued to say that Yuma was just an ordinary commoner. Suddenly, the Empress asked if there was anyone else behind Yuma besides his great mentor, Sir Duran Zark. In his own thoughts, Yuma wanted to joke and name the first name that came to mind, the dragon Krishane. Unexpectedly for Yuma himself, he suddenly knelt on one knee and loudly pronounced the name of the great and mighty dragon Krishana. Yuma was ordered to tell all the details about Krishana. The boy began with the fact that the dragon had given Zeke the spear sea carrot. Then Yuma remembered the Pitson card and Hatterane, right up to the identity of the dragon spirit in Lord Zeke Dean's body. It was obvious to Yuma that there was no reason to hide the truth from the formidable but fair Empress. The Empress asked Yuma a question about Lord Zeke Dean, which was what was actually inside the boy's body and why it was interfering with the garrison squad. Yuma confirmed the wise Empress's version, who later called this story terrible. Yuma swore by everything dear to him, even the life of his teacher, that he would never harm or betray the Empire. The Empress said that Sir Duran Sark had always been a man of his word. That was why the man would have dealt with his traitorous student long ago. Yuma looked at the floor and asked the Empress to allow him to be of service to the great and powerful Empire. Yuma said that the day before he had formed a special squad of mercenaries to explore the famous cave. Yuma described in detail how he saw the future of the great empire in a few years. The formidable empress did not interrupt the talented young man and listened to his story with great interest. The empress said that Yuma had incredible ambitions, which is why he constantly did not value his own life. The empress asked what Yuma really wanted. The young man replied that his mission in life was loyalty to the empire. Yuma did not forget that he was an ordinary commoner who had managed to become a real knight. The stern empress thought for a moment about how to use Yuma in these difficult times. For some unknown reason, the empress began to smile. This meant that the woman had come up with something. The empress held out her hand, signaling to the servants that they needed to do something quickly. She said that she planned to reward Yuma. The servants quickly disappeared somewhere, but a moment later they returned with a mysterious box in their hand. The empress said she was giving Yuma the imperial seal, which could only be used 3 times. The empress shouted for Yuma to show her what his loyalty was capable of with the imperial seals in his hands. Meanwhile, calm and peace reigned in the trading community of Puana. A horse-drawn carriage raced down the street, which no one had seen before. The carriage stopped and Yuma got out. The young man was very happy to finally be home where he could rest. Suddenly, a strange child fell at Yuma's feet. The baby was almost unconscious. Yuma acted nobly and picked up the child. The young man saw that the boy had almost lost his life due to hunger. Yuma shouted to ask if there was a guard or sentry who had noticed this child earlier. One of the guards began to remember how a little-known boy had already come to the gate. For a long time, the boy just looked at the guards and said nothing. One of the armed guards couldn't stand it anymore and asked the uninvited guest who he was and why he had come. The boy managed to answer, even though he felt very ill, that his name was Evan from Yochheim. The boy, who was dressed in ragged clothes, told the guards that he had come to meet Sir Yuma. However, the armed knights did not believe the vagrant's words and thought that the boy just wanted to beg for money. The guards told Yuma that they thought the boy was just a vagrant and soon sent him away. Yuma thought that at that moment he couldn't even be angry, even though the guards clearly deserved punishment. Unexpectedly, Yuma stood up and began to move toward the armed guards. After a few seconds, Yuma stopped, turned around, and asked who from Yochheim might need him. Yuma looked at the boy lying unconscious on the bed and remembered that even before his rebirth, he had never been to Yochheim. Various thoughts ran through Yuma's head, but the main one was that he didn't understand whose child was lying on the bed. Yuma stared intently at the little child's face but couldn't remember him. Meanwhile, Evan came to and looked at the orphan Yuma, whom he had wanted to see so much the day before. The poor boy's eyes still couldn't see very well, and the image was too blurry for him. After a few seconds, Evan finally recognized the legendary knight Yuma standing next to him. Evan tried to say Yuma's name, but the poor boy still didn't have enough strength. Gathering his strength, the boy Evan jumped out of bed and asked the man standing next to him if he was Sir Yuma. The frightened boy began to shout and scream loudly, asking Yuma to help him with an important but secret matter. Yuma reacted quickly and told the boy that he first needed to calm down and rest to regain his strength. Evan calmed down a little and began to say that he actually needed the help of the legendary knight Yuma to save his older sister. Evan began to yell again throughout the room and said that his older sister had been kidnapped by a mysterious Lord Yochheim. Evan didn't stop there and said that not only his sister had been captured by the criminal, but also other local residents of his village. Yuma heard that the people who had been taken away were used as victims for special religious rituals. Evan also said that the other villagers tried to fight the Lord, but suddenly lost their lives when the kidnapper used a black aura. Yuma's eyes widened when he first heard about a magical black aura. Evan continued to say that the number of demons had increased significantly when Sir Sekron began to behave strangely. Evan unexpectedly apologized for coming in person to ask for help, but he said that he had sent several letters the day before. Evan said that he had not received a single reply to his numerous letters. Yuma was very surprised because he did not know about the letters. Evan began to cry heavily and practically knelt down, begging Yuma to help him as soon as possible. Yuma patted Evan on the arm and asked the boy to calm down so that they could discuss all the details later. Yuma smiled and promised to help Evan. He would definitely find his older sister and rescue her from captivity. However, Yuma had one important condition without which he would not agree. Evan listened carefully. Yuma said that Evan needed to get a good night's sleep and then eat a hearty meal to restore his strength and energy. Yuma emphasized that after Evan slept, they would embark on an exciting and unpredictable journey. Evan nodded and thanked the noble knight Yuma once again. Yuma smiled when he saw Evan literally fall asleep on the spot and was unable to finish his sentence. Evan simply fell onto the bed and continued sleeping. He would need his strength. Yuma was about to leave but returned to cover the poor, exhausted boy with a blanket. And so Yuma left the boy alone with his dreams and left the bedroom. Yuma began to say that it was most likely demon possession. This was what happened to people during the battle between demons and dragons. Before helping the poor boy find his older sister and save the residents of his native village, Yuma had something to do. Yuma was determined to find all the letters that Evan had sent him before. Yuma understood perfectly well that someone from the Imperial Palace was probably to blame for him not receiving these letters. Yuma wanted to see the Imperial seals he had received the day before from the powerful and wise Empress once again. Yuma decided to show this magical box to his loyal assistant and friend, Mr. Poan, who asked what the boy had done again. Mr. Poan explained that these seals work on the principle of do as you see fit. Yuma explained that during his conversation with the formidable Empress, he had a useful lever that he was ultimately able to use to his advantage. Meanwhile, Mr. Poan was wondering what Yuma had actually done to receive such a generous gift from the Empress. Yuma began to feel a little sad, but soon replied that at first he did not want to do it. However, Yuma had no choice but to agree to what he had planned. It would be the right thing to do. Mr. Poin realized that a surprise awaited him. A woman joined the conversation between the two friends and asked why Yuma had called her so far away. Standing in front of Yuma and Mr. Poan was the charming Queen of Poisons, Natalie, who smiled sincerely at the men. Mr. Poan cried out in surprise and asked the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, how she had ended up here. Natalie held out a mysterious letter in her right hand and said that it was very rude of Yuma to make her be a courier. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, turned to Yuma and asked if he considered her his puppy. Meanwhile, Mr. Poin suddenly began to choke because he smelled a strange odor around the Queen of Poisons, Natalie. Yuma turned to Mr. Poan and asked him to leave because he and Queen of Poisons Natalie needed to have a serious talk. Mr. Poan quickly obeyed Yuma's order and soon closed the door behind him. They were left alone with Natalie. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, was deeply offended and made it clear to Yuma with her gaze that she was not going to forgive his antics. Yuma tried to calm the gentle but very cunning Queen of Poisons, Natalie, and said that he had actually called her because he missed her very much. The insolent and self-confident Natalie forced him to stop talking and start explaining himself as quickly as possible. Yuma began his conversation with Natalie and said that Yokheim had asked him for urgent help, but he couldn't ask the royal palace for help. Yuma continued his conversation and said that now he would only ask for help from the person he truly loved. Yuma looked at Natalie, the Queen of Poisons, with a loving gaze and suggested they go to Yokheim together. As payment, Yuma offered his love to Her Majesty Natalie. However, Natalie immediately realized that the guy was lying. Then Yuma replied that at the moment it was very difficult to truly love someone, so they would start out as friends. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, remained silent and continued to listen to Yuma with a proud look. Soon, Natalie declared that the game was literally not worth the effort, and so she planned to leave quickly. Yuma was very surprised and ran after the charming girl Natalie, saying that the Haseo nation would be wiped out in 10 years. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, stopped and asked if the Empire would attack the Haseo nation. Even if the battle between demons and dragons did not happen, the Empire was still targeting the Haseo nation. Natalie unexpectedly asked why Yuma had brought up such an important topic, since no one could help the Haseo nation deal with the Empire. Yuma boldly and clearly replied that as usual he had a plan. Natalie agreed to listen to him. The Queen of Poisons even pursed her lips with dizzying impatience. Unexpectedly, Yuma declared that he could literally take the Rose Empire under his wing. The surprised beauty Natalie again did not believe him, and decided to ask again if Yuma intended to take the Empire under his wing. Yuma replied that he meant only externally, and that nothing would change within the Empire. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, said that she would go with Yuma to Joheim, but that she still needed time to think. Natalie began to think that Yuma's offer was actually not bad. The guy also had some power in the Empire. Yuma approached Natalie and apologized for rushing to talk about their relationship. The guy just wanted to form an alliance. Suddenly, the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, grabbed Yuma by the shirt and tilted his head toward her face. Natalie declared that Yuma was still a big fool and a chatterbox. The weather in the Poin trading community remained virtually unchanged. The sun shone brightly all day. Lord Zekadin stood by the door and said that he had been summoned and had finally arrived. Lord Zekadin felt particularly embarrassed because he hadn't even knocked on the door and didn't know what people were doing inside. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, and Yuma hugged and held each other very tightly. It seemed that there were real feelings of love between them. Yuma smiled and said that he had called Lord Zekadin to introduce him to the charming Queen of Poisons, Natalie, from Haseo. Natalie turned to Lord Zekdin and said she was pleased to meet him. Yuma explained to his companions that they would be embarking on a dizzying journey in 3 days. At the elite Zarkov estate, Sir Duran Zark asked Yuma when exactly he was leaving on his unpredictable journey. Yuma replied that he planned to leave tomorrow and had come to his mentor to let him know. Sir Duran Zark said that he had heard from Katarina that it was Yuma who had saved her life during the dizzying attack by the orcs. Duran Zark placed his favorite mug of strong tea on the table and said that he had heard a new rumor about Knight Yuma. Sir Duran Zark said that among the respected aristocrats, he was known as the knight who defeated 1,000 orcs. Yuma decided to lie a little and say that in reality there were not 1,000 orcs, but only 200 or 300. Sir Duran Zark made an unpleasant grimace and looked at Yuma, letting him know that he could tell when people were lying. Suddenly, Duran Zark rose from the table and ordered Yuma in a piercing voice to follow him. Sir Duran Zark turned and said that he wanted to know right now how much the strength of his most loyal and devoted student had increased. Duran Zark held his legendary sword in his right hand. Opposite him stood his obedient student Yuma with a weapon in his hands. Yuma turned to his mentor and said that he had brought him here but had not given him time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Duran Zark was already approaching Yuma at incredible speed and was ready to strike. Yuma managed to dodge his mentor's blow, and finally the battle between the two loyal comrades began. Although Yuma considered himself an excellent knight, he could not cope with his mentor's speed. Yuma asked Sir Duran Zark how he should act when the man attacked him with lightning speed. Yuma's eyes closely followed his mentor's movements, but his gaze betrayed uncontrollable fear. Duran Zark said that jokes cease to exist when his opponent draws his sword. Sir Duran Zark loudly and clearly asked to be entertained by the power possessed by his student Yuma. Two sharp swords clashed in the air again. The sound of their collision began to spread throughout the estate. Yuma tried to strike with his legendary sword, but unfortunately missed and hit the railing. Sir Duran Zark continued to dodge numerous attempts to attack him by his student Yuma. Sir Duran Zark once again noted Yuma's bold character, which remained unchanged. The man did not understand what kind of temperamental attack this was. Yuma began to think to himself that the old man was mocking him again, although perhaps the teacher had a few new jokes up his sleeve. Yuma's gaze changed again. He was really ready to enter a new game that was unpredictable for him. After delivering an incredible sword strike, Yuma whispered to himself that he would play this game, which he had not known until that moment. Yuma's sword approached Sir Duran Zark's face with lightning speed. Sir Duran Zark began to think that this was not just an attack, but a sword-fighting style refined in countless battles. Already aloud, Sir Duran Zark shouted to Yuma that it was a beautiful move. Sir Duran Zark stopped praising his loyal and devoted student for a moment, and thought to himself that there was one problem. Sir Duran Zark stopped the gruesome and terrible duel and replied to Yuma that there was always something to strive for. Yuma was really angry and annoyed by the behavior of his powerful mentor. The guy just coughed. Even though the duel lasted only a few minutes, sweat appeared on Yuma's face. The guy was really tired. Sir Duran Zark raised his legendary sword to show his student how powerful and aggressive his aura was. Sir Duran Zark turned to his student and told him to watch what was about to happen. It was the power of the Zarks. In a dizzying manner, the glow of Sir Duran Zark's aura literally blinded everything around him. It seemed as if a powerful explosion had occurred. Fragments and stones flew in different directions which could have injured anyone passing by. Yuma watched what was happening with wide eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. The teacher said that this was the Sky Divider. Yuma decided to ask his mentor about this technique. Until that moment, he had never heard of it. Yuma really thought to himself that the old man had reached an incredible level in martial arts that he could literally split the sky. Sir Duran Zark noted that Yuma's movements seemed rough, but he struck accurately. His level of mastery of the aura was still far from satisfactory. Sir Duran Zark and his student Yuma looked at the long cliff formed in the ground thanks to Zark's aura. Duran Zark said that with Yuma's skills, it would take him another 10 years before he could use the Sky Divider. Once again, Duran Zark said that if Yuma became his adopted son, he would teach him in 3 years. Yuma asked again if Sir Duran Zark would accept him as his son, to which the teacher replied that if he did not become his son, then no. The next morning, an incredible scene unfolded near the Puna trading community. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie Lord Zika, and the well-rested boy Evan were already standing near the horse-drawn carriage. The main characters were waiting for Yuma to arrive. A few minutes later, their immediate commander, Yuma, came out to the main characters. Everyone was assembled, and now they could set off. The main characters got into the carriage and set off on a dizzying adventure. The main characters had been riding in the carriage non-stop for several days. The guys wanted to get to their destination as quickly as possible. The full moon helped the carriage move forward and lit the way for the coachman to the predetermined location. Lord Zika Dean looked out the window and hoped to himself that Yokheim was a small town and not a dirty village. After a while, Lord Zika Dean turned to the boy Evan and said that they had been on the road for about 20 days. Yuma said that they could finally get some proper rest, as he was clearly tired of sleeping on the street. The wheels of the small carriage stopped, which meant that the main characters had reached their destination. One by one, the main characters got out of the ill-fated carriage to look around. Natalie, the Queen of Poisons, stared intently at her surroundings. The main characters were very discouraged because they soon realized that there was no light here, not even from a fire. Nearby, the main characters saw a small house and decided to knock on the door. They hoped that someone lived there. The 4 main characters stood by the door, but they received no answer to their knocking. Yuma said that someone clearly lived here, but for some reason no one opened the front door. It was very strange. As the leader of the group, Yuma took the initiative and decided to knock again, but harder and louder. Yuma literally wanted to shout because no one had come to the door yet. It was decided to go to other houses and find at least one living soul. Finally, the door of one of the neighboring houses opened slightly, and the main characters finally saw the face of a living person. The door was opened by a mysterious woman with a very sad look on her face, who was clearly suffering greatly from something. Yuma introduced himself and said that they were travelers and were trying to find a place to stay nearby. The poor woman stared intently at the faces of the so-called travelers. After a moment, the thin woman asked the travelers to come in and opened the door for them. Yuma and his faithful companions thanked the unfortunate woman for providing them with lodging and offered to pay her. However, the poor woman said she did not need money and silently went into another room, leaving the main characters alone. Evan suddenly said that the woman clearly did not know the rules of etiquette and was not very hospitable. Evan lowered his head and said that their circumstances were even worse than he had thought until that moment. Meanwhile, dark night had fallen outside. The moon was almost invisible. Nothing could be seen. The main characters slept peacefully not far from each other. Natalie even put her delicate hand on Yuma's chest to feel the warmth. In her sleep, Natalie, the Queen of Poisons, involuntarily moved her head closer to Yuma's shoulder as it began to get cold. None of the main characters heard someone nearby start talking about how they didn't expect to meet a strange group of people here. The mysterious stranger continued to mutter to himself that he never thought he would ever meet a beautiful woman. Yuma and his charming companion Natalie opened their eyes at the sound of a strange rustling. Opposite the main characters stood several armed men who said that they were clearly lucky today. The armed men stared intently at the charming beauty Natalie and said that from now on, she would be their slave. A moment later, Yuma realized that there were actually many more armed men in the house than he had thought. Yuma, a natural-born leader, turned to the armed men and asked if they would put away their swords. One of the criminals replied that Yuma probably didn't understand what was going on yet, since he had just woken up. Yuma replied that the criminals would become their new toys. Suddenly, a glow appeared everywhere. The armed man realized that his sword had literally shattered into tiny pieces. The poor man was very surprised. The frightened man cringed in agony when the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, grabbed him by the neck. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, turned to the frightened criminal again and asked him if he was deaf. Natalie explained that her beloved Yuma had asked them to sheathe their swords, but they had not obeyed. A moment later, the poor man flew out the window, sustaining numerous injuries. The criminal lay on the cold ground, not knowing what to do next. A sweet, modest girl dealt with him. Meanwhile, Natalie opened the front door and again addressed the frightened man, telling him to stay where he was. Natalie, the Queen of Poisons, said loudly and clearly that if the man tried to escape, she would catch him and cut off all his limbs. The other robbers put their swords on the floor. Yuma realized that these were unusual people because their appearance was different. The bandits sat on their knees. Yuma asked them if they were fugitive soldiers from the local feudal army. The leader of the criminals said that he and his comrades had tried to escape from this place more than once, but there was an invisible wall at the exit. Yuma did not understand how Evan had escaped from here. The knight ordered the former soldier to tell him about the situation here. The soldier began his story. About 6 months ago, Lord Sekron literally began to lose his mind under strange circumstances. Everyone in the feudal lord's castle tried to keep quiet about it. Gradually, important officials began to die. Therefore, the soldiers were ordered to take as many people from the common people as possible. The more, the better for the lord. None of the soldiers understood where such an order came from, but everyone tried to carry it out. The former soldier continued to tell how Lord Sekron kept whispering something under his breath, frightening his entourage. Almost no one heard the respected aristocrat's whisper. Only those close to him understood his language. The Mad Lord was actually whispering that the man was descending upon us. What that meant is still unclear. Yuma asked the soldier about the word descending. The Lord meant that a certain demon was descending into the world of humans. Yuma said that once, during a battle between demons and dragons, a Satan named Sekhmia literally descended into the human world. Yuma recalled that the arrival of the so-called demon was not as fast as everyone thought. Everyone understood that this meant that the entire Jochheim was literally in danger. In addition, Jochheim's situation could change at any moment, like the direction of the wind. The main characters lit a fire nearby to keep warm. Yuma asked Evan how far away the feudal lord's house was. Evan replied that it was about a couple of days' journey. Yuma decided to sleep outside. Natalie dreamed of a hot bath. Suddenly, Yuma stopped talking because he heard a strange rustling sound on his right. It was as if a hallucination flashed through Yuma's mind, and he saw a mysterious head peeking out from the bushes. The main characters turned around and discovered that several more heads were watching them intently from the bushes nearby. Yuma watched as an unfamiliar little boy bit into hot meat that had just been roasted over a fire. A moment later, the boy shared his food with the other hungry children. The main characters just watched. Natalie laughed and said that these children were so messy. Yuma ordered them to be guarded. Yuma smiled and watched as the children ate large pieces of meat. The knight asked them where they all lived. One of the boys suddenly stopped eating and turned to Yuma, asking if he would kill them if they remained silent. Yuma laughed again and said he would not harm defenseless children. The boy was just trying to help them. When the children finished eating the rabbit meat, they suddenly stood up, bowed to the main characters, and thanked them for the food. A few seconds later, the little children simply turned and walked away into the darkness, without even saying goodbye. Yuma said they needed to rest a little and then follow the tracks of these spoiled children. Lord Zekadin did not understand this action. Meanwhile, the cute and modest children approached a mysterious cave with a light burning inside. Before entering the cave, the children responded and told their father that they had returned from their walk. The father of the little ones called the children closer so that soon the whole family could pray together. The children were obedient and quickly complied with the head of the family's request and knelt down to pray. The children's father watched closely to make sure no one was lazy and continued to pray. Meanwhile, Yuma was hiding near the entrance to the cave, looking at a strange symbol depicted on the man's robe. Yuma said to himself that he had seen this mysterious symbol somewhere before. He just couldn't remember where. The deity of light, Yahello, was deceived by the deity of hunger and emptiness, after which he literally lost his powers and disappeared in an unknown direction. However, there were still people in the world who sincerely believed that the deity Yahello was still alive and wandering somewhere on Earth. Those who believed in the deity Yahello founded their own religion, which later became known as Jailism. Believers tied themselves by their feet and followed their beliefs and asceticism to excess. In addition, poor people chained themselves to huge stones and suffered from terrible, dizzying pain. However, this religion did not receive so-called recognition and was considered a pseudo-religion. The father of the family suddenly spoke up and said loudly that uninvited guests had come to their cave. The father of the children turned to Yuma, who was hiding behind the wall, and asked if he had come to take Baron Sekron's life. The strong and confident leg of the great knight Yuma appeared from around the corner. Yuma decided not to hide the truth and answered the question with a question, saying that if it was true. The children's father upset Yuma by saying that he would not be able to accomplish the task in reality. The children's father continued to argue and said that Baron Sekron had descended into the human world and was practically invulnerable. Unexpectedly, the talkative father of the young children fell silent and added that the demon had descended, though not completely. Yuma asked why the children's father was talking about Baron Sekron as if he were a mere human. That was a mistake. Yuma asked if the children's father was talking about a Satan named Sekmia. The children's father continued to kneel and could only utter the word "oh." Yuma did not understand what that could mean. Suddenly, the father of the little children said that Yuma had surprised him greatly by knowing the name Sekmia. A few seconds later, the man spoke again and said that the demon that had descended upon Sekron was actually named Amando. Yuma's eyes widened in surprise. Did this mean that besides Sekmia, there was another Satan named Amando? The father of young children continued to insist that this monster was actually called Amando. The fear in Yuma's eyes intensified. Until that moment, the boy had never heard this strange name. The man in the red robe said that Sekmia controlled a completely different hellish kingdom. Yuma asked the mysterious man about the other hellish kingdom and realized that there was more than one. Yuma began to remember that there was no such story in his past life. Back then, there was only a battle between humans. Yuma began to worry greatly and thought that the future could change dramatically because of his rebirth. Yuma asked himself if Lord Zekdin's liberation from Hayes Rollman could attract outside demonic forces. Yuma reset himself and, as if slapping himself, said that he needed to remain calm and rational. Yuma ordered that the words of this pseudo-priest should not be believed. The priest began to reassure the main characters and said that the Apostle Gemma would soon arrive to overthrow Amando. Yuma ordered the rest of the squad to leave quickly, as he did not want to listen to the priest any longer. Before leaving, Yuma said loudly and clearly that he did not believe a single word the priest said. It was all lies. Yuma told the others that their main goal was to kill Baron Sekron Wolfishell. Meanwhile, Yuma thought to himself that he didn't care if the past had changed. Baron Sekron must be defeated by any means necessary. Yuma spoke confidently to Natalie and Lord Zekdin, saying that they must not allow themselves to be deceived. The main characters were already approaching the Lord's castle, where they believed there were still people loyal to Sekron despite his madness. Yuma stopped near a tall tree and leaned his hand against it to gather strength before the upcoming battle. As the leader of the team, Yuma turned to the other members of the squad and said that they must kill everyone who stood in their way. Lord Zekadin asked the commander if he had a plan for how to get inside the huge castle. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, said loudly that as soon as they dealt with the guards, Lord Sekron would flee. Natalie became very sad and asked what they would do with Lord Sekron if the priest's words were true. Yuma turned unexpectedly and said that he didn't think Natalie cared about religion. Yuma was already moving forward, but when he heard Natalie's question, He slowed down and simply thought for a moment. Yuma replied that if the priest's words were true, they would simply watch as the apostle dealt with Lord Sekron. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, stared intently at the back of Commander Yuma, who was approaching the castle with confident steps. For the first time, the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, felt some doubts inside and said that the picture had become eerie. With each passing minute, the main characters were getting closer and closer to the high gates of Lord Sekron's castle. Near the gates, the main characters noticed two armed knights, guards. One of the armed knights noticed the approaching uninvited guests and tensed up a little. The guard shouted loudly and clearly at the guests to leave the gate immediately, otherwise they would be killed. But the armed guards did not expect such a lovely, charming girl as Natalie to run at them with lightning speed. In an instant, the Poison Queen Natalie's red eyes were close to the faces of the frightened guards. With a few blows, the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, dealt with the burly guards. In fact, the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, used her secret weapon, which she wielded with great skill. The proud and seductive Natalie stood over the bodies of the guards lying on the ground and said that she had not used her favorite weapon in a long time. Lord Zekadin asked Natalie if she had crossed the line. The girl replied that the guy should calm down. Meanwhile, other guards on the tower watched Natalie's battle. Angry armed knights shouted at the uninvited guests, asking how they dared to contradict Lord Sekron. The angry men literally stamped their feet and threatened to cold-bloodedly take the life of anyone who approached. From that moment on, a dizzying tension began to reign around and even in the air. Yuma said that all the people who enjoyed Lord Sekron's atrocities would now be punished. Yuma stood below the gate and shouted loudly that Lord Sekron's reign would end forever today. Yuma clearly repeated that he would cold-bloodedly take the life of the powerful but insane lord by any means necessary. Meanwhile, the knights on the tower prepared their archers to shoot their arrows. Magic cannons were also being prepared. Yuma turned to the boy Evan, who was standing patiently beside him. Yuma told the boy that he had promised never to let him down. Then Yuma drew his legendary sword from its sheath to demonstrate a dizzying attack on his opponents. The archers prepared their weapons and aimed them at the approaching uninvited guest. Yuma repeated to himself that the reign of the powerful Lord Sekron would end today. The commander of the archers gave the order to fire, and the arrows flew toward Yuma. Meanwhile, Yuma tried to open the tall gate with his mighty sword and make his way inside the castle. With incredible ease, Yuma managed to pierce the wooden gate with his sharpened blade. A moment later, Yuma commanded his aura to immediately ignite around him. There was a piercing crack, and the gate literally shattered into small pieces that flew in different directions. Yuma, like a true legendary hero, looked at his sword as the pieces flew in different directions. Meanwhile, the commander of the armed guard ordered the magical cannons to be fired. Yuma stood humbly waiting as several fiery magic balls flew at him from the cannon. Yuma's aura enveloped his body completely at incredible speed. Lord Zekadin watched the events closely and suddenly hugged the boy Evan to protect him from the shards. Queen of Poisons Natalie, who was also standing aside, prepared to defend and protect. And then the magic balls from the cannons reached their target. Everything around glowed with a dizzying light. On the other side of the gate, a detachment of armed guards tried to block the passage from the traitors. Every member of the armed squad had no intention of retreating and was ready to give their lives to save their lord. The passage in the gate that had formed due to Yuma's aura was surrounded by mysterious smoke. Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate, and the leg of a powerful man appeared. Yuma walked ahead, and his loyal and courageous assistants slowly followed their embittered commander. The main characters stopped in front of the numerous army of armed knights and looked closely at their faces. The commander of the Knights of Yokheim, named Himdolf, addressed the main characters. Himdolf turned to Yuma and asked what it all meant. The man was sincerely convinced that it was real betrayal. Yuma quietly asked Commander Himdolf about his word betrayal, which meant nothing to him. Yuma explained that Lord Sekron's subjects had gathered ordinary people from the common folk and tormented innocent victims. Himdolf fell silent and simply stared. The knight did not understand how a stranger knew such details. Soon, Commander Himdolf said that even if Lord Sekron had caused someone inconvenience, it did not mean that it was acceptable to break into his castle. Himdolf repeated his pressing question. What right did Yuma have to judge the legendary Lord Sekron? Suddenly, a boy named Evan joined the conversation and addressed Himdolf, saying that he remembered him very well. The boy Evan accused Commander Himdolf of kidnapping his friends and relatives. However, the main purpose of coming to the castle was to rescue the boy's older sister, Satina, from captivity. Evan shouted loudly at Himdolf, asking him why he had done all this and whether his sister Satina was still alive. Knight Himdolf replied that he never remembered such trivial matters that were unimportant to him. Knight Himdolf said that everything he did was a direct order from his respected Lord Sekron. Himdolf repeated that he was Captain Jokheim, who always had to follow his lord's orders. Himdolf stood in front of the main characters and simply smiled as if mocking them. Yuma decided to respond to the arrogant and self-confident commander Himdolf that following the Lord's orders was not a problem. As the leader of their group, Yuma began to approach the armed soldiers of Joheim. Yuma noticed that the armed knights of Joheim were truly loyal to their lord, Sekron, and did not retreat. Yuma repeated why the Lord's subordinates did not feel responsible when carrying out their master's insane orders. Yuma thought to himself again that the soldier possessed incredible sincerity and honor. The qualities of Joheim's knights truly made Yuma a vicious and ruthless person. Yuma turned to Commander Himdolf again and told him to prepare for the upcoming battle in which he would lose his life. Knight Himdolf stood and smiled, thinking to himself that he was facing a funny and cheerful young man. Himdolf turned to Yuma and advised him to compare their strengths and think again. Commander Joheim Himdolf was truly confident in his abilities and therefore did not fear his guests in the slightest. However, Himdolf's confidence suddenly vanished when he saw Yuma begin to form spheres from his aura. Himdolf ordered his subordinates to prepare, but Yuma had already sent several spheres of aura in his direction. The soldiers standing next to Commander Himdolf began to scream in pain, causing their leader to call them by name. Himdolf became very angry because he considered his knights to be practically family. The man prepared to strike. For what Yuma had done, Himdolf swore to himself that his enemy would pay with his life. He ordered the rest of the soldiers to attack. The main characters looked at the angry crowd of armed soldiers of Joheim and prepared to repel their attack. The angry and aggressive warriors of Joheim rushed forward. They had one goal in mind: to kill the traitors. Several armed knights approached the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, who had already met the first wave of enemies. The knights were greatly frightened when such a pretty girl as Natalie was able to easily deal with several men. The fact is that Natalie took out her favorite weapon, with which she had dealt with 2 guards near the gate the day before. Joheim's armed soldiers had never seen such a strange weapon before. The warriors heard someone calling them to retreat. Natalie called her weapon Little Sister and shouted that she hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Meanwhile, a detachment of several warriors headed towards Lord Zekdeen. Joheim's warriors were also surprised when they saw the mysterious sea carriage in the hands of their opponent. With one blow, Lord Zekdeen defeated 3 experienced Joheim knights at once. Despite Lord Zekdeen's magnificent skills, the rest of Joheim's knights did not retreat and continued to attack. Meanwhile, the boy Evan watched with his mouth open as a red sticky liquid spread around. One of Joheim's armed knights decided to attack the boy Evan from behind, calling him a talkative brat. The boy Evan began to scream loudly and call for help, as he was very afraid of never seeing his sister again. Lord Zekdeen heard Evan's cries and prepared to help the innocent victim. The fierce knight of Joheim had already aimed his sharp sword at the frightened boy. However, the knight was unable to harm the boy because a sea carriage was already flying towards his neck. Lord Zekdeen reacted quickly to the boy's cry and decided to throw his weapon directly at the evil knight Joheim. As soon as the sea carriage hit its target, Lord Zekdeen ran after it at lightning speed. Lord Zekdeen remembered Krishane's words perfectly well. No one but him could touch this magical spear. Lord Zekdeen safely picked up the sea carriage spear and protected the boy Evan from the knights surrounding him. Joheim's armed knights, covered in red sticky liquid, continued to attack. With the help of the sea chariot, Lord Zekdeen managed to kill many powerful enemies. Joheim's knights gradually began to retreat, stepping on the heads of their former comrades. Lord Zekdeen ordered the boy Evan to follow him exclusively. The boy immediately agreed. The armed knights of Joheim watched closely the movements of Lord Zekdeen and the poor frightened boy Evan. Cries of despair could be heard among the crowd of armed knights of Joheim. Some of the brave soldiers shouted the word monster. The commander of Joheim's squad, Himdolf, ordered his armed knights not to be afraid and to continue the attack. The frightened armed knights of Joheim turned to their commander and said that Yuma was a real demon. Joheim's commander, Himdolf, simply laughed in the faces of the frightened knights and took up his sword to personally kill the enemy. The commander of the armed squad, Himdolf, shouted that these punks were just a bunch of traitors. Meanwhile, Yuma continued to fight a terrifying and unpredictable battle against dozens of Joheim's armed knights. Suddenly, Joheim's commander, Himdolf, approached Yuma from the left and shouted that he would kill the traitor. Yuma's gaze was focused on his opponent, so he was now able to easily parry his devastating blow. The commander of Joheim's army, Himdolf, delivered an incredible blow of unprecedented force, but his opponent, Yuma, remained standing. The fact was that Yuma had managed to activate his powerful aura, and his opponent's sword collided with a bright glow. The frightened commander of the warriors, Himdolf, looked with a frightened face at the hilt of his sword, which had shattered into small pieces. Himdolf continued to stare at his once powerful sword, which was now nothing more than small fragments lying on the ground. In order not to lose face, the commander of the army, Himdolf, immediately called on his other subordinates for help. Meanwhile, Yuma approached his opponent closely. Himdolf began to call him an evil, disobedient child. Yuma was deeply offended that the powerful knight Himdolf called him an evil child. He asked if he was sure about that. Meanwhile, innocent people were being horribly captured and transported to an unknown place. Two well-fed knights laughed and looked at the poor, frightened people who were imprisoned in cages. Meanwhile, Yuma turned to Commander Joheim and asked him if he was a normal person. The frightened commander of the Joheim army, Himdolf, spoke, or rather asked if they had ever heard of such a thing. Yuma raised his hand to deliver a crushing blow to the head of the commander of the Joheim army, Himdolf. There was a dizzying, piercing sound and a crack. Yuma's blow hit its target. And now Commander Himdolf was doubled over in unexpected pain, gasping for breath and coughing loudly. In the next moment, the commander of the Joheim detachment, Heimdolf, found himself on his knees before the courageous and legendary Yuma. As usual, Yuma emerged victorious after a long and unpredictable battle with Joheim's mercenary detachment. Yuma grabbed his opponent by the cloak to whisper something in his ear. Yuma asked the poor knight Heimdolf why he did not think about the pain of the people around him and their suffering. Yuma continued to ask the knight Heimdolf tricky questions, and asked the man why he only thought about his own values. Yuma turned to the boy Evan, who was silently watching the scene, and asked Heimdolf about the boy's values. Meanwhile, the rest of Joheim's armed knights looked at Yuma and literally trembled with fear. Yuma did not stop mocking the frightened Heimdolf and kept talking to him. Suddenly, the boy Evan approached Yuma, took him by the hand, and asked him to stop beating Heimdolf. Evan looked at Yuma and said that it seemed to him that the former knight Heimdolf had already lost his life. The frightened knights of Joheim decided not to mess with Yuma anymore, and therefore threw their weapons on the ground. The brave knights of Joheim showed their cowardice and knelt before Yuma, making it clear that they were surrendering. Yuma looked at the frightened knights of Joheim and asked if they were loyal soldiers of Baron Sekron. One of the soldiers said that most of the knights who were loyal to Baron Sekron had already lost their lives. Yuma asked the frightened soldier, who was silently watching the soldiers who had already lost their lives, again. The knight said that thousands of soldiers had already lost their lives and some of them had led a rebellion against Lord Sekron. Yuma listened carefully to the frightened knight, who clearly did not want to serve a man like Baron Sekron. The knight said that most likely some soldiers had lost their lives because of dark rituals. Yuma stopped the knight's story and said loudly that he was now their commander. The guy needed 2 people. Yuma planned to free the prisoners first. The knights had to name the soldiers who had led the rebellion. Hope appeared in the knight's eyes. The man asked if Yuma could save them from the treacherous Baron Sekron. Yuma did not answer and simply asked the knights if they liked their position under Baron Sekron's rule. If one thinks about it, in the event of another attack by Sekron on Joheim, this knight could gain something valuable. Yuma ordered that after it was all over, those knights who felt guilty should take their own lives. Yuma, accompanied by his loyal companions, descended into the basement. Torches hung on the walls for lighting. Various insects crawled everywhere, frightened by the loud, extraneous sounds. Yuma and several knights looked down at the endless steps and planned to begin their long journey. Yuma noted that even for traitors, the conditions were more humane than for the ordinary people they had stolen from. Yuma looked at the frightened knights and said that they had clearly acted despicably towards the prisoners. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, agreed with Yuma's statements and said that the dungeons were terrible prisons. Lord Zekadine also nodded his head and was about to say that all the knights deserved to be put to death. One of the knights shouted loudly that they did not do all this because they liked it. They were following orders. The frightened knights looked at their new commander Yuma and swore that they were simply following Baron Sekron's orders. Lord Zekadin interrupted the frightened knight and said that he was barely restraining himself from taking his life. The man fell silent. A moment later, the frightened knight continued to speak and made the gravest mistake. Lord Zekadin killed the insolent and cunning knights with a single blow, tired of hearing their excuses. Yuma turned around and was greatly surprised when he realized that it was not Lord Zekadin who had eliminated the knights but the Queen of Poisons, Natalie. Natalie proudly said that it was not worth wasting time on conversation. Besides, the work of the knights, who were no longer in this world, was finished. Yuma, as a true natural leader, went first and opened the door to the dungeon where the prisoners were held. The boy Evan rushed forward, shouting loudly the name of his older sister Satina. The boy's eyes were literally filled with tears and bitterness. The fact was that inside the dungeon, the boy was already looking at the remains of people and their skeletons lying on the cold ground. The world seemed to turn black and white for Evan. The boy did not know what to do now. Yuma bent down to carefully examine the remains and skeleton of one of the prisoners who had clearly been dead for a long time. Yuma said that judging by all appearances, they had been gathered together and had killed each other. There were no signs of weapons being used. Lord Zekadin did not hear Yuma's words, but asked if he thought they had fought each other. Yuma just remained silent and looked at the human remains and skeletons with sadness in his eyes. The poor people bit and scratched each other until they eventually lost their lives. Yuma was sure that only black magic could create such a dizzying picture. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, suddenly said that it was similar to what they did to people with silence. Yuma asked his beloved Queen Natalie what kind of silence she was talking about. The girl replied that it was a type of poison. For this ritual, all the demons and insects were gathered in a large cave and locked up so that they would eventually attack each other. The cave was opened after many years of fermentation and decay, and all you got was a single drop of silence. However, Lord Zekdin shouted that what lay before him were the remains of ordinary people. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, agreed with Yuma and said that this was clearly the work of powerful black magic. Natalie repeated once again that someone had done something similar to the process of forming the well-known poison, silence. Yuma thought about it, but was sure that his beloved girlfriend Natalie was absolutely right. Meanwhile, the boy Evan sat on his knees in front of the human remains and just cried. Yuma decided to calm the boy Evan down and gently took him by the shoulder with his right hand. The boy Evan did not stop crying and continued to sit on his knees. The boy Evan began to say that he was ready to literally give up everything he had, including the most precious thing, his own soul. Evan continued to say that he would even trade his own soul to erase the names of Yokheim and Wolfashel from history forever. Yuma asked Evan to leave this scary and terrible dungeon immediately. Yuma said that he really hoped that Baron Sekron had not escaped and had remained in his beloved castle. It was indeed a huge castle that had clearly cost a lot of money to build. The main characters moved through numerous long corridors in search of Baron Sekron. Yuma and the rest of his team looked around in different directions so as not to miss anything important. Lord Zekadine said that this room clearly needed at least a little lighting, as it was practically impossible to see anything. Yuma nodded and agreed with his companion Lord Zekdin. The main characters looked at the paintings and said that today's lords were once powerful kings. It seems that these kings took it upon themselves to overthrow the empire and create their own great kingdom. Yuma confidently approached the tall door that led to the great hall where Baron Sekron's throne was located. With each passing moment, Yuma got closer to the coveted door. The guy planned to kick it down. Even before entering, Yuma swore to himself that Baron Sekron's dynasty would disappear today. As Yuma promised, he kicked the door down with his powerful foot and entered the huge hall. Yuma clearly and loudly shouted the name of Baron Sekron Wolfashel. Yuma's legs exuded an incredible confidence and strength that many people could only dream of. Meanwhile, Baron Sekron Wolfashel sat on his throne, seemingly asleep and unaware of anything. Yuma did not take his eyes off the insolent and cunning Baron Sekron Wolfashel. First of all, Yuma noticed the crown on the powerful Baron's head. Yuma spoke up and asked the Baron what his real purpose was in kidnapping people. Could it be all about this expensive crown? Baron Sekron Wolfashel smiled arrogantly and said something about his demon needing food. The boy Evan, who was walking behind, shouted the name of his little sister Satina. Evan turned to Baron Sekron Wolfashel and asked him what he had actually done to his poor and unfortunate sister Satina. Baron Sekron Wolfashel quietly and calmly repeated Satina's name and seemed to start remembering something. Suddenly, Sekron Wolfashel said that this charming girl had actually settled in quite well here. Unexpectedly, a strange black hole of magical origin formed near Baron Sekron Wolfashel. Yuma understood that the powerful Baron was using real spatial magic at that moment. Suddenly, a strange red silhouette began to appear from this mysterious black hole. The main characters stared intently at the mysterious black hole and were clearly frightened by what was happening. Baron Sekron Wolfashel continued to insist that this attractive girl was very good to be near him. The cunning Baron Sekron Wolfashel held a real human heart in his hand. The boy Evan stared wide-eyed at this unique heart and simply remained silent. Baron Sekron Wolfashel's eyes suddenly began to emit a dizzying bright glow. Gradually, Baron Sekron Wolfashel began to transform into a mysterious dark figure of unknown origin. Yuma drew his sharp blade and ordered all the other members of the squad to be careful with the Baron's devilish gaze. Yuma began to form small spheres with an aura at lightning speed, which he was already directing towards the Baron. The dark figure, which was clearly no longer just Baron Sekron Wolfashel, simply sat on the throne. There were crazy sounds of collision. The main characters closed their eyes to protect them from the glow. Yuma opened his eyes to see what had become of the dark, mysterious, and magical figure. Yuma kept his hand ready to quickly form a few more spheres with an aura. Meanwhile, Baron Sekron Wolfashel just smiled and continued to sit on his favorite throne. Yuma's eyes widened in surprise, and now the boy did not understand how to oppose the powerful Baron. The demon inside Baron Sekron Wolfashel's body was really strong. Yuma was really surprised. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, and the boy Evan suddenly screamed as they found themselves in complete darkness. Yuma also plunged into a dizzying dark abyss from which there was no escape. Yuma was terrified when, in the pitch darkness, he heard the voice of Baron Sekron Wolfashel ordering him to stay where he was. The mysterious voice continued to frighten the main characters, telling them that they would lose themselves forever in the darkness. Yuma tried to control his fear, but the young man clearly could not resist the powerful demon. In absolute darkness, Yuma took out his sharp blade and was ready to repel the demon's impending attacks. Losing your sight in battle means giving up complete control of your own life. Yuma began to fear greatly, and soon sweat appeared on his forehead. The boy was worried about his friends and comrades. Natalie, the Queen of Poisons, also began to worry greatly, and said that they did not even know who they were facing. Soon, Natalie realized that those people had been forced to kill each other using this powerful ability. The boy Evan knelt down to pray to his gods and ask them for help for his comrades. Sometimes, in the complete darkness, Yuma could catch a glimpse of the snow-white smile of the insidious Baron Sekron Wolfashel. A few seconds later, the demon's voice ordered the main characters to prepare for the upcoming attack. The demon's loud voice continued to frighten the naive main characters and told them that they would soon lose their lives. The demon suddenly turned his attention to the mysterious weapon in Lord Zekdine's hands. Baron Sekrona Wolfashel knew perfectly well that this spear, called the Sea Carriage, was made by the dragon Katuriain. Lord Zekadin concentrated, and suddenly his spear began to glow and light the way for the main character. Lord Zekadin said that in a fierce confrontation between a demon and a dragon, it was the dragon that could win. Yuma said loudly and clearly that the darkness had now disappeared, and that from now on the main characters could attack the enemy. Lord Zekadin held the sea carriage in front of him to light the way for the rest of their squad. Yuma raised his sharp sword and called on all the other members of the team to rush forward and kill Baron Sekron. In an instant, Yuma and Lord Zekadin were standing near the throne where Baron Sekron Wolfashel sat. Meanwhile, the demon inside Baron Sekron continued to perform magical feats and tried to escape. Yuma clenched his fist tightly, ready to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent in a few seconds. Baron Sekron Wolfashel simply covered his face with his hands to protect it from injury. Lord Zekadin and Yuma continued to deliver numerous blows to their powerful enemy. After a few seconds, Yuma and Lord Zekadin stopped to look at the demon. From Yuma's expression, it was clear that he was very tired and needed to catch his breath and regain his strength. Behind the tall doors to the hall where the throne of the powerful Baron Sekron Wolfashel stood, the dizzying sounds of battle could be heard. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, had not yet joined the fierce battle. The girl thought that at this moment she would only get in the way of the boys. Natalie decided that she needed to quickly take the boy Evan to a safer place. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, picked up the poor frightened boy Evan and ran at lightning speed. Yuma noticed that Natalie was rescuing the frightened boy Evan, and thought that he could always rely on his beloved. Clenching his fist, Yuma shouted after Natalie that she had made the right decision in such a short time. The hall was still dark, but the main characters were illuminating some areas with the help of the sea carriage. Yuma understood that mere sword skills did not give him strength in this situation. The main problem was that when Yuma's sword clashed with his opponent's weapon, he felt pain from the hilt. Yuma asked Lord Zekdine if he felt pain from his hilt. The Lord said that Pitsin told him it was the first time. Yuma was surprised that Zekadin had spoken to Pitsin, who actually lived inside the Lord. Suddenly, a voice was heard again, telling the main characters not to rejoice in their victory. They had only destroyed the demon's property. Baron Sekron Wolfashel asked the main characters if they believed that the day would come when commoners would be able to defeat the king. Baron Sekron Wolfashel continued to sit on his favorite throne and said that he had seized the throne forever. The voice of the demon inside the Baron continued to talk to the main characters. It said that it would soon finish all important matters. The powerful demon inside Baron Sekron Wolfashel's body continued to cast spells. Yuma and Lord Zekadin watched as the Baron's body literally began to emit a mysterious light. Yuma quietly but confidently told Lord Zekadin to slowly retreat. Once again, a terrible crash was heard in the hall where the unpredictable battle was taking place. A few seconds later, Yuma was already standing in front of the dark silhouette, preparing to repel the demon's attacks. Yuma thought it would be better to attack first and not wait for the demon to gather its strength. The eyes of the powerful Baron Sekron Wolfashel literally became transparent, which was clearly frightening. Yuma approached the throne where the terrible and nightmarish demon sat with lightning speed. Yuma was astonished because the demon's reaction speed was much faster than his. A few seconds later, Baron Sekron Wolfashel was behind Yuma, smiling insolently at him. The demon inside the Baron closely watched his opponent's every move. Yuma suddenly said that the demon inhabiting the Baron's body was talking nonsense when he said that he had already taken the throne for himself. Baron Sekron Wolfashel surveyed his favorite hall, which had literally been reduced to ruins. The demon was clearly not pleased with the destruction around him and simply gritted his teeth to intimidate his opponents. The terrible demon noticed the beautiful shape of Yuma's skull. Baron Sekron Wolfashel shouted loudly that he would soon decorate his favorite throne with Yuma's skull. Yuma and Lord Zekadin stared intently at their powerful opponent and kept their weapons at the ready. Yuma concentrated hard so that in the next moment he and his partner could launch an attack. However, the powerful demon inside Baron Sekron tried to attack first and stumbled upon Yuma's sword. Yuma repeated to himself why his throne and achievements were so important to this strange demon. Even before his rebirth, Yuma remembered how the Empress had also given him power, but he lost his life because of her one word. Sekron selling souls to demons and spreading cruelty. It was impossible to imagine. Yuma continued to think that everything the demon inside Baron Sekron did was for the sake of the title of king. The boy had to stop him. Yuma had been reborn once, and now he would not let the people he loved with all his heart be hurt. Yuma tensed when he noticed the inhuman gaze of the terrifying demon inside Baron Sekron and called him evil. And so, once again, poor Yuma found himself in complete darkness with no way out. Yuma thought that the cunning and deceitful demon had once again decided to play with him. But this time, Yuma was ready for such a turn of events and did not show his fear. Once again, Yuma saw the snow-white smile of the cunning and powerful demon in the absolute darkness. Yuma held his sword in his hands and felt as if the treacherous demon was somewhere nearby. Yuma felt a strange chill down his spine and realized that the demon was behind him. A bright flash behind Yuma made the boy feel his knees tremble again. Lord Zekadin rushed to the aid of his faithful companion Yuma and threw a sea carriage to illuminate the area. Lord Zekadin addressed the powerful demon and asked if he had forgotten about his existence. Baron Sekron Wolfishel loudly called Lord Zekadin a cocky fool. That was his mistake. Yuma quickly turned to deliver a crushing blow with his legendary sword. This time, the powerful demon did not have time to react as he was distracted by Lord Zekdin. However, Yuma's dizzying blow did not cause the strong demon any particular problems. The confrontation continued. Yuma continued to strike his opponent with numerous sword blows and had no intention of stopping. Once again, poor Yuma felt pain from the hilt of his sharp blade and did not understand why this was happening. Exhausted, Yuma was very worried about his sword and tried to hide his pain from Baron Sekron. The demon inside Sekron Wolfshield continued to stare at his opponent. His gaze seemed evil again. The powerful demon also tried to respond to his opponent's attacks with blows from his weapon. Yuma had already used up almost all of his energy, but the demon remained full of strength and did not give up. Suddenly, Yuma began to smile strangely and mutter something under his breath. During the unpredictable battle with the demon, Yuma finally discovered and understood the monster's weakness. Yuma thought that it must have stemmed from the cunning demon's obsession with seizing power. Sekron used an exclusively aristocratic fighting style, which left him with many weaknesses. Unexpectedly for the demon himself, his opponent Yuma, for some strange reason, lowered his legendary blade. Lord Zekadin noticed the strange behavior of his loyal comrade Yuma and simply shouted at him to come to his senses. The eyes of the cunning demon inside Baron Sekron Wolfashel turned black. Yuma thought that if Baron Sekron believed that in this world, opponents fought exclusively with swords, he was mistaken. To attract the attention of the powerful demon, Yuma shouted loudly and clearly at him. The cunning demon inside Sekron Wolfashel tried to deliver a crushing blow to Yuma's head, but the boy managed to dodge it. Yuma struck the insolent, cunning demon with his head at lightning speed. The enraged Baron Sekron Wolfashel clearly did not expect such a turn of events and doubled over in pain. Yuma decided to take advantage of the situation. As Baron Sekron was not looking at him, the boy reached out his hand. A few seconds later, Yuma had already grabbed his opponent by the hair growing on his head. Yuma jumped high enough into the air to slam his opponent's head into the ground. Naturally, the demon inside Baron Sekron Wolfashel could not resist such an insolent fighting style. Yuma again managed to take advantage of the situation, and now the guy was sitting on top of the Baron, who was still lying on the floor. Yuma clenched his fist to strike his victim on the head in the next moment. There was a crazy, dizzying crack. Yuma hit his target right on the mark. Unexpectedly, Yuma shouted to his loyal comrade, Lord Zekudin, and ordered him to deprive the demon of his limbs. Lord Zekudin quickly responded to the order, saying that he understood and was already getting down to business. Lord Zekudin raised his magical spear, Sea Carriage, to deprive the demon of its limbs. After striking the castle floor hard, a red liquid began to spill out. Meanwhile, Yuma managed to raise his sword to deal with the treacherous demon once and for all. Holding the hilt of his legendary blade, Yuma still managed to stab it into the chest of the powerful demon. Pulling his sword out of the body of the treacherous demon, Yuma noticed that red liquid was also beginning to flow from it. Baron Sekron Wolfashel screamed loudly in terrible pain and realized that he would soon lose his life. A few minutes later, the main characters stood up to look around. Yuma and Lord Zekadin stood over the body of Baron Sekron Wolfashel and thought that this was the end of the battle. Suddenly, Yuma noticed something mystical appearing where the demon's hand had been. Baron Sekron Wolfashel was literally healing himself and growing back his limbs. Yuma and Lord Zika-Din were simply stunned by the insidious, powerful demon's ability to regenerate. Yuma was very frightened and realized that now they had truly disturbed a truly powerful demon. The cloak of the so-called King Sekron Wolfishell remained lying on the floor while its owner had already risen to his new feet. The evil demon quietly declared that this was far from the end, but only a prelude to the main battle. The demon inside Baron Sekron Wolfishell repeated that he was just beginning to really fight. The insolent demon invited the main characters to enjoy the upcoming battle together. Yuma and Lord Zika-Din stood rooted to the spot, holding their favorite weapons in their hands. Yuma understood perfectly well that the man had completely surrendered himself to the demon, and that his power had now greatly increased. Meanwhile, in the corridor, far from the dizzying battle, the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, and the boy Evan sat on the floor. Natalie and Evan were very worried about the lives of their loyal comrades and hoped that it would all be over soon. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, noticed that the boy Evan had started to cry heavily and tried to calm him down like a mother. Natalie said in a commanding tone that Evan should not worry because Yuma had never lost a battle. Natalie repeated once again that Yuma and Zika would bring Baron Sekron's head on a platter any minute now. Meanwhile, the crazy fight continued. Yuma and Zika-Din were already very tired. During the battle, Yuma realized that there was literally a huge gap between the strengths of the opponents. The boy didn't know what to do. The powerful demon continued to fight his opponents without showing any signs of fatigue. Lord Zika-Din tried to wound the demon with the help of the sea carriage, but his numerous attempts were to no avail. Suddenly, Lord Zika-Din heard a familiar rough voice in his head. Lord Zika-Din immediately realized that he was talking to the legendary dragon Pitson, who was clearly trying to help him in this situation. Pitson said that he could no longer stand by and watch the demon wreak havoc, so he planned to help Zika. Lord Zika-Din loudly called out to Yuma to gather his strength before the dizzying attack. Yuma saw how Pitson and Lord Zika-Din became practically one and was ready to help his loyal comrade. Yuma tried to ask Lord Zika-Din if he had any good plans. Yuma began to form spheres with his aura to distract the demon from Lord Zika-Din, who had already begun to prepare for the attack. The demon asked Yuma if he was still as cold-blooded as before. Yuma did not answer the cunning and powerful demon and continued to direct spheres of aura at him. Suddenly, a mysterious, magical portal formed around Yuma for unknown reasons. The demon admitted that he was surprised because Yuma had carefully hidden his potential abilities. Yuma replied to the insolent demon that there were many variables in a battle with such a monster. Behind Yuma, an aura that was no longer bright white but a yellowish glow began to form. Meanwhile, Lord Zika-Din also concentrated, and a yellow aura lit up around him as well. Lord Zek-Din's eyes turned dark, his pupils glowed bright blue. Finally, Lord Zek-Din was ready to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. The young man quickly ran toward the demon. The demon in Baron Sekron Wolfishell's body continued to fight Yuma. Lord Zika-Din headed towards Baron Sekron Wolfishell, thrusting his magical spear, the sea carriage, forward. The demon in the body of Baron Sekron Wolfishell screamed loudly as Lord Zika-Din's blow reached its target. A few seconds later, the demon laughed and said that his chest tingled a little. The monster asked not to be taken for a fool. However, Lord Zika-Din, who had become one with Pitson, paid no attention to the demon's insolent remarks. Yuma was very upset because Lord Zika-Din's plan had clearly failed. The cunning and powerful demon responded to Lord Zika-Din's ridiculous and cheerful blow. Lord Zika-Din, struck by the evil demon in the body of Sekron Wolfishell, flew towards the wall. As soon as Lord Zika-Din hit his head against the wall, he naturally dropped his magic spear from his hands. Yuma was very frightened for his loyal comrade and called his name to make sure he was not dead. Yuma admitted that he did not think this evil demon had such incredible strength. The demon laughed and said that sometimes fists had their uses. The insolent demon looked at his opponent, who was clearly inferior to him in strength, and simply gritted his teeth. The demon looked away and said again that the situation had turned out just fine. He didn't think it would be so easy. The demon turned to Yuma again and asked him if he was ready to literally rot in his own pit. Yuma thought to himself that he needed to put all his strength into one blow to end this unpleasant fight. Small spheres continued to form around Yuma with his aura. The guy thought about how he could emerge victorious. An image of the great and legendary Sir Duran Zark, who was his mentor and teacher, suddenly appeared in Yuma's mind. Yuma remembered how Sir Duran Zark demonstrated his unique sword-fighting style and talked about splitting the sky. Yuma concentrated hard to remember exactly how to create that very sky splitter. Yuma held his unique sword tightly in his hands, which had helped him defeat his opponents many times before. Yuma thought to himself that he had to at least try to repeat the stunning Sky Divider strike. Yuma remembered again how his mentor had said that the most important thing was to completely control his aura. Yuma told the powerful demon to try this and struck the ground with his sword with all his might. Yuma shouted the word Sky Splitter with all his might and waited to see if he would succeed. Again, there was an amazing crack and a rumble that shook everything around him to the limit. Lord Zika Din sat on the floor, holding his head because of the strong blow. Besides, the guy literally did not understand where he was. Lord Zika Din carefully examined the room and tried to remember what had actually happened. Lord Zika Din wondered who had such a powerful aura concentrated in one spot. Yuma stood in front of Lord Zika Din, holding his sword in his outstretched hand. The commander was preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Frightened, Lord Zika Din asked Yuma loudly what he planned to do with his powerful aura. However, Yuma said nothing and was simply very focused on his important task. And soon, Yuma performed his signature unique move called Sky Divider. The boy remembered his mentor. Meanwhile, the demon in the body of Baron Sekron Wolfshield quietly said that Yuma's action had changed the outcome of the battle. As soon as the powerful demon heard the words Sky Divider, he realized that he was defenseless against such power. The demon was truly frightened and even tried to escape, but he was too late. Death awaited him. The powerful demon accepted his fate and waited for the Sky Divider to touch him. For the first time, the powerful great demon felt his legs tremble with uncontrollable fear. Before losing his life, the evil and cunning demon asked Yuma why he had hidden his powerful strength for so long. Because of the Sky Divider that Yuma had summoned, the earth literally split apart and small fragments flew in different directions. Everything around shone and sparkled, and fragments from the split earth continued to fly. The majestic castle that belonged to Baron Sekron of Wolfashel simply split in half. The armed knights who served their Lord Sekron were frightened and thought that an earthquake had occurred. The earthquake caused by Yuma also frightened Lord Zek Din, who continued to sit on the floor, clutching his head. Lord Zekadin whispered quietly that only a real monster was capable of such an act. One of the small fragments was rapidly approaching Lord Zekadin's head. The guy did not have time to react and dodge. A second later, Lord Zika Din lost consciousness again due to the injury he had just received. Meanwhile, the expensive castle was literally split in half. Stones continued to fly in different directions. A giant chasm began to form in the ground due to the so-called Sky Divider. Yuma stood with his sword in his hands in the majestic hall, which had already been split in half due to a unique technique, the Sky Divider. Yuma raised his head and saw that his technique had broken his opponent's sword, which made him happy. The weapon of the powerful demon in the body of Baron Sekron Wolfshield was indeed broken. Yuma did not rush to conclusions, but then said that he thought it was finally over. Suddenly, Yuma began to cough violently and noticed red liquid on his sleeve. Yuma told himself that he had overdone it with his aura, and now his red liquid was flowing out of him. Yuma was very frightened again, as he had not planned to take his own life at that moment. Poor Yuma felt a sharp, intense pain in his chest and suddenly lost consciousness. The poor guy fell to the floor. Yuma lay on the floor near a huge cliff that had formed due to the Sky Divider. Meanwhile, the walls of the castle continued to be covered with numerous cracks. After a few seconds, a magical event occurred. Two mysterious mystical portals formed. From one of these portals appeared a shaggy, evil hand belonging to some powerful monster. It was a ferocious, terrifying monster that the world had never seen before. A nasty voice declared that the greater the despair, the greater its power. There were countless monsters. The mysterious voice ordered its subordinate monsters to kill everyone who remained in the castle. When the enraged monsters were about to attack Yuma, the voice stopped them and said that it would deal with the boy itself. The monsters turned their attention to Lord Zek Din, who was sitting unconscious near the wall. The frightened knights who served Baron Sekron fled and watched the castle from afar. Armed soldiers heard strange sounds coming from the crumbling castle. Suddenly, the armed knights trembled with dizzying fear and shouted that they had never seen anything like it before. Someone from the crowd of knights shouted that a hungry, powerful demon was running towards them, and not just one. One of the knights was named Oscar. The man tried to run away from the crazy monster. Meanwhile, one of the many demons stood near the dead body of his kin. It turned out that one of the demons had been cold-bloodedly killed by the great queen of poisons, Natalie, who did not understand where they came from. The main problem for the queen of poisons, Natalie, was that these demons were endless. Natalie abruptly turned to the boy Evan, who until that moment had been sleeping on the floor. The girl saw him as a burden. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, continued to deal with the giant army of treacherous demons. Natalie handed the boy Evan a small, sharp blade and ordered him to fight off the monsters. Realizing that the monsters were endless, Natalie took out a mysterious vial of poison, but did not want to use it until the last moment. This elixir could significantly increase the power of the charming girl Natalie for a few minutes, but there were side effects. Natalie whispered that she was risking her life for the boy, even though she had come here to defend the honor of Rosa and Hasso. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, smashed the empty vial on the floor. She was preparing for the effect. Natalie turned to Evan and said that Rosa's society remembered everything, and now the boy would be indebted to her for the rest of his life. Natalie continued to cold-bloodedly kill demons, protecting the frightened boy Evan. Meanwhile, Yuma lay unconscious on the floor of the hall after performing his unique move, Sky Divider. A few minutes later, Yuma opened his eyes and was very happy that he had not lost his life. Yuma got up and knelt down. The boy looked at the huge chasm that had formed because of the sky divider. Yuma heard a strange noise coming from the street. He had to see what was going on. Yuma slowly approached the edge of the chasm and looked out at the surrounding nature. Near the castle gates, Yuma saw a huge army of demons literally tearing apart the armed knights of Yokheim. Yuma was very worried about the lives of his loyal assistants and did not understand where these vicious monsters had come from. Yuma did not know who had actually summoned these enormous demons. The boy saw Natalie running away from the monsters. Yuma was very afraid for the lives of his beloved Natalie and the boy Evan. They needed help. Soon, Yuma noticed that Lord Zekadin was still sitting unconscious near the wall. Yuma asked him to get up. Yuma tried to quickly bring Lord Zekadin to his senses and told him that Natalie and Evan were in danger. Meanwhile, a ferocious demon was indeed chasing Natalie and Evan, planning to take their lives. Natalie noticed the monster's giant mouths and sharp fangs. With her favorite weapon, which Natalie called Little Sister, she had already dealt with a large number of monsters. The tired girl Natalie noticed again that there were too many demons. In addition, side effects began to take effect. Natalie, the Queen of Poisons, began to doubt whether she would be able to hold out until the arrival of her beloved Yuma. Meanwhile, the boy Evan continued to stare at the sharp blade Natalie had given him. The poor frightened boy did not understand how to use the blade and just stared at it. Evan sat on his knees and remembered his parents and his beloved sister Satina. Suddenly, Evan brought the sharp blade to his throat and said that he would soon go to them in heaven. The thought occurred to Evan that this was a senseless idea. Suddenly, Evan noticed a mysterious black smoke quickly approaching him. A voice came from this mystical smoke, saying that if the boy wanted to save them, he had to do something. It turned out that the voice was forcing the frightened boy Evan to join him. The youngster did not know what to do. Evan continued to sit and held a sharp blade in his right hand. The boy waited for the strange voice to tell him more. Meanwhile, Yuma and Lord Zekadin ran up the high stairs. The heroes tried to save Natalie and Evan. Lord Zekadin shouted loudly that his head still hurt. Yuma said there was no time for nonsense. Lord Zekadin asked Yuma where these evil and aggressive creatures had come from. Yuma whispered the name Amando quietly and uncertainly. The boy thought that he was the one who had called the demons to help him. Meanwhile, things weren't going well for the Queen of Poisons, Natalie and Evan. Red liquid dripped all around them. The boy Evan sat on his knees while the courageous and determined girl Natalie fought the demons. The cruel monsters watched the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, and the boy Evan closely, waiting to attack them. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, kept thinking that she had already killed too many monsters, but they kept coming. It was clear that Natalie was tired and almost exhausted. Poor Queen of Poisons, Natalie knelt down to regain her strength and energy spent on these demons. The angry demons, with clear liquid dripping from their mouths and red eyes, continued to watch Natalie. Finally, the ferocious demons decided to attack the innocent girl Natalie while she was defenseless. Natalie whispered to herself that it was as if she had been waiting her whole life for this unique moment. Natalie continued to think that she must not give up and must fight the monsters until her last breath. But the poor girl had almost no strength left. She was doomed. Meanwhile, the army of demons was already approaching the confident girl Natalie. Natalie watched as the huge demons quickly ran towards her. She saw their giant paws with sharp claws. The expression on the charming girl Natalie's face showed that she was ready to lose her life. The picture changed dramatically when suddenly her beloved Yuma appeared in front of Natalie with a sword in his hands. Yuma turned to his beloved Natalie and asked if she was okay. Poor Natalie, who was truly exhausted, whispered Yuma's name quietly. Natalie finally gathered the energy to ask her beloved Yuma a serious question. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, confidently asked Yuma where he had been all this time and why he hadn't come sooner. Yuma apologized to the courageous girl Natalie and told her that she could now rest easy. Meanwhile, Lord Zekadin, who was clearly tired of running, wondered how Yuma had gotten to Natalie so quickly. Lord Zekadin confirmed his guesses and realized that Yuma was really worried about Natalie's life. Yuma stood with his sword in his hands in front of the army of bloodthirsty demons and was ready to repel their attacks. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, did not plan to leave her beloved Yuma alone and used her weapon again. Natalie turned to her beloved Yuma and asked what was really going on. Yuma proudly and clearly replied to Natalie that Baron Sikron Wolfishell had lost his life. Yuma continued, saying that Amando was most likely still alive and had summoned his followers here. The first thing the main characters had to do was figure out how to get out of the ill-fated castle. The Queen of Poisons, Natalie, nodded her head to show that she supported her beloved Yuma's idea. Natalie's eyes widened when she suddenly heard strange sounds behind her. Natalie realized that behind her stood the boy Evan, who was no longer afraid of demons. Suddenly, the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, felt a sharp pain in her back. Evan had stabbed the poor girl with his sword. It was clear that the boy Evan did not understand what he had just done. Yuma heard his beloved Natalie begin to moan from the dizzying pain and turned to her. Poor Natalie knelt down and continued to moan from Evan's terrible and cowardly blow. A red liquid appeared on Natalie's lips, and she asked Evan why he had done this to her. Yuma forgot about the army of huge demons and ran to Natalie to help her. Lord Zekadine diverted the demon's attention to himself so that Yuma could save Natalie. Hugging Natalie, Yuma shouted loudly and turned to Evan, not understanding what had come over the boy. Frightened, Evan dropped his sharp blade on the ground and just stood there. Suddenly frightened, Evan asked Yuma what he had just done and what was going on. Evan's eyes took on a strange dark blue hue. Unexpectedly for the other main characters, Evan began to smile broadly. Evan spoke loudly and clearly and explained that this body was much better than Baron Sekron Wolfashel's. Lord Zekadin turned to look into the eyes of poor Evan. Yuma instantly understood everything and shouted that now there was a powerful demon named Amando in Evan's body. Yuma tried to strike Evan with his sword and asked the demon how he had entered the poor boy's body. Meanwhile, the boy Evan was already standing near his army of demons and ordering them to launch a dizzying attack. Evan asked Yuma to be careful with his sword because the boy's body was very fragile. Yuma demanded that the demon answer the question of what he had done to the naive child Evan. Amando replied that he hadn't done anything special. The boy wanted to go to his sister and parents, the depths of hell. Amando turned to Natalie and said that soon she would face the same fate, the depths of hell. Lord Zekadin continued to fight off numerous demons with his sea carriage spear. An army of hungry, bloodthirsty demons surrounded Yuma and tried to attack the Great Knight. Yuma constantly fended off attacks from the demons and thought he needed to get to Natalie. Yuma asked his loyal friend Lord Zekdin to cover him while she helped Natalie. Yuma ran up to Natalie, who was lying on the floor, and asked how she was feeling. He told her not to worry about trifles. The frightened girl Natalie noticed that a red liquid was spreading around her. The situation was bad. Yuma realized that the demon had damaged Natalie's vital organ. The girl needed to be taken to a mage or a doctor. However, there was a serious problem. It would take 20 days to reach the Empire, and Natalie clearly wouldn't survive that long. Natalie said that she didn't want Yuma to see her in this state before she died. Yuma asked her not to waste her strength. Natalie whispered that Yuma should remain faithful to her even when she was soon gone. The poor girl's breathing was noticeably weakening. Nothing could help her now. Yuma continued to watch the suffering of his beloved Natalie and couldn't believe that she would soon leave this world. Lord Zekadin fought off the army of demons and was also very upset that Natalie would soon go to hell. Lord Zekadin was very angry with the treacherous demon Amando and said that he would take revenge on him soon. Lord Zekadin stood on his toes to look into the eyes of the monster hiding behind his demons. Yuma was already saying goodbye to his beloved Natalie. A void formed in his heart. The boy Evan, in whose body Amando was, just watched the horrific battle and remained silent. Amando stood behind the battle and laughed loudly. The cunning demon Amando said that this was what he had been striving for all along, to see true despair. Amando loudly addressed Yuma and told him that, to be honest, the boy had greatly surprised him. Evan said that he had never seen such a young boy with such dizzying power. Yuma was still sitting near the body of his beloved Natalie, but suddenly began to get to his feet. Yuma whispered quietly that at that moment he had made a vow to himself. Yuma's vow was that he was ready to risk his own life, but in the end, he would take Amando's life. Yuma rushed toward the demon Amando with lightning speed. Amando was already waiting for his opponent with a sharp sword in his hands. He laughed loudly at Yuma's words. And finally, Yuma's weapon and Amando's demon clashed in the air. A crazy confrontation began. Defending himself from Yuma's numerous attacks, Amando noted that this kid really did possess incredible strength. Amando continued to ponder and did not understand where Yuma got such ability and endurance. Amando was very frightened, as the demon was clearly not yet accustomed to his new small body. The demon retreated and turned to his army of monsters, ordering them to attack Yuma. The enraged demons seemed to wake up from hibernation and quickly pounced on poor Yuma. Yuma watched intently as the huge army of ferocious monsters approached him. Meanwhile, the demon Amando stretched out his hand to cast a mysterious spell. It turned out that Amando was simply trying to escape and had created a magical portal. Before running away, Amando told Yuma that the next time they met, he would take his head. Amando thought to himself that running away like this was too shameful for a powerful demon, but there was no other choice. Amando repeated once more that he and Yuma would definitely meet again soon to fight. Yuma hastened to respond to the demon before he disappeared like a cowardly monster that he would not have a next time. Yuma said that Amando would not be able to escape, and that it would all end here and now. Amando laughed loudly and invited his opponent to follow him through the magic portal. Yuma said that he had been eagerly awaiting this unique offer and ran towards the portal. Lord Zekadin shouted after his comrade Yuma not to make hasty decisions. However, Yuma did not hear Lord Zekadin's words and had already almost disappeared into the magic portal. Lord Zekadin shouted once more that it was a trap and that he must immediately return from the mystical portal. Yuma once again plunged into a dark abyss from which there was no escape. Yuma was a little scared and began to think about where exactly he was now. The boy summoned Amando. Suddenly, Yuma heard loud and distinct laughter. The demon Amando was playing with the poor man again. Yuma shouted into the deafening void and demanded that the cunning demon stop hiding and show himself. The boy Evan stood not far from Yuma and brazenly mocked the frightened guy. Amando, in the body of the boy Evan, thought that Yuma was a real fool for daring to follow him into the portal. Yuma saw Amanjo standing nearby and rushed at him at great speed with his sword in his hands. Yuma raised his sharp legendary sword to deliver a crushing blow to the powerful demon. However, Amanjo just stood there and said that now Yuma would face nothing but unpredictable torment. Yuma hit his target and seriously wounded the demon, causing the monster to fall to the ground. Yuma stood over the body of the boy Evan and asked the demon loudly if he was sure of his words. Naturally, the thought crossed Yuma's mind that it couldn't be that simple. Suddenly, a terrifying voice answered the boy, saying that he was right. It would be too boring. Yuma watched as the powerful demon Amando slowly recovered. Amando was already getting to his feet and said that this place was called the Ruins of the Underworld. Yuma shouted loudly that he planned to end everything here and now and again dealt a crushing blow to the demon. However, the voice of the demon Amando continued to say that taking lives here was meaningless. Yuma was surprised when he realized that there were already several lifeless bodies with the face of the boy Evan lying next to him. Yuma decided to ask the powerful, cunning demon what he meant by his words having no meaning. Yuma thought to himself that it was impossible to take a demon's life in this place. Amando replied that he was right. Each time after a blow, Amando quickly recovered. The cunning demon said that in the ruins of the underworld, Yuma would face severe torment that no human could endure. Yuma continued to attack, but the demon Amando literally revived again and again. Yuma temporarily stopped attacking his sworn enemy with his sword and thought. Yuma asked the demon Amando again if they were stuck here forever, and if there had been countless attempts to take his life. This meant that Yuma would eventually be able to destroy his cunning opponent. Suddenly, strange images appeared in Yuma's head, in which he saw his beloved Natalie kissing him. Yuma said that Natalie had actually won him over from the first meeting and then saved his life several times. And now the charming girl Natalie had agreed to follow Yuma despite the dizzying danger. One day, Yuma wanted to ask Natalie what she really wanted to achieve with her foolish actions. However, now poor Yuma will never know the answer to that question. In Yuma's arms, the poor queen of poisons, Natalie, breathed her last breath. All this happened solely because of a bloodthirsty monster and beast named Amando. Meanwhile, the demon Amando continued to smile and watch Yuma's futile attempts. Amando asked Yuma how long he would last here. The demon compared the boy to a moth flying toward the light. Amando said that Yuma was doing all this just to take revenge on him for his beloved woman. This is unperturbed. The cunning demon said that now Yuma needed to enjoy his helplessness in the face of hell. The demon repeated that the endless battle would literally drive poor Yuma mad, and he would lose his mind forever. Amando was tired of watching Yuma's endless attempts and asked the guy what was wrong with him. The angry demon Amando tried to understand how a simple man was still able to withstand these attacks. Yuma thought to himself that for quite some time now, he had been able to deal with the demon's copies with incredible ease. The thought constantly popped into his head about what the demon's phrase, "taking a life was meaningless," really meant. Yuma began to realize that the longer he stayed here, the clearer his mind became. Hunger and pain also had no meaning here. Yuma said that he would stay alive, contrary to the expectations of the cunning demon Amando. Amando stood with a sharp blade behind the confident Yuma and began to get very angry. The ruthless demon understood that he would not be able to take possession of Yuma's body, so he had to deal with him by any means necessary. Amando continued to think about how his numerous attacks had no effect on Yuma's consciousness. The powerful demon had no choice but to try to drive Yuma mad. Suddenly, sharp swords controlled by the powerful demon began to appear out of the thick darkness. The number of sharp blades increased several times over with each passing moment. Satan Amando said that the games were over for him. It was time to end this senseless confrontation. Amando directed numerous sharp blades toward Yuma, who stood confident in his abilities. Yuma stood patiently and waited for the swords to approach so he could parry the dizzying blow. Yuma realized that the speed of the approaching flying swords was too high. It was impossible to dodge them. Yuma would really have to try hard to parry Amando's countless attacks. The swords continued to approach Yuma. The boy raised his blade and prepared for the collision. With each passing second, the sharp blades drew closer to the face of the legendary knight Yuma. The picture changed dramatically when Yuma discovered that for some reason the swords were suspended in the air. Satan Amando couldn't believe his eyes. The demon didn't understand how Yuma managed to stop the swords in midair. Amando was very frightened when a familiar voice came out of the darkness. The mysterious voice approached and told Amando that he could not hide from him, even in the depths of hell. Yuma and Amando saw a strange, powerful figure in a red robe hovering in the air. Amando and Yuma raised their heads to get a better look at the strange figure's face. Satan Amanjo shouted that he did not understand how this mysterious figure could have ended up here. The magical figure replied to the demon that it had come to finally seal him in a cage. Yuma opened his mouth in surprise and did not understand who had come to his aid and why. Yuma began to sort through his thoughts and asked himself if a human was helping him at that moment. The demon in the body of the boy Evan began to yell at the uninvited guest in the red robe. Amando urged the mysterious stranger not to meddle in his affairs and to let him deal with Yuma. The mystical figure in red robes did not respond to the evil demon. The mysterious stranger raised his magical cloak and said he would save Yuma at any cost. The stranger repeated that Satan Amanjo had no chance of salvation. If that was all he was capable of, the demon would soon lose. Satan Amando was visibly nervous and looked around, expecting an attack from the magical stranger. An invisible cage formed around Amando, preventing him from taking even a single step. The stranger no longer paid attention to Satan Amando's cries and turned to Yuma. The mysterious stranger told Yuma that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Yuma was very surprised because he didn't remember ever seeing this strange stranger in his life. The stranger had already flown up to Yuma to transport him back to the human world through a magical portal. Yuma prepared himself for a dizzying journey through the mystical portal. In the blink of an eye, Yuma was standing next to his loyal comrade, Lord Zek Dean, who was still fighting. The mysterious stranger teleported with Yuma and said that Yuma would not yet know who he was or how he had been able to imprison the demon. The stranger said that Yuma must help his friend while he rescued Natalie. Yuma was surprised and did not understand how the stranger could save his beloved Natalie. The boy simply said thank you. Lord Zeka Dean, who was fighting an army of monsters, asked how only 5 minutes had passed since Yuma left. Yuma quickly ran to Natalie, who was lying on the floor, and realized that his beloved was still breathing. Lord Zeka Dean asked his comrade Yuma to help him deal with the army of demons. Suddenly, the main characters realized that with the help of a spell, the demons began to retreat. It turned out that the powerful stranger had forced the monsters to go through the portal and return to hell. The demon army literally began to scream and moan because none of the monsters wanted to return. And so the last demon found himself in the mystical portal controlled by the powerful stranger in the hooded robe. Yuma and Lord Zeka Dean watched in amazement as the mysterious stranger easily dealt with the huge army. The mystical stranger smiled and planned to pass through the portal as well. The stranger raised his finger and told Yuma that he had prepared a reward for him. Surprised, Yuma looked at his hand and didn't understand what kind of change this was. A few seconds later, the mystical portal closed and the mysterious stranger disappeared with it. Yuma and Lord Zeka continued to watch as the magical portal through which the stranger had disappeared closed. The mysterious stranger was about to leave, but suddenly stopped to say something to Yuma one last time. The stranger promised Yuma that they would meet again soon. The magician sincerely admired the man who challenged the gods. The powerful sorcerer had already turned away to pass through the mystical portal. Meanwhile, Satan Amando remained locked in his cage and shouted that Yume would never be able to defeat him. Amando continued to say that the gods were far from the power of true demons, and yet Yume really surprised everyone. The demon Amando tried to escape from the invisible cage by any means possible, but his efforts were in vain. The stranger replied to the angry demon that it was not yet time for entertaining conversations. The demon Amando said that he would not just stand there and listen to Yuma and his friends chatter. A moment later, Yuma, Lord Zeka Din, and Queen of Poisons Natalie found themselves near a tall gate somewhere in the forest. Yuma began to think logically and realized that the mysterious sorcerer had sent them far away to a safe place. The main characters stood still and looked around anxiously, not understanding where they were. Finally, Lord Zeka Din decided to ask Yuma what had actually happened. Could it be that they had also passed through a magical portal? Yuma confirmed the idea of his faithful companion Lord Zeka Din and carefully examined the surrounding area. Yuma saw that 2 armed guards were standing near the gate, guarding the entrance from strangers. The main characters did not rush to approach the armed knights, as they first needed to help Natalie. Yuma embraced his beloved Natalie, who was still breathing but gradually losing consciousness. Yuma whispered quietly that he would definitely save the charming girl Natalie. The poor thing just needed to hold on a little longer. Yuma picked up the Queen of Poisons, Natalie, and quickly ran towards the armed knights. Lord Zeka Din hurried after them. The armed guards saw strange strangers quickly approaching the gate. One of the guards shouted loudly for the uninvited guests to stop and introduce themselves. Yuma stopped and introduced himself by name. The guy said that they had come from the Poin trading community and urgently needed a doctor. The armed knight was simply doing his job and demanded that the main characters show their documents. Yuma reached into the back pocket of his jacket, but soon realized that the pocket was empty. Yuma turned to Lord Zeka Din and said that he had lost all his documents during the battle. His only hope was the Lord. When Lord Zeka Din said that his documents were also missing, Yuma slowly began to draw his sword from its sheath. Yuma asked the armed guards to look at the engraving on the sword. This blade had been given to him by his legendary mentor, Zark. Yuma thought that the engraving would be enough to confirm his identity, but the guard just smiled and refused to let them pass. A second knight intervened in the conversation, saying that without documents, they could not let the so-called guests pass. In fact, the knights began to remember how, shortly before that moment, Lord Hayes Rolmondi had summoned them. Hayes Rolmondi ordered the brave knights not to let Yuma through under any circumstances when he returned from Yokheim. Lord Hayes Rolmondi went on to say that any attempt to break through the capital gates by force would be considered treason. Lord Hayes Rolman understood perfectly well that Yuma would have no choice but to break through the gates by force. The armed knights nodded and made it clear that they would do everything possible to prevent Yuma from entering the capital. Yuma and Lord Zika Din just stood near the gates, not knowing what to do. Natalie had too little time. Yuma held the wounded Natalie in his arms and wondered why the armed guards would not let them into the city. Yuma guessed that someone had given the armed knights an order, and they clearly would not disobey it. Lord Zika Din asked Yuma if he could try to find another entrance to the capital. The guy said they didn't have much time. Yuma handed the wounded Natalie to Lord Zika Din and said he would quickly find a way to break through the guards. Lord Zika Din reminded Yuma that using force against the guards would be considered a serious crime. However, Yuma was no longer listening to his comrade Zika Din and slowly approached the two armed guards. Yuma stopped right in front of the knights and told them to open the gates immediately. The guy would not ask twice. One of the guards smiled and replied that there was no need to address them so arrogantly. The guard began to repeat that the use of force against them would be considered a crime, but the poor guy did not have time to finish expressing his opinion. Yuma delivered a crushing blow to the frightened knight's head with his right foot, causing the soldier to fall to the ground. A few seconds later, the wounded knight was sitting unconscious near a tree. The second knight thought to himself that even after several warnings, Yuma had still attacked them. Lord Zika Din was very upset because he now understood that Yuma faced severe punishment for his actions. Meanwhile, Yuma was already activating his aura and saying that anyone who attacked him now would regret it greatly. Yuma repeated loudly that it was not worth resisting and attacking him at that moment. Yuma used his powerful aura, and everything around him glowed with a dizzying light. Shards and stones literally flew in all directions from Yuma's terrible and powerful blow. The frightened knight ducked because of the flying small shards and thought that it was indeed a powerful and incredible blow. The knight tried to cover his face and thought to himself that he clearly did not have enough strength to deal with such a powerful opponent alone. The frightened knight had no choice but to open the gate. Otherwise, he would clearly lose his life. Yuma told Lord Zekadina that they had to hurry if they wanted Natalie to stay alive. The main characters approached the next gate. The knights ordered the intruders to stop and surrender. The brave knights shouted at Yuma and Lord Zekadina to stay where they were. They couldn't break into the capital with impunity. Yuma quickly formed several spheres with an aura and directed them toward the armed knights. The poor knights and guards did not understand what force was approaching them. The power of Yuma's aura increased several times over. The brave knights continued to persuade the intruders to surrender. They promised them that they would not use force. The knights warned the main characters that if they continued to advance, they would be forced to take their lives. Yuma no longer listened to what the armed knights were saying and delivered a crushing blow. Yuma stood surrounded by spheres with his powerful aura. The guy understood that the men had already suffered enough pain. Lord Zika Din asked Yuma to control the force of his blow so as not to take the knights' lives. Yuma replied to his comrade that the knights had simply lost consciousness. The young man did not strike with all his might. Meanwhile, orders were already being given in the tower to prepare the magic cannons for battle. Yuma realized that they had better hurry. As soon as Yuma heard the knights shout, "Aim!" he began to form spheres with his aura again. Nevertheless, Yuma and Lord Zika continued to carry the wounded Natalie in their arms, trying to avoid being hit by the magic cannons. The armed knights watched closely as the intruders quickly disappeared into the thick, impenetrable forest. The knights looked back and saw the extent of the destruction. Now, Yuma would not be the only one to suffer punishment. The cunning knights realized that they would not receive their wages from the wealthy Lord Hayes Rolmondi. The knights exchanged glances and realized that they needed to call for help from the people of Stronghold. The men had to catch the intruders. Shouts could already be heard in the city. The intruders tried to quickly escape from their armed pursuers. Yuma shouted to Lord Zekdeen to beware of arrows. His partner asked him where they were running to if the infirmary was long behind them. Yuma quickly replied that they were actually running to the best doctors in the world. Lord Zekadeen quickly grew tired and asked Yuma again about the royal citadel. The boy said it was too far away. Suddenly, Yuma decided to tell Lord Zika where they were headed, the castle of the great Zarkov family. Lord Zekadin noted that the Zarkov house was also far away. Yuma replied that he already had a plan. Yuma told his companion, Lord Zekadin, that they could take a shortcut. To do this, they would have to jump without hesitation. Lord Zekadin smiled and thought that cutting across the rooftops would not be easy, but there was a beautiful view. Lord Zekadin, with the wounded Natalie behind him, took a chance and made a dizzying leap from the roof. Suddenly, Yuma heard strange sounds and voices behind him and realized that he would have to fight again. Opposite Yuma stood 3 armed knights with swords in their hands. The soldiers were preparing to attack. Yuma grabbed his sword and smiled slightly, telling the soldiers that they were very fast. One of the knights ordered Yuma to surrender immediately and not be a traitor to the Empire. However, Yuma had no intention of stopping. The young man was saving his beloved by any means necessary. Yuma approached the 3 armed knights with astonishing speed to clear the way for himself and his lord. One of the armed knights doubled over in dizzying pain and fell to the ground a few seconds later. In the blink of an eye, the other frightened knights received several blows to the face. A few seconds later, Yuma was standing over the bodies of the knights who were lying unconscious on the ground. Yuma shouted loudly that he planned to achieve his goal soon, to reach the house of the powerful Zarkov family. The cry of the brave and courageous Yuma literally spread throughout the city. Yuma and Lord Zekadin continued to run, and the main characters had almost reached their destination. The main characters had to go down, and there was only one turn left to the colorful Zarkov castle. Yuma, like a true commander, was the first to jump off the roof. Lord Zekadin followed his example. Yuma ran again and shouted to his faithful companion that they needed to run right here. However, the main characters stopped abruptly in surprise. The guys clearly did not expect further developments. Yuma and Lord Zekadin opened their mouths in dizzying surprise and just stood there. The fact was that an army of armed knights with spears and shields was already waiting for the main characters below. The brave and courageous knights watched the intruders closely but remained where they were, waiting. Yuma whispered in a quiet voice that this situation would not stop him, and he began to form spheres with an aura again. Yuma shouted to the soldiers who were already preparing to attack that he did not have time for a long battle. The knights looked coldly at the criminals and were ready to launch a devastating attack. Before the brutal attack, the armed knights repeated that the intruders should not resist and lay down their weapons on the ground. The knights asked their immediate commander if they could begin the attack, but the commander was in no hurry. He needed to assess the situation. The commander of the soldiers came out and introduced himself as Mars, an officer of the capital's 2nd Division. The man asked them to surrender voluntarily. Yuma stood silently and listened to the brave commander of the capital's soldiers, Mars. The young man was already preparing to engage in battle. Suddenly, the commander of the capital's soldiers, Mars, recognized the intruder Yuma as a student of the legendary mentor Duran Zark. The commander of the soldiers, Mars, thought for a moment and realized that Yuma's appearance in the capital had changed everything. Mars ordered his knights to let Yuma and Lord Zeka pass under his own responsibility. The knights obeyed the order without hesitation and retreated, laying down their weapons. Yuma and Lord Zekadin did not understand why the commander of the capital's soldiers had decided to take pity on them. Finally, Yuma remembered that he had already seen the commander of the capital's knights, Mars, in the trading community of Poyan. Yuma and Lord Zekadin continued on their way and told Mars that they would now be indebted to him. Finally, the main characters reached the colorful estate of Zarkov. Armed guards were standing at the gate again. One of the guards immediately recognized who was approaching and called the men by name. Yuma said loudly that they had a wounded man and asked where Sir Duran Zark was. The guards replied that the Lord had left. The armed guards let the main characters pass and said that Lady Katerina was now in the castle. Lord Zekadin was a little surprised that they were let through without any questions. Yuma was here as if he were at home. Meanwhile, 2 beautiful young ladies were dining at a luxurious table and discussing their son's upcoming wedding. One of the women said that she would soon send out invitations to the grand celebration. Sir Damien Zark was also sitting at the table with his assistant, drinking delicious strong tea. The 2 beautiful young ladies turned and saw someone approaching them. Judging by their appearance, they were clearly not nobles. One of the women called Yuma a commoner who was simply lucky to become a student of their great mentor and master. The insolent women continued to humiliate the main characters and evaluate their appearance. The young ladies also noticed Natalie. The surrounding entourage was clearly not pleased with the appearance of the commoner Yuma on the castle grounds, who had the audacity to come at such a time. Zarkov's second son, Damien, wondered why Yuma, who had recently been awarded his father's sword, had come here. Sir Damien Zark's assistant shouted at the commoner to know his place and stop barging into their estate with such a brazen attitude. The man shouted at the top of his lungs for Yuma and his friend Lord Zekadin to stay where they were and not try to take another step. Yuma slowed down slightly and approached Sir Damien Zark's assistant. The man continued to say that dirty commoners only caused problems. They had no place here. Yuma was tired of listening to the stranger's loud words and simply pushed the insolent young man aside with his left hand. Sir Duran Zark's daughter, Katerina, watched this strange action from the window and shouted that Yuma was taking too many liberties. When Katerina Zark looked closely, she realized that the legendary knight Yuma was standing in front of her. Without much hesitation, Katerina Zark quickly ran down the stairs to personally greet her friend Yuma and his companions. When Katerina Zark came downstairs, she asked Yuma what had happened and why the girl behind Lord Zekdeen was barely breathing. Meanwhile, Sir Damien Zark's assistant had already gotten to his feet and began to get very agitated at the appearance of Katerina Zark. Yuma pushed the insolent boy away again and told Katerina Zark that they didn't have time to explain the situation. Yuma asked Lady Katerina to call a doctor who could rid the innocent victim of the evil magic. Katerina Zark was a little confused and stood silently. Yuma added that the best surgeons were also needed. Katerina Zark thought to herself that she had never seen the young man so agitated before. Katerina Zark also pondered the unique request of her comrade and friend Yuma. A few seconds later, Katerina ordered her servants to take Natalie to the infirmary and call the doctors immediately. Katerina looked into Yuma's eyes and also ordered a letter to be sent to her father, Duran Zark, asking him to return. A unique and strange situation began to unfold near the infirmary on the Zark estate. People were running through the corridors looking for medical instruments. Natalie's operation was about to begin. Professional medics were rushing around the injured Natalie, fighting for her life. The Queen of Poisons began to scream loudly and call for help from the dizzying pain. The doctors began treatment. The chief doctor turned to Katerina and said that Natalie was not only physically wounded but also cursed with magic. Katerina Zark shouted that Natalie's life must be saved at all costs until the powerful magicians arrived. Servants suddenly burst into the infirmary and said that soldiers had come to the estate looking for intruders. Katerina Zark turned to Yuma and asked if he had attacked the armed guards near the capital gates. Yuma felt guilty and simply looked down at the floor. Katerina repeated the question. Soon, Yuma replied that the guards did not want to let him in even after confirming his identity. There was no other way out. Katerina asked Yuma again if he thought he would now have to face punishment for his actions. Yuma repeated that the most important thing at that moment was to save Natalie at any cost. For Katerina Zark, this was so striking that she was simply speechless. She thought she would figure it out later. The doctors asked everyone to leave and go outside so they could operate on the wounded Natalie themselves. Everyone around asked Lady Katerina Zark what had really happened. The princess said she needed to go talk to the guards. Yuma and Lord Zekdeen felt guilty, but just stood there. Catherine Zark, with a clever expression on her face, headed towards the guards to persuade them not to touch Yuma. Meanwhile, Sir Damien Zark stared intently at Yuma and Lord Zekdeen. Sir Damien Zark felt contempt for the uninvited guests because a commoner was using the Zark family home for his own purposes. Lord Zekdeen noticed the negative look from the arrogant and self-centered Sir Damien Zark. Sir Damien Zark thought that Yuma should have felt his heavy gaze long ago, but the young man did not pay any attention to it. Damien Zark simply smiled, but it was clear to everyone around him that the cunning young man was up to something. A thought flashed through Sir Damien Zark's mind that Yuma would soon lose his life. Katerina Zark walked confidently toward the armed soldiers of the capital and wondered why the knights had not let Yuma into the city. Lady Katerina Zark guessed that rich and influential people were involved in this situation. And now Katerina Zark was already at the gate, where an entire armed garrison of the capital's army was waiting for her. One of the garrison commanders told Lady Catherine Zark that they were looking for the criminals who had attacked the guards at the gates. Catherine Zark confidently shouted, asking why they had brought a huge garrison here. The girl ordered the soldiers to leave immediately. The commander of the capital's garrison asked Lady Catherine Zark why she was hiding traitors and criminals from them. Catherine Zark said that she was not hiding anyone, that only her esteemed guests were in the house at the moment. Lady Catherine Zark was tired of listening to the armed knights and repeated once again that the soldiers should leave. The knights exchanged glances but understood that the next word could negatively affect their future. Meanwhile, a strange stranger riding a horse was approaching the gates of the Zark estate. It was the Zark's eldest son, Sinclair, who asked his sister Catherine to open the gates for him. Katerina Zark watched her brother closely and repeated that the people inside were guests. Sinclair replied that he understood everything, but he had a duty to the state. The young man promised to find out everything and leave. Katerina Zark asked Sinclair if he had lost his mind. It was clear that high-ranking aristocrats were behind this. Randall refused to carry out Sinclair's orders because he understood that if he went against Katerina, it would end badly. Sinclair turned to Randall and asked him to delay Katerina a little, as she simply did not want to let her brother in. Sir Randall Zark slowly drew his sword to protect his sister Katerina. Katerina and Randall asked Sinclair's brother to retreat immediately, otherwise there would be trouble. An angry Sinclair Zark asked Randall if he was now siding with Katerina. Sinclair Zark asked a clear question. Was this the will of their powerful and legendary father? Katerina and Randall fell silent, wondering how to respond to such a provocative question. No one dared to speak first. Suddenly, behind Katerina and Randall Zark, a terrible male voice declared that it was indeed his will. The great Sir Duran Zark was approaching the gates of the estate, his mood clearly negative. The armed knights looked at the great Sir Duran Zark with fear in their eyes. The lord ordered everyone to fall to their knees. Sinclair Sark was greatly frightened by his father's voice. Even the horse he was riding knelt before Duran Sark. In the next moment, the entire garrison of the capital was kneeling before the evil and powerful Sir Duran Sark. With confident steps, Sir Duran Zark approached the gate to look into the eyes of his eldest son, Sinclair. Duran Zark was surprised that these were not just knights but professional guards of the capital. Sir Duran Zark looked at his son Sinclair and said that he was very surprised that he was the one leading the circus in front of his estate. Lord Duran Zark approached Sinclair and asked loudly why his eldest son had allowed such a scene to take place in front of his house.